Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional AG1 supplement. My friends, it's easy to live your best life. It's all about making good choices. And drinking Athletic Greens AG1 supplement is a great choice, an easy way to take care of yourself. So why not join Athletic Greens' millions of customers? If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred now. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for their high quality AG1 formula that can help you live a healthier life. Check it out.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Liquid IV, the best way to hydrate this summer and just about any other time, too. Grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off your order when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code SACRED at checkout. That's LIQUIDIV.com with the checkout code SACRED. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using the promo code SACRED at liquidiv.com.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 257. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my bouncing baby boy, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend?
I'm good. I rolled out of bed and scarfed down a piece of fried chicken at the speed, at a really disturbing speed. But
a speed unbefore known to humankind.
Yeah. Hitherto untold.
Yeah, there you go.
It's people give me shit about eating fried chicken cold, like out of the fridge. You know, like I don't know why, because it's delicious. Like fried chicken in every capacity is so good. Like I don't know.
It's like pizza. I think pizza, like day old pizza, is good too. My favorite, I personally think, and I say this as an Italian American, although, you know, for Italians it's Italian in quotes, but we eat a lot of pasta as a people, and pasta is always better the next day. Always the next day better. Yeah, just the way what happens, like pasta dries out a little bit, then you reheat it, and it becomes, if you like al dente pasta, which I do, it's the good stuff. You got the meatballs, you got the sausage, maybe you got a little pork, you got a little sauce, a little butter sauce, something like that. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. I'm glad that you're not. I always want my boy to be nourished.
Yeah, I'm usually starving during these recordings. I roll out of bed and I wander in here like a zombie and then record, and then I was like, ooh.
I can't even imagine eating when I wake up. I'd rather. Well, I think I might have told the story when I asked Micah to marry me last year. We went to the Jefferson, which is like the nicest hotel in Richmond, for just one night. And I was like, I'm going to get room service breakfast. And we had a good... Who's printing something?
It's Rush.
Why is something printing? Now it says canceled.
Oh, you should... What? It could have been something fun.
Oh, no, it's okay. There's nothing wrong. I didn't even know we had a second printer.
For the shipping.
Oh, yeah. Right. Now it's just...
here it goes. That might be someone's address that ordered merch.
It's just a blank piece of paper.
Oh, just blank.
Canceled.
Okay. Dude, that would have been fun to randomly dock someone that bought stuff from us.
Yeah, why not?
I thought when you said it said cancel, I thought it just the piece of paper itself said the word cancel.
Oh, that would be awesome. It just came out of the printer.
The show ends when you read it. It's
so
over.
So ominous.
Oh my God. Anyway, I was just saying that I wanted to get room service breakfast, and I woke up the next day. You know, they have the nicest breakfast, bringing it in on the car door. I'm like, I couldn't even think about it. I just can't. I can't actually do it even when I want to. Anyway, Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show, my friend.
Now, Chris, I wasn't eating fried chicken, but I did have leftover Chinese right before this, which reheating Chinese food, always roll the dice. I found that you got to, if you do in the microwave, you got to put the saran wrap over. It kind of keeps some of the moisture in, but you know that one of those pieces is just going to be dry as hell, no matter what. But I feel pretty good after that. You know, the Chinese food, sometimes it makes you tired, sometimes it doesn't. But Chris, I know you won't do this, so I will. New video.
Oh.
And I watched it yesterday. Fantastic. Absolutely
thank you.
Excellent about Lord of Ring, Gollum. So everyone should go watch that because it was really good.
Yeah, I had fun making it. It's nice to finally get stuff out. I'm on a roll now, which is nice. It's always hard to like when you take a break for a long time. It's hard to get started up again, but
yeah,
I feel like I've got a lot ready now. But
good. Oh, it's going again.
You guys are in there. You
guys
are
I know. I was so excited.
I know you didn't do it.
I made the Chris Ray gun video.
The printer said, "Wait, the printer. What is this?" I can't believe that.
That's special.
How did you know?
That's special.
Wow.
All right, my friends. It's good to be here with you today. It's good to be here with all of you out there. Welcome to Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. You can find us over there for early ad-free access, 3 days early, no ads, video and audio early. The video does have ads in it, but we give you the timestamp so you can skip around. We appreciate your support over there. You get Discord access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. We put up weekly threads in the news feed. You submit on those. That's how we get all of our inquiries for the show. And as you know, if you listen, we like to use lots and lots of your inquiries. Big perk over at Patreon as well. Sacred Symbols Plus, our supplement to the show twice a week, exclusive to Patreon on video and audio. And recent topics include the newest episode of the Sacred Sales Saga, which was fun. We did a really great episode. I want to say like one of my favorite episodes in a long time with the Dukes about our backlogs. We went on for like 2.5 hours. Each selected what we thought were like our all-time 5 game backlogs, which I thought was a lot of fun. I did a conversation with Maddie about getting into game dev and what that's like for both of us. And by the way, people have noticed Hyproxia 2 is free on Xbox Games with Gold in Korea.
North Korea too. That's a crazy
in North
part.
Korea, yeah. So go check that out if you want. A lot of people are interested in that. I did a great sit down with David Jaffe. I did a great sit down with Ken Levine of BioShock fame. We did a Colin show. Dustin did a Kingdom Hearts episode. And Dylan Michael wrote into us on Patreon and says, "Hey boys, do you ever feel like your game criticism skills or something of the like increases when you play bad or mid games? Colin, I know you said you recently beat Forspoken and said it was okay, but not bad. But you also say that time is the only currency more valuable than money. So I wonder if you find playing a decent or bad games to be enlightening or interesting." Yes, I have a lot to say about Forspoken. In fact, I had so much to say about Forspoken that Gene Park and I sat down for about 2 hours to discuss the game, and that will be an episode of Sacred Symbols Plus that's coming up as well. As far as we understand, perhaps the only spoiler cast for Forspoken in history. We couldn't find anything else. Gene said he did a little bit of a cursory search. But I have a lot to say about that game. And the theme of the conversation around the Forspoken Sacred Symbols Plus episode, my friends, is not everything is great or horrible. Not everything is good or bad. Not everything is wonderful or terrifying. Forspoken sits somewhere in the middle. And by the way, it's for fucking 14-year-old girls. So maybe we should stop judging it so much. So thank you for that. Finally, merch, laststandmedia.store. Free shipping domestically on all stickers. But we have sweatshirts. We have hats, we have T-shirts with all the different logos on it. We appreciate it.
Coming, they're ordered, so
imminent.
And
please leave reviews for our show on iTunes, on Spotify. Leave us nice scores. Like the video on YouTube, whatever. Those little things help, and we appreciate it very much. Okay. As we always like to do, we like to start our show with things that have nothing to do with anything.
We like to shart.
We like to shart.
There's a lot of debate, Colin, about that fart a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Maybe you sharted and totally hit it, and then tried to you acknowledged it in the hopes that maybe we wouldn't analyze it further.
Retroactively gaslight.
Yeah, I can see that, but I assure you, I mean, you'll have to trust me on this, but if I shart, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's content right there. That's not something to hide.
Right.
You might not believe that, but I'll tell you. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've told the story several times about in San Francisco how I went to a pizza shop and then I ran down the street to get home and I shit my pants. I didn't get home quick enough. I think that's how all this began anyway. So you think that me sharding on the show is going to embarrass me? Do you know me?
That's how all this began. It's the origin.
It's the unfortunate origin story. Avram Alter wrote into us on Patreon. He says, "Hey, Sacred Seas. Just wanted to say I've been delighting in Colin's villain arc and general descent into madness and chaos, culminating in him straight up calling Micah sugar tits on the latest Constellation episode. Colin, I just have one word for you, dude. Escalate. Have an especially midday. I will. I'd never have anything more than that."
Yeah.
I appreciate that. It felt right to call her sugar tits in the moment, But you wouldn't just usually randomly say that. She's my fiance. And I know we're on the same wavelength. So I know she's not offended. I wouldn't, for instance, call Dustin sugar tits because I don't think he would appreciate it.
I feel like if the moment was right, though, I don't know. You're saying no now, but I mean, what was the not gal pal? You called me a different Christian term, sweetheart, something like that.
Yeah, yeah, sweetheart. My one true sweetheart or whatever the hell he says. I'm a little behind. I haven't watched it in like a week. We
were talking to the Star Tank about about how I was talking about how he's somewhat of a messianic figure in the sense that he's like a vessel for all the world's hate and unhinged energy, so that your average person doesn't have to shoulder that weight. And he's also so ignorant that he's the only one capable of shouldering that weight because he doesn't understand it's happening.
Do you know that you're kind of describing Jesus Christ?
I am aware of that.
Colin's not to the CPU goddess part yet, so
I
think there's more of a connection than you might think.
I'm in the
or more of a delusion.
I'm still deep in the Liquid Chris phase, although I don't know how long that goes on. But that to me is like a whole funny thing. I'm obsessed with that.
The Liquid Chris is the peak of it. I think. Like I love.
I just love the name. Like it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
The name, the impression, it's all everything. Everybody,
it's very Andy Kaufman-esque, that guy.
It is, yeah. Everybody involved in that story is a villain. That's what's so fascinating. It's like everyone is just horrible.
Totally. Like that's the thing. Do we know the real life personas of the people that basically tease and taunt him and pretend they're different people? Do we know who they are?
I think Liquid Chris is a doctor now.
That's awesome. I would let him do whatever he wanted. I don't mean that sexually. I mean as a doctor. What were we talking about? We were talking about something else. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Thank you for writing in, Abram. Tim Lane Games wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, firstly, a hearty congratulations to LSM for having its best month ever. Thank you. It's of no great surprise due to the amazing content and great value. Enough of the gushing comments as the next matter must intrude. Colin, we have to talk about the Amazon box on your sofa. How is this not in the trash yet? Do you have some deep attachment to it, or is this the next piece of Sacred Symbols lore comparable to the can of Pledge polish that sat dormant on your shelf for many months? Pretty sure that sat there for more than a year, but I could be wrong about that. Maybe not that long. This comes from a place of intrigue, as I find your quirks both relatable and whimsical. I'm glad you brought that up, because I keep forgetting about what's in the box. Hold on a second.
Whimsical?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
Okay.
I'm actually curious.
This box actually came from our friend Austin, who owns the deli on the Circle.
Dude.
And he sent me a shirt or some shirts. And then he also sent me a boar's head hat.
Oh, nice.
Very good. Very nice.
That's awesome. That's so sick.
And then he sent me a boar's head apron as well.
Oh, wow.
So
you could go undercover. You could like wander into any supermarket like that.
There we go.
That's very nice. That looks high quality. I mean, is that embroidered?
And then it is. It is embroidered.
Wow.
And then
no skimping.
He also sent the stickers that you put on the sandwich. And it says handcrafted with boar's head.
Wow.
What a specific package.
Additionally,
there's
sent
more?
a nice note as well, but also his, and I'll cover up the address, I guess, his save the date.
Oh.
Save the date. Yeah.
Very nice. I got to save the date. Well, actually not a save the date, an invitation to a wedding in the mail the other day.
Oh yeah. You got to RSVP. We were joking around that because it says, glad to be there or something, or regretfully decline or whatever. And I was like, we should give them a bunch of different options. So it's like, do you regretfully decline or do you just not want to go? You can tell me. Just put that on. So X that out instead. But we just gave everyone two options. Do I look like I'm going to go to Publix or Safeway and start making some sandwiches?
Yeah, you're the now. Are you going to commit to the whole episode with that?
Yes.
Wow.
You know what it is?
No, but I'll keep it on for a while.
Keep it on for maybe till the news.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It looks like because it's you, and I clearly see it's you under this unit. It looks like a hitman disguise.
Wow.
Agent 47, you have to kill the head chef.
The deli man.
The deli man.
The deli man. Kill the deli man.
All right.
I'll leave.
Andrew Ehrenreich wrote into us. Said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, topic for the coffee drinkers. I've always been a coffee guy. I grind my own beans and brew a nice pot of dark roast every morning. Recently, I came across an article on food hacks where I discovered the idea of, instead of sugar, putting salt in your coffee. At first, this sounded awful, but I learned that that just a little salt will negate all the bitterness of your dark elixir, leaving you with a cup that isn't sweet, isn't bitter, just pure, smooth, delicious coffee. I haven't used sugar in over a month since discovering this. Have any of you ever tried this? Or do you have any food hacks you'd like to share with the community? My food hack is to put ketchup on everything." Dustin?
This feels like a bait question, Colin.
What can I get you?
You knew.
Sorry. It's only funny if you're watching the video version. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, okay, there's a lot to break down here with this, the salt in the coffee. This is actually true. There's a great video from a coffee YouTuber named James Hoffman all about this. And here's the thing about it. You should only do it in a dire situation. Maybe you're at a diner and they've got the old ass coffee that's super bitter. You know, you got to you can do that, right? But here's the thing. Yeah. Here's what people don't understand is that, do you think French roast coffee, I can't do this. I can't do this.
Sorry. It's really distracting.
Sorry,
it's jarring.
Take that shit off. Burn it.
Because it almost feels like someone else is eavesdropping in on our episode. You know what I mean? Just some stranger.
I'm sorry.
That's Colin Moriarty.
Go on. Please.
Okay. So here's the thing about the coffee, guys. And I want to try to inform. Okay, I'm not trying to shit on anyone's coffee preferences, but French roast or dark roast coffee is not stronger or like a more coffee, right? People have this idea, oh, French roast, this is the bold for the men or something like that. That's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It's the equivalent. Again, if you like French roast, that's okay, but it's basically the well done steak of coffee. It's the exact same. It has less flavor. It has more char flavor than coffee flavor. And if that's what you like, that's fine. So Andrew, stop buying French roast and then putting salt in it to make it taste smooth. Just buy a medium or light roast coffee. Go out there. I think that for the average person, the Dunkin' Donuts house blend, fantastic. That's going to do you a world of good. Just coffee's not, well, I shouldn't say coffee's not supposed to be bitter, but it doesn't have to be bitter.
Yeah.
And you're buying this French roast, and that's your problem. You know, it's just the salt in the coffee. It's like, hey, I bought a red door, and I'm going to use watercolors to paint it white when there was an option to buy a white door.
Yeah.
And you just have, that's what it's like. So
it seems like a lot of work. Even if it's just adding salt, it seems like more work than is necessary to make your coffee taste. But it's like, I don't know. Like I'm not that much of a coffee person. I'll have it if it's. I like espresso, specifically like Cuban espresso. Like that's the stuff that
that has a lot of sugar in it, right?
Cuban espresso, no. Cuban espresso is super bitter, actually. But it's super good. You know what I've had recently that I've been kind of addicted to, coffee wise? There's a place called Guisados. It's a Mexican restaurant around where I live. And they serve this horchata cold brew that is so amazing. I don't know, you've had horchata, right?
Yes. It's like a watered down eggnog in a way. Makes it sound bad, but
no, it's like a cinnamon kind of. It's so good. Like that with coffee is like amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's all I drink now.
I believe it, dude. But yeah, the salt in the coffee is an interesting thing because there is some science behind that. But you shouldn't be doing it willingly, making your salty ass coffee. It just does. It's not right.
Yeah, it should be like a save.
Right. If you're at a crappy diner or something and you just want to put a little something in there, that can help.
It's interesting because French roast, I didn't know that is like considered like the very manly or like flavorful coffee, but why would we assume that about the French?
I mean,
where do we even begin with that? I don't even know why do they get the French roast? Maybe the softest country in all of Europe. Let's be honest.
Why did the French get the French roast?
Yeah. Why is it not called, in other words, another kind of roast? They didn't
probably
roast
because it sucks. I mean, straight up. Oh wait, I said I was going to not try to be a coffee snob. It's just it has nothing to do with brew strength.
Why did the French call it the French roast? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Try to lighter roast people, please.
Did they make fries as well? Like, what is with the French suffix?
Freedom fries.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what that's all about. I think it was probably because that was the most relatable foreign thing you could do, and everyone, France is fine. They have great food. You want to kind of relate to that.
But like, are French fries like they can't be?
I doubt it, because those are called chips in Britain.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly, and I don't know, I remember when they, I remember in school when Dustin and I were like young, they tried to like do this like after 9/11 they had this like rebrand. It's like, no, they're freedom fries.
Yeah, I remember.
It's like shut the fuck. It's so stupid.
I remember, man.
They're fries.
The United States was ready to go off and nuke someone for like a few weeks at least.
Yeah, it was.
I remember.
It was hostile.
I remember it really well because I was a senior in high school, so it's like I remember. I was like, this is maybe the most nationalist and xenophobic I've ever seen the United States. And it's an interesting look. And we quickly, hopefully abandoned that. All right. Yeah. Let's get into things that people want to talk about. There is a lot of news to get into. We'll get into the smaller news items. We'll get into what we're playing. We'll get into some bigger news items. We'll end the show as we always do with listener inquiries. But people wanted to talk about last week's PlayStation Showcase in a deeper way. I think that's completely appropriate. I want to do that. I want to get you guys involved out there in the audience. You were not able to submit, obviously, because we went and we surprised you. See, the funny thing about last week's episode was it was supposed to be a celebration because we didn't know how okay, in my opinion, it was going to be. But a lot of people thought it was going, and we all thought it was going to be better than it was. So it was the whole idea was to do it so that it's like, yay, everyone's excited. There's like a new phase of PlayStation, but that's not really the way it's worked out. I pulled a few questions from the audience that I thought would allow us to explore this in a deeper way. And I really want to hear what everyone thinks about the show in hindsight, because we recorded right after the showcase with no time to think at all. And that's why I was so eager actually to do the Iron Lords podcast this past weekend. And I did that with Cognito and his guys, Saab and King, etc. And I was just so excited to get things off my chest, but it is so much more hostile out there than I even imagined. And before we get into the inquiries, I wanted to ask you guys with what was it? We're recording on a Thursday, so it was 8 days ago. Chris, where are your thoughts on the PlayStation Showcase now that you've had time to reflect?
Man, I feel like my overall thoughts on it have kind of, I'm a little bit lower on it, but I don't think it's necessarily because there weren't things that I thought were cool, but more so this general rule that I have more or less stuck to whenever I kind of watch one of these showcases. And we'll get into it, but like there's a heavy focus on CG trailers and really not a lot of gameplay. And that's kind of the thing that I think maybe softens it up. Like, it's not that there weren't cool things there. It's not that there weren't things that caught my eye. Obviously, the Bungie's new game was like a big deal to me, and that was just a teaser. But I do think I maybe feel a little bit not as hot on it. But I also feel like B is a pretty appropriate, because like, what would a C showcase be? It certainly wasn't an A showcase. And in my opinion, there's an S showcase still waiting out there.
Sure.
So I think B, like if you're going from a tier list perspective, which is kind of how I think about all this stuff, I think B is kind of an appropriate place, like B minus. Like I don't think it's a C, because C kind of implies that like there's really not much of anything. C's like maybe like one thing that catches your eye, and then the rest of it is absolutely nothing. D is just might as well be an F. That's kind of where I'm at. But yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No. I mean, that's it. I feel I'm not as stoked about it. I do think the things that I like, what is it? Phantom Blade Zero looks dope. Obviously Marathon for me, but Spider-Man looks great. But for an hour plus showcase with like that many games, it's really not a lot, you know?
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their exceptional AG1 supplement, which you can discover for yourself at athleticgreens.com/sacred. A major portion of healthy living, potentially the biggest part of it, even more than exercise, is eating right. If you put good stuff into your body, you're well on your way to a positive outcome. But sometimes eating right can be tough, and I totally get that. Though I'm an intermittent faster who fasts about 20 hours or more each and every day, I only do that to stave off my caloric intake, which would be through the roof if I ate as much as I wanted. And though I exercise virtually every day too, there's still more I could be doing and should be doing, and I was reminded of that when Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula entered my life. AG1 is a powder that you mix into a glass of water, and when you drink it, you're doing a really good thing for your body. That's because Athletic Greens has packed AG1 with 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, and whole food source ingredients, not only boosting your overall health, but your immune system too. Heck, AG1 can even support a better mood and a healthier gut, and you may even see positive changes in your nails, hair, and skin too. But for me, I found Athletic Greens to be a really great partner in working out. I'm often totally out of energy when I finally get to my late afternoon or early evening workout each day. When I drink AG1 though, I notice the difference. And having what I would call a troubled colon for my entire life only makes AG1 even more essential. My friends, it's easy to live your best life. It's all about making good choices. And drinking Athletic Greens AG1 supplement is a great choice, an easy way to take care of yourself. So why not join Athletic Greens' millions of customers? If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred now. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for their high-quality AG1 formula that can help you live a healthier life. Check it out. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Babbel, the award-winning language learning app that can teach you one of 14 global languages right now. Learn more at babbel.com/sacred. In our ever-connected global world, it becomes fairly obvious that you're limiting yourself by only knowing a single language. And though virtually all of us sit in French or Spanish or some other class for literally years on end, most of us retain less than nothing. The reason, in my estimation, is simple. Most people don't learn languages in a classroom, taught by bored teachers using ancient textbooks and hoping for the best. Living in modernity indeed comes with all sorts of perks, and one of those perks is that we have the opportunity to learn basically whatever we want with the power of the phones in our pocket, and my friends at Babbel seek to take advantage of that. With more than 10 million subscriptions sold to date, Babbel relies on addictive, bite-sized lessons instead of the old-fashioned way of doing things, and the results are obvious. You can begin speaking conversationally in your language of choice in as little as 3 weeks. And when I say your language of choice, I mean it. You have 14 options, from German, Polish, and Indonesian to Swedish, Dutch, or Turkish. As for me, I stuck with French, my old standby. I took French in 7th grade and 8th grade and 9th grade and 10th grade and 11th grade and 2 years in college too. And the reality is I can barely speak it. But not only did using Babbel scratch long dormant memories in my brain, it also got me absorbing the language at a rate and using methods that I simply didn't think was possible. Because Babbel's lesson plans are made by real people and not AI, they're able to hone in on real-life use, with practical applications for leisure and business alike. My favorite part of Babbel is the wide range of options available to learn too: videos, games, podcasts, stories, and even live classes. This level of dynamism is essential in learning a second language, especially for someone like me who simply didn't thrive in a traditional setting, and Babbel has this dynamism in spades. So why not begin your language learning journey today by using Babbel for yourself? Right now, you can get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/sacred. That's babbel.com/sacred. That's babbel.com/sacred for up to 55% off your language learning subscription. Babbel, language for life. Yeah, I agree actually in some sense. Asher Masi wrote in and said, "Greetings, all Father Colin, prize fighter Chris, and fellow bidet user Dustin. Given that we've had a week to marinate on all of the announcements from the PlayStation Showcase, does everyone still agree with the show being rated a B or B+? From the chatter online, in my personal opinion, the showcase felt like an extended state of play rather than an actual showcase. Had it been titled State of Play, it would have been an A or A+, but the showcase felt more like a C+, especially since a lot of the main first-party studios like Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Guerrilla, and Bend weren't present. Is this part of a greater strategy by Sony to focus on their live service games rather than overshadow them with single-player games? Would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you for all the great content." Asher, thank you for writing in. Yeah, so when we came off, and again, I said one of the disadvantages of doing the show with no time to think really was that you're coming in, hot. So I was like, I think it's like a B or B plus. And then by the end of the show, I was like, I think it's like a B. And now with reflection, I'm like, I think it's like a B. I'm not going to be bullied out of my opinion. I think this is a big thing that I wanted to say as I kick it over to you, Dustin, in a moment, which is, I said this on the Iron Lords podcast, which was I watched the show in isolation, in a vacuum. I didn't look at Twitter. I didn't look at anything. I didn't have the live chat up for PlayStation on YouTube or anything. So I just watched it. And I think that that's the purest and best way to do it. That's why I don't like live streaming personally my reactions, because I'm really just taking notes and doing that. It's because it's fun to kind of just analyze it and see what do you think, without being kind of frankly a coward and seeing what other people think and trying to sync your thoughts up to that. How do you really feel about it? And I walked out of there thinking, that's disappointing that there was no first party single player games. It's disappointing that there's no gameplay. But they talked about 2 studios I didn't think they were going to be ready to talk about yet. They got a lot of their games as a service out of the way, which creates a lane. There are plenty of third-party games, and some people were saying that I was a hypocrite by saying this, and I'm going to go into that in a little while about how much of a hypocrite I am. We'll see how many third-party games I play compared to first-party games, and then we'll see how much of a hypocrite I am by saying third-party games matter. First-party games and second-party games, of course, matter the most. But to act like Dragon's Dogma 2 isn't a big deal, Talos Principle 2 isn't a big deal. They're just Marathon. People just wanted to discount Marathon because it's not a PlayStation exclusive, even though Bungie told you and Sony told you that they would not be making PlayStation exclusives. So that's just you being ignorant. And I'm saying
that was the highest viewed trailer too, even with Spider-Man and Metal Gear. Which
it was nuts. Although I was told that, because I noticed that there was a discrepancy between the views and the interactions on the video, and I guess it was an ad. So really the 20 million,
that makes sense.
So really the 20 million views that Spider-Man got. I mean, that's Spider-Man 2 was there. That's why I can't go much lower than a B minus, maybe, if you were really going to shake me down.
It's just the thing about it too is that I think a lot of it is just how they branded it, right? Because I do think I looking at the showcase for what it is, I do think it's a B. Maybe like B minus lowest, right? But as a PlayStation showcase, I understand it wasn't a good PlayStation showcase.
I agree.
It was barely a PlayStation showcase. It just wasn't. It just you had. I mean, Bungie's PlayStation technically, and even though it's going to be on every platform, and Spider-Man 2's there. Phantom Blade, I think is either timed or exclusive.
I think it's it seemed there has been no Xbox version announced as of the time we're recording.
Yeah, so there's some stuff there, but as a PlayStation-centric showcase, especially the first one that they've done in 2 years, where people expect kind of what they got out of the first PlayStation showcase, which was heavy emphasis on first party, it's an absolute letdown. If we're grading it in the sense of is this how good of a PlayStation showcase this was, this is easily like a C minus D plus. But I think for what it is, and what they're showing and how many things are of interest, how many things are important. Dragon's Dogma 2, like you said, Marathon's a big deal. Spider-Man 2 is a big deal. All these third parties are big deals.
Plus, they just announced 2 new PlayStation IP. I mean, people just forget that. Just because you think it's lame doesn't mean that they didn't just announce new IP.
Yeah, it is loaded with CG trailers, which is, I don't know, man. That is kind of that's been annoying for a long time. So it's kind of shocking to see that back again. It's good to get it out of the way, but I understand the disappointment with it, and I understand, quite frankly, why it's seen as a kind of like a good thing for. I mean, I bet Microsoft's really happy.
I bet they are too. I'm really intrigued to see. They go in a couple weeks, and I'm really interested to see. I'm interested to see, because I think that this is a good opportunity for them to do something. Although I don't honestly think, and a big part of this is that, and Dustin, we haven't heard from you yet, so I want you to go off and say what you need to say, is that I don't think it changes anything. And I think that's ultimately what I was trying to say on ILP was, if this was so catastrophic, then you will see it reflected in the sales. And I'm willing to bet that more people are with me than not. And I'm willing to say that there's a very loud, vocal group of people that seem to hate everything and rile themselves up in these console wars. without really seeing things from a holistic point of view, without saying like, it's disappointing that, dude, I'm disappointed too. We made all these predictions. I mean, our predictions are always crazy. That's the fun of it. But we didn't get, there is almost nothing there for me in the show. But I'm not trying to analyze it from like a Colin centric point of view. I'm trying to be the analyst that you guys, I think, want me to be. And I actually have an inquiry about that later on in the show that allows us to get deeper into that. But Dustin, I want to get you involved. So what are your thoughts now that we're 8 days out?
I think that it's important, and this is a lot of what you guys were saying, but as far as a more meta level about the conversation is just that I think it's important to have nuanced conversations and nuanced opinions and to be nuanced in our analysis of things as well. And this is what you're talking about, the console wars culture that has just been festering online. And I think that this doesn't just apply to, Xbox fans or whatever, people trashing it, but the Sony fans as well that are totally just missing the point a lot of times. With that said, though, I think I want to most strongly echo and agree with what Chris said, in that there are multiple ways of looking at this and quote unquote grading it if we wanted to. The PlayStation Showcase perspective, the 2 years in the making perspective, the lack of gameplay perspective, then yes, absolutely D. Is it D minus? I don't know, pretty bad from that perspective. But not, I guess maybe not D minus, because they're what, like you said.
That seems like really extreme to me.
But hold on, I'm not done yet. This is what I'm talking about. This nuanced conversation here. Okay, new IP from PlayStation. Maybe not exactly what we want every time, but that's okay. We're not here to analyze just things that we want. Also, like you said earlier, Colin, Alan Wake 2, Dragon's Dogma 2, Spider-Man 2. There was some awesome stuff in there. And so when you consider this as a showcase of whatever 30 fucking games, then yeah, if we take it in just that perspective, then we can stand by the B. And that's the thing, is that I honestly, the way I look at it and the way I want to do, and if you guys want to grade something in the future like this, the grade is stupid, in my opinion. The grade has no nuance if we just give it a B, because people just assume, okay, that means pretty good. And it's like, no. There's no nuance in that. And this is a podcast where we can break things down and say, this was really good, this was really bad. And so we don't need to get a blanket across our entire opinion with that. You know what I mean? Let's use the strengths of our medium and just say, no, screw that. And I honestly encourage people, whether you're on a podcast or not, that we don't need to lump everything as best thing ever, worst thing ever, because that's stupid. As I said, there was some stuff in there. That Alan Wake 2 trailer, I've been thinking about that basically every day since then. Be like, man, that game is going to be awesome. And a trailer like Dragon's Dogma 2, I didn't play the original very much, but that I've also been thinking about. So I don't know. Maybe it's not necessarily that the grading is bad, but I think that when we do that, we invite people to just blanket our opinion, which is totally antithetical to what we do. So I don't know. That's my thoughts on it when I've been, the last few days.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that there's a lot to say. I think the reaction, there's something to say about the reaction. There's a lot to say about the show. There's a lot to say about Sony's strategy. The one thing I'm proud of, and I appreciated that Cog was giving me my props on ILP when I was there, which was to say, like, if you listen to Sacred Symbols, you knew this was going to happen in some sense, because though we expected, and I would have imagined you would have gotten at least one first-party single-player reveal, whether it was the Uncharted game that's clearly happening, whether it was The Last of Us Part 3, which is clearly happening, whether it's something else entirely. But it's weird for me that one thing can turn an F into an A, because that's the way a lot of people would have felt. And to me, I want to disassociate myself and disabuse myself of that point of view, because that's stupid. That doesn't wash. That doesn't make any sense. That seems to me to be the fanboyish reaction, not saying it was fine, which is my reaction, being the fanboyish reaction. There are a few things I want to say that I think will resonate with people. Number one, I think that a lot of people lack context, and we don't lack that context, but I think a lot of people in the games ecosystem do. Younger gamers, people that are on other platforms or whatever. I want to say this, and I say this with no hesitation, it's basically never been a better time to be a PlayStation gamer than right now. Even with the dearth of PlayStation first-party single-player games that we have announced beyond Spider-Man and Wolverine. The reason I feel that way is because there are a bunch of back catalog games that are coming from third-party, games in the future, and of course the promise of games to come. Because the games weren't at the showcase doesn't mean that the games don't exist. And I think people need to all understand that. I think, in other words, some people were reacting, seeing Concord and Fair Games and everything and being like, what the fuck? And I'm like, guys, do you think that just because those games exist doesn't mean the other games exist too? Because they do. These games are coming from new studios that don't make anything else. So it actually is a good sign in that sense that maybe the sanctity of some of the other studios doing what they need to do will be more well respected, although we'll see about how that kind of failed at Naughty Dog. And so I wanted to say that it was pretty bad to be a PlayStation gamer for a while. And a lot of you, frankly, weren't around. A lot of the people that especially a lot of the people that are complaining and acting like this is the worst that it's ever been. It's like, dude, were you there in 2006, 2007, 2008? I was saying on ILP that there were shirts, and people probably still have them. It had the PS3 logo on it, and then it said 2006 to 2006 on it. Like that was like literally what was happening. The PS3, the opening PS3 salvo was so bad with so many mediocre and bad games, like games that not Forspoken, but Layer, right? Not a Redfall level mediocre, but Haze. You know, basically no first party games to speak of outside of what really began to turn it around kind of silently in 2007, which was Uncharted 1. And then obviously by 2009 and PlayStation Slim, Uncharted 2, everything started to turn around. Resistance 2 in 2008 and so on and so forth. But I just want to argue from a historical point of view that it has been so much worse than this. And it's weird to be complaining about how bad things are at a time when it's not bad. And that's simply a fact. That's coming from someone who has been playing PlayStation since the beginning.
Yeah.
There is nothing about this era that reeks of those old days. And that's reality. And if you want to talk about Vita even, I mean, we've seen things that have failed. We've seen things that have not worked out. What I was trying to say and what I think matters is that the proof will be in the pudding. If that showcase was as calamitous as everyone is making it out to be, then certainly the proof will be in the pudding. But I contend that showcase was basically irrelevant. And that's kind of me trying to look at it through the eyes of a commentator that you come here for. If you want it through my eyes as the gamer, well, it had no Japanese nerdy ass role-playing games. It had no fucking Metroidvanias. It's like, is that really the way you want me to judge the PlayStation Showcase? Because that doesn't seem to be, it's not objectivity versus subjectivity. It's kind of just reality versus, the fake world, like a parallel universe. That's what I walked away confused about. I was thinking about it through this lens, and maybe this will make sense to you guys. And I still love the Yankees, but I was a big Yankee fan growing up, huge Yankee fan. And they won the World Series in 1996, 1998, 1999, and 2000, right? When they went to the World Series and lost in 2001, it was sad, but you couldn't really be disappointed because you had just won all of those World Series. And I feel kind of in a similar place with PlayStation. It's like people are like, well, why Xbox wouldn't get the same energy or whatever? And it's like, no, they wouldn't, because they're in a different position. They've done different things. They have a different past. This was something David Jaffe was saying on Twitter. When people were being like, oh, Xbox, people would be making fun of Xbox. It's like, yeah, the expectations will be a lot different. Xbox doesn't have the goodwill PlayStation does. PlayStation just ate a bunch of its goodwill. Now it has a lot less.
Yeah.
For a lot of people. But to act like you judge them in the same way, it's like having two kids, right? One of them is like an F student. One of them is an A student. They both get detention. Are you equally disappointed in both of them? You're probably disappointed in one and you actually even understand the failure of the other. It just, I don't know. And I'm not trying to say PlayStation's an A student or Xbox is an F student. That's an extreme example, but I think you guys understand what I mean. I feel like this is a totally cogent point of view that continually says that, yeah, exclusive games matter. Exclusive games are the character and the makeup of PlayStation. That's not going to change. People are complaining in the wake or in the foreshadowing of a game like Spider-Man 2 coming out, and they're acting like it's the last one that's ever going to come out. It's not to say that first and second party games aren't in a tumultuous state right now. Clearly they are. Dreams was just canceled from development. Deviation's game was canceled. We're going to talk about Factions in a much deeper way later on in the show, which is probably going to be canceled or released in some form that wasn't intended to be. We'll see. And I'm eager to talk about all of that. But I know I'm going on here. I just wanted to, I think people just need to kind of look at things through a realistic point of view. This goes back to the whole adage of things aren't only great or only bad. And was I disappointed with the showcase? I was disappointed with the showcase as a gamer because there's not a lot there for me. But there's a lot there for a lot of people. And I just refuse to discount the value of third-party games. And for people that are busting my balls about that, here are some of the last games I've beaten. Since I always talk about how I only play first and second party games, right? I platinumed Dead Island 2. I platinumed Final Fantasy. I beat Resident Evil 4. I think I beat it twice. I beat Gal Guardian's Demon Purge. I beat and platinumed Dead Space. I beat and platinumed Evil West. I beat and platinumed the Callisto Protocol. I beat Crisis Core. I beat Trails of Heroes Cold Steel. You know, in between, I beat Cyberpunk. In between all of those games are 2 first-party games.
Mm-hmm.
So don't come and tell me with that heat that I say and talk out of both sides of my mouth. My gaming is clear. Third-party games are not the lifeblood of any console, but it's what we all wade through as we wait. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's not a big deal that these other games were announced or revealed or dated or whatever. And I'm not going to be bullied into changing my mind. And I'm really glad that I watched it in isolation, because knowing that we are all social beings, I probably would have been influenced. But at least I was able to kind of cogently formulate my opinion before that happened. Does that resonate? I don't know.
I think there's some value, though, to other perspectives shaping your own opinion. Not like developing an opinion.
Right? Because I went from a B+ to a B. So that is what happened, right? I mean,
but do you feel like you have a greater understanding now?
Yeah, I definitely have a greater understanding, but I also think that I share the same problems other people did. I just think I balance them differently. You know, I want to see I love first party single player PlayStation games. I play a lot. I don't want to say I play them all because I don't, but I play most of them. And so platinum most of them. So obviously that's what I want, but Sony is telling you we're only going to do 2 of these a year. That's what they just said. And then people are freaking out that there isn't a lot there. And I'm like, yeah, I understand that disappointment, but it doesn't make it an F.
Right. My only point is just saying that I don't think there's anything wrong with time changing an opinion and being upfront about that, or other people influencing your opinion. It's a different story to be bullied out of an opinion, but certainly other people many times throughout my life, whether it's a gaming opinion or something else, you're able to take in other perspectives and say, yeah, I may have been wrong about that. Here's where I think I was still right, but I think there is some points that I was overlooking since we immediately started recording afterwards.
Right, exactly. So, that's fair. I mean, that's totally fair. And I'd like to think that happened in real time for the audience to see. Right, as I became a little less bullish about what I had just seen. And as I said on the show, as I was clicking on PlayStation blog comments, and that was me seeing all that for the first time in real time, like Twitter, I didn't really even know. You know, Discord, it's like, so I was kind of absorbing that. So you're right, I appreciate that, and I think you're right. But I want to say this as we part, and Chris, I can kick it to you if you have anything left that you want to say before I move on to the next inquiry, but I just want to say this. Spider-Man 2, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Metal Gear Collection, Fair Games, Helldivers 2, Concord, Bungie, Q-Lite, Alan Wake 2, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Phantom Blade 0, The Talos Principle 2. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. They show Final Fantasy 16. We already know about that. It's not to say everything. And there was some questionable shit in there, like Foam Stars, I think underwhelming PSVR support, and a lot more. But it's just like, I look at that list of games and I think to myself, I'd be totally buying into fanboy narratives and nonsense if I gave something like that an F or a D or a C. It just seems weird to me. In fact, what I just named off there seems pretty in line with what would have been an old E3 showcase. So, yeah. And I haven't done it yet, but I would like to go back. I bet you that showcase was better than some PlayStation E3 showcases.
So, remember Wonder Book?
Yeah, Wonder Book was there. But think about all the things that were even announced at showcases that never came out, like 8 Days and The Getaway and all of this kind of stuff. So,
oh yeah, Deep Down.
Deep Down? Dude, I played Deep Down.
Yeah.
Which is, I played it in Japan. It just never came out. That was from Capcom, though. And Capcom doesn't exist anymore. All right, let me go. There's more here from the audience. I want to see. Okay. I don't know if we already went into this. Yeah, Dark Rod, I already kind of answered your question. Sorry. It's about third-party games. I should have read you first. I'm sorry about that. Ruben Cardozo. I wrote it Ruben Cardozo, but I don't think that's actually his name. Hello, CDC. Longtime listener, first-time Patreon joiner. Taking into account how tepid the showcase was, and he puts that in quotes, in terms of first-party studios, do you think they had the showcase merely to meet marketing and scheduling obligations with third parties? If so, do you expect another showcase to pop up this year, potentially after Spider-Man 2 releases? I've been told by a source, whether or not it's true or not, I mean, I have no idea, but that there will be another showcase, like a winter showcase. And that seems obvious to me. I mean, I don't think you even need me to tell you that or someone like insider or prediction to say that. There's no way they're going to leave it like this. Chris, I'm curious what you think. I'm curious what you think of this, because I think that they're probably surprised by how negative the feedback was. I also think we're going to learn in a little while that there was probably more intended to show, including a big game that was probably pulled at the last minute, or at the last maybe month or so before leading into the showcase, before they announced it, but they knew they had to go. But I do think that there is, and this is where you have to kind of have a more objective and industry-wide view on things and not just get into the fanboyish weeds, which is that there probably is some implication that this had to happen anyway. Because, in other words, Sony might have said, like, maybe we shouldn't do this. But you have Square Enix and you have all these guys lining all these games up. You know, there's probably a huge document with Final Fantasy 16. We have all of these marketing beats. This is one of them. We have this thing with Foam Stars, which seems to be a console exclusive for PlayStation, or at least that's the way it seems now, where it's like, we have this agreement. We have agreements with indies. We have agreement with all these things. And so they might have been like, let's get this all out. I mean, and this might just be wish casting in some way, because it could be the same next time, but you kind of almost look at this as being like, let's just get some of this shit out of the way. And I couldn't help but get that vibe as well. I think that there's probably something to that.
Yeah, I think easily. There was an air about the showcase that kind of seemed like they just sort of had to go. And it's, I mean, I'm kind of confused at the reaction to our reaction, because like when we started talking about the showcase, like literally when we started talking about the showcase in the episode, we were all kind of like, I don't know, that was kind of whatever. You know what I mean? like it doesn't. I don't feel like we were particularly like amazed by it in the episode that we did.
Yeah, I agree. And I
want to say scoring, dude.
Well, it's my fault for introducing the letter grade, I think, to it to begin with. But also, it's like when I got a B in school, I wasn't happy about it. It was a B.
Yeah,
but it wasn't like I was like fucking elated to get a B. I want an A. I want an A+. So yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I think I'll say this. I feel like there's no way they can get away with waiting as long as they did between the previous showcase.
Oh, no way.
And now, like, there's no way, like, you can't go 2 years without a showcase after this showcase. There's easily going to be a winter showcase. I think it's obvious because Spider-Man was the only first party game shown, and they have to set up the next at least like 2 or 3. They have to at least set up the next 2 years of PlayStation exclusives as far as, single player, first party flagship titles, and they got to do that before the year ends. There's really not a lot of space for that in summer. You don't want to overshadow things that might you might have marketing deals with third party. You don't want to overshadow those. You don't want to overshadow Spider-Man. You want to let Spider-Man breathe, get out there, get all the press it's going to get all the praise it's going to get, and then do your proper, hey, here's the next phase of PlayStation. And maybe there is a possibility that maybe we were silly to assume that this is what this would be, given that it is, somewhat early in the year. I mean, it's halfway through the year now, but usually those big showcases or those big, at least lately, have been in the fall, following that's what the 2021 showcase was. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong.
Yeah, you're right. And first of all, they're not going to wait.
September, right? It was September.
They did June and September, I think. Right?
Yeah. Because I was in New York, and I remember specifically that was like September. Like, it was after the live show, which was, I think, early September that year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh,
I'm
maybe
looking it up now.
June and September, I think, was 2020, actually. And then, yeah, I don't know yet. If you find anything about that, Dustin, you're right. Well, the one thing that I think is for sure, Chris, is that they're not going to wait. I agree with you that I think between Spider-Man and the holiday, they will have another showcase. And I think they'll be better organized about what they're doing. But it's funny because I was watching we talked about a lot of the news last week, but I was watching their investor kind of presentation, going through all the data and everything, which they released before the showcase. And they really were telling you in some sense, like, this is kind of how you should set your expectations, and expectations are the thief of joy, although we all have them. I don't know. I just think that it's a little strange to be so aghast. That's all.
Yeah.
Just based on history and based on the quality of the games we do get, which are very high quality. We just got Horizon and God of War last year. Spider-Man 2 is going to be one of the best selling PlayStation exclusives ever. And Spider-Man 1 is the best selling individual PlayStation exclusive ever. So it's so funny. Like, Final Fantasy 16 is a console exclusive for PlayStation, at least timed. And if people care so deeply about that game is weeks away. But my whole argument is, like, that would still be weeks away even if it was on Xbox. So who gives a shit? It's weird. It's weird to act like there's some sort of, like some of the people on social media were trying to do to me, to act like there's some sort of contradiction to say, like, first party is the lifeblood of PlayStation and third party games matter. I think both of those things are completely true. I've always thought things like that were true. And I just told you about all the games I played in the last 6 months. So it's not like I'm just sitting here playing PlayStation games or advocating for PlayStation games. In fact, I was looking back, and I think that since we started Sacred Symbols, I think only 2 of the 6 game of the years were PlayStation games for me. And it was, or maybe even 1. And I think the one game was Detroit. So
yeah,
just save it, please. All right.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Liquid IV, the best way to hydrate this summer and just about any other time, too. Learn more at liquidiv.com and use the checkout code SACRED for 20% off your order. Summer is now upon us, especially down here in the American South, where you could probably cook an egg on the sidewalk for half the year. And the summer heat means staying hydrated is more essential than ever, which is where my friends at Liquid IV come into play. See, Liquid IV is a popular method for hydration, and it's easy to execute. All you do is take some Liquid IV powder in one of a dozen flavors, mix into a glass of water, and send it down the hatch. The results are obvious. I feel great after drinking Liquid IV, and that's because it hydrates you twice as quickly as your standard old water, with 3 times the electrolytes of traditional sports drinks. Better yet, Liquid IV works alongside a slate of 5 important vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12, and C, to do a body good. I like to go on long walks around the neighborhood, and I also ride a stationary bike and do bar multiple times a week, so I'm constantly in need of water. But drinking water time and again is kind of boring. That's why I was amped to have so many flavor options with Liquid IV, so that I could mix and match to my heart's content. From sea berry to strawberry lemonade to pina colada and beyond, there's a lot to choose from. And since each pack of Liquid IV is made with premium ingredients, you know you're getting quality stuff. Better yet, if you have dietary restrictions concerning gluten, dairy, or soy, you'll be pleased to know that Liquid IV is a good option for you because it's gluten-free, dairy-free, and soy-free. Here's the thing, Liquid IV really works, and I know because I drink it. Whether you're an athlete or just lounging around the house, or somewhere in between, you can't go wrong with Liquid IV. So why not give it a try for yourself? Grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off your order when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code SACRED at checkout. That's liquidiv.com with the checkout code SACRED. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using the promo code SACRED at liquidiv.com.
Let's talk about the future a little bit more. Fernando Belverde wrote in, said, "Hey guys, as a longtime viewer and first-time subscriber, I know the showcase announcement was the perfect opportunity to start supporting your work properly. Thank you." So he says, "So first of all, thank you for all that you do. I thought the showcase was decent, but it seems like Sony has a different approach this time. If the total mindshare statement is true, I'm curious if Sony plans to dominate the summer events with a new strategy. Perhaps they'll release more news during the SGF event at Summer Games Fest and wrap things up with another showcase focusing on what's to come after 2023. Do you think this is plausible, or am I being too optimistic?" Let's focus in, Dustin, on this idea of them going again, but not in terms of a showcase, rather appearing old school at other people's events, which is the way things used to be. It's entirely possible they'll have more to say at these shows. That would be disappointing to a lot of people that would have just preferred it to be at the showcase, but this is where, let's think about it. Imagine they show Uncharted at Summer Games Fest, right? And Uncharted is coming out at X date, and that would have been true in the showcase. It means the outcome is exactly the same. And so that's something that needs to be analyzed. In other words, it would just be an optical marketing game, and that's all that changed, which is why I think people are just overreacting in a major way. Do you think that they'll show up at some of these things this summer?
I think it's definitely possible. You already see on the Summer Game website, the Summer Game Fest website, that PlayStation's logo is a partner. So I would expect them to be there in some degree, but I wouldn't necessarily expect them to, blow your socks off with an announcement at this event. Mainly because maybe I'm wrong about this, and I'd have to check the numbers from last year, but I wonder if a PlayStation showcase can pull more numbers than Summer Game Fest, just in general, because the numbers on showcases are huge. So part of me thinks, why would they throw a bone to Summer Game Fest when they get more eyes on their own event? That might not be true, but it sounds like it would be at least comparable.
I feel like it would have to be true. Like Summer Game Fest is a relatively, it doesn't have the name recognition of like E3. Like if we're talking E3, like historically, like E3 is the place you want to be, but E3 is gone now. Summer Games Fest doesn't have that level of entrenched, like, even the name itself isn't, it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't attract as much attention as like PlayStation Showcase.
Sure.
Which is a brand that's been around for like, since the 90s. I feel like a PlayStation Showcase must overshadow Summer Games Fest, like anything from it. So it reminds me a little bit of Gamescom, whereas like I know Gamescom was like one of the biggest like trade shows for games, but I personally can't remember a single big Gamescom trailer for anything. All I remember is like the big E3 announcements.
Here's a point of comparison, and this isn't completely accurate in that there are many ways you can watch Summer Game Fest outside of YouTube. Mm-hmm. I guess that could be technically true with PlayStation as well, since you can watch it on Twitch. There's restreams of places, but last year's Summer Game Fest has 1.7 million views on YouTube 11 months ago. PlayStation event from 7 days ago, 4.6 million.
Yeah.
So, I think PlayStation can pull views more. So the long story short is just basically that if there's something there, I wouldn't expect it to be this fanboy saving grace moment of a new Uncharted or something like that. They could. We saw there may be a through line, which we'll talk about Last of Us factions later or whatever. But remember that the last time we saw that game was Neil Druckmann on stage talking about it at Summer Game Fest. So there could be some kind of through line there, but with that game and what we're going to talk about, it's hard to say that will show up again. But I don't know. The thought of another showcase certainly seems possible, but I don't know. I'm the type of person that I just refuse to get my hopes up for something like that. Something I was thinking about too, and I guess this kind of goes more into the prior question, is just that this idea about the terminology, the showcase versus the state of play, and Sony's marketing obligations to people. This is kind of, I think, the catch-22 they've put themselves in with the state of play versus the showcase. Initially, it sounds like a good thing. Set people's expectations correctly. So, state of play, don't expect big announcements. The showcase, this is the big one. That's the tone that they've set with these. That's kind of all been fucked up, being that pretty much, not exactly all of it, but a lot of the God of War marketing was all in state of plays during that year that they didn't have one, that year and a half, right? And now we have a state of play that feels or not a state of play. Now we have a showcase that feels like a state of play that may include many marketing obligations that maybe they said, hey, this won't be in a state of play. This will be in the showcase, which is guaranteed to get way more views or something like that. And so the other thing too, some people said, well, what if it was just an hour long? It felt like an hour-long state of play. I think that's the other thing too, is that if they say state of play, then people's expectations are immediately lowered and they'd have less people tune in. So it's one of those things they're kind of stuck where if they don't have everything for a showcase, then people are going to be annoyed. But they also don't want to call it a state of play because then it's like too big for that. So I don't know. It's just a weird situation they found themselves in with this dynamic of the two different types of branding behind things. But certainly there will be another state of play. I think certainly PlayStation will speak again about first and second party stuff. To what extent? And again, those words kind of mean nothing now. State of play versus showcase. Really, all they mean is the length of how long it is, I would say, at this point.
Yeah. PlayStation will speak. It reminds me like at the end of a Marvel movie where it's like Star-Lord will return.
Yeah. Right. Jim Ryan will return.
Jim Ryan will return.
Jim Ryan will return.
It's funny. I was watching their like I said, their shareholder presentation, and you can tell that they were filming all of this stuff at the same time, like the showcase stuff and kind of the different people's appearances during the exposition for the shareholders. So I just thought that was fascinating too. So this stuff all seemed to have been kind of kinetically moving. And do I think that it was this ideal setup and scenario? No, I don't. Am I disappointed on a personal level? Yeah, I am. But I cannot discount what was shown because it just wasn't bad. It wasn't even mediocre. It was good. It was just not what people expected. And I will be very, very, very curious to see if this has any material effect on the market. Because the way people talk about this makes it seem like this is a sea change. And I just don't agree. I don't see that happening. When PS3 level era Sony comes back, I'll tell you because I know it very well. And shit, that would be kind of awesome for us because that was probably the most fun I ever had covering PlayStation in some way. Yeah. Not because it's negative or bad, but because it's funny. Like when a fan base melts down, like the PlayStation fan base melted down during the early PS3 era, it was funny. Yeah. And
Hayes was hilarious.
What'd you say?
I said Hayes was hilarious.
Hayes. Oh yeah.
Hayes is awesome.
So I don't know. Just be careful what you let's not be careful what you ask for, but I guess I would say just keep everything in context. And remember that just because something wasn't shown doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's the point I was making about Uncharted. Like, so if Uncharted was shown, people would have loved this showcase a lot more. Probably people would have maybe almost no problems with it or very few problems with it if only Uncharted was shown. But my argument is like, what if it's shown at Summer Games Fest and it's just going to come out at the same time anyway? And so like, what does it matter? This is what I'm interested to see how it all turns out. And to pretend that I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was going to say, like, I also think there's a greater amount of context missing from the way that we generally cover showcases, because I think there's an assumption. It's like, oh, this is a PlayStation showcase. They must harp a lot on like the Xbox showcases, but we're actually pretty kind to the Xbox showcases. In fact, like every time an Xbox showcase comes out and people are like kind of like bummed about it, we're usually kind of a little bit higher on it. We're usually like, we're the first people to go like, well, what did people expect? It's like, it's a pretty solid showing of game. Like, I don't know what they want. So like I think there's like this expectation that maybe because we're a PlayStation podcast, we're uniquely soft on PlayStation and uniquely hard on the competition, but I don't think that's true at all. I feel like we have a pretty holistic and not objective, because it's impossible to be truly objective, but definitely as close as one could be in this sphere, especially in comparison to some of the other takes that we've seen out there. It's like crazy. So that context needs to be added too, I think. Because you go back and look at any episode that we've ever done where we've even remotely touched on an Xbox showcase, and we're pretty high in comparison to the general consensus.
Yeah, and I think we'll do a episode of Sacred Plus for the next Xbox showcase because I'm interested. They're going to show a lot. I think it'll be interesting to hear what we have to say about their strategy. And yeah, I've long been a fan of Microsoft's approach with some of their services and their online infrastructure and all of that. I just don't think that they're a good producer of games, at least not yet. Maybe that's, or, a consistently good producer of games.
Yeah.
And that might be about to change for all we know. And I think that's great. But that's the point I was making, Chris, about this whole idea of like they treat these companies differently. It's like, yes, just like you would treat your, the two criminals differently depending on their rap sheets.
Yeah.
It's like you just, one has earned more goodwill. I'm sorry. That's just reality. That is just reality.
I just don't want the narrative to be like, look at them running defense for the showcase for like 40 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that to be the narrative when it's this is just our general outlook. Like, things are never as bad as they seem, really. Well, like in these, whenever these showcases come out.
But I agree with you. But also, doesn't that speak to the responsibility of an audience to?
Of course, yeah.
How do I put this? It's like we get clipped out all the time and made fun of and doing all this stuff, but it lacks the context of our 4-hour weekly show. Mm-hmm. And if you're not honest enough with yourself and with others to know that, to inherently know that, then you don't give a fuck about what we say anyway, because you're really just looking for holes in it to poke and to exploit. I think that's why I was saying earlier about how I'm a little surprised by some of Sacred Symbol's audience's reaction to the showcase. Not that we didn't want more, not that we didn't want it to be better, all those things, but that we've gone into great detail about what was going to happen next in terms of games as a service, about the charge of the new studios and all this. It's almost like a lot of people just simply weren't listening or lying to themselves. So I think all of those things can be true at the same time. But my hope is that we've cultivated an audience that knows that what you're saying is true. Like 100% knows that.
No,
and we're never going to win over anyone else, like the other people.
Of course.
Because they want to hate us.
Right. But I just want that to be there for context anyway. So that way, if anybody, they can have some retort.
None of this will be in the clips that come out of the show. So don't worry.
No, of course not. But it's important that it is there.
But the other thing is that it just is what it is to say that I guess we're important enough for people to constantly want to pick apart, because I don't make content about other people. Like I love listening to other people, but you're not seeing me make content about other people. Mm-hmm. So it's like, why are you giving us so much? Why, for people that hate us, they give us a big voice. They're actually amplifying the effect of the show. That's another confusing thing too. I would prefer to just starve. If I hated me, I would just starve me of oxygen personally.
Yeah. They're the biggest fans.
It's what Howard Stern always said, that people that hate Howard Stern listen to him more than the people that like for a longer period of time in a session than people that like him. Mm-hmm. And he's like, well, you're a listener. Welcome to Sacred Symbols. All right. Is there anything else here from the audience? No, I appreciate everyone writing in good set of inquiries here. Asher, Ruben, although Ruben is what I put in here. Fernando. Andrew, I'm looking at your weird salt question again. Get out of here.
Get out of here with that.
All right, my friends, let's get into the news as it stands now. Another NVIDIA leak has come to fruition. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, the 2021 PlayStation 5 exclusive, is now no longer exclusive. It's coming to PC on July 26th. And Nix's is the one that has ported this, which is good news, I think. It's also a very complex game, I think, with what the SSD can do, although that's now being contended. We can definitely talk about that. But Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, I'm very curious to see how this does. This is a pretty good game. I think the 2016 remake was better. I liked it more. But I thought this was a great next step in the series. It's lovable. It's different. I think PlayStation needs a differentiator like Ratchet and Clank. It needs more differentiators, but Ratchet and Clank definitely stands apart based on what PlayStation does. I hope they continue with the series. I think they will. I think this is a way for them to extract more money and more fandom out of it. So that's good. Chris, what do you make about Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart coming to PC?
I mean, that's great. I've always been a proponent of this stuff. Like these games coming to PC. I think Ratchet and Clank. Does Ratchet and Clank have a PC presence at all?
I don't think so. I can look. But I think this is the first time. Yeah, I'll look.
Because that's a big deal if that's true. I feel like it is true. I feel I don't
I
feel
think
like
it is, but I just want to make sure there's no like random
thing
I'm missing here.
Some random side scroller that came out on Steam.
Yeah, because I'm looking. It's like, all right, Ratchet and Clank going commando up your arsenal. Yeah, there's nothing. No, yeah, that would be it.
So it's the first foray of this franchise on PC, and that's kind of exciting in some way. There's definitely a lot of people who might get in on this. I'm curious to see. PlayStation PC ports are like a fascinating thing because we don't really have a solid streak of particularly like it's always like there's like a hit and then there's like a miss. The most recent one I think was The Last of Us Part 1, and that was kind of a mess. But then the one before that, I don't remember which game it was.
Returnal.
I think
Returnal
right? Was that? I feel like that was good.
Pretty good. It had a few issues, but not nearly on Last of Us Part 1.
Yeah, there was. I can't. What was? There was one PlayStation first party game that came to PC and it was like perfect. There was like literally nothing wrong with
Days Gone.
No, was it? Really?
No, I'm serious. The Days Gone port was amazing.
It's because it was on Unreal Engine.
That's poetic.
Yeah, Days Gone and Spider-Man also. Both Spider-Man Remastered and Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Yeah,
no issues.
So like it's fascinating. Like we don't really have it's not quite like a PlayStation first party output on console where it's like you can expect, like, barring any unforeseen circumstances, like a Days Gone, it's going to go pretty damn well. It's going to run pretty damn well. It's going to be received really well. Everybody's going to love it. Their place on PC is a little bit more fractured. It's a little bit more unsteady. Like, you can't really in good faith assume that a PlayStation PC port is going to be, as polished as you might want. And with this game being so SSD oriented, I wonder, I don't know, I'm curious as to how the port's going to go. I hope it's good. But I mean, they were touting the specific qualities of the PlayStation SSD for this thing, and obviously it's been 2-3 it's been a while. PC technology has had a decent amount of time to catch up to that stuff, and I'm sure SSDs are pretty dime a dozen now.
People will remember also that I kept saying on this very show that I did not believe them.
That's true. You're right.
That there was no way that those two things could work on without the PS5's Ultra Elite SSD. We'll see. Yeah. That didn't wash for me. After I played the game, I'm like, this isn't. There's parts of the game that work like that. That it's a very impressive game.
Yeah, it's cool.
But they definitely got lost in the weeds with the marketing. But I was looking at this slate that I thought you might find interesting, Chris, and Dustin, we can go on to you as well. Is that fiscal year 20, PlayStation released Horizon on PC, and then fiscal year 21 they released Days Gone and God of War, and then fiscal year 22 they released The Last of Us, Returnal, Spider-Man, Uncharted, and Miles Morales. So revenue's going up. Interestingly, they don't note in their write-up that Sackboy also came over. They don't talk about that at all, probably because it didn't sell very well. But clearly this emphasis is going to grow. Ratchet, we knew this was happening. The NVIDIA leak is 100% real. Anyone who thinks that leak isn't real or not 100% reliable at this point is crazy.
Yeah.
That might be one of the most legendary leaks ever. And it's amazing. Like once it all settles, we really should go and do like a whole episode on it about what it predicted and like what order it all was announced in. What a disaster. Dustin, what do you think about this situation?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that Ratchet and Clank, outside of the NVIDIA leak, makes a lot of logical sense for Nixxes to be their next project, just because they did both Spider-Man and Spider-Man Miles Morales. And this is Insomniac that we're talking about. So they're used to working within the framework of their technology. So it would make sense this is the next logical step for them to work on and get out. I am really curious about how this is going to work out in terms of, like you guys were saying, the SSD tech. If it's anything like Returnal, which those are very different games, but both designed for the PlayStation 5, Returnal's minimum memory spec for RAM was 16 gigs, which is pretty dang high in terms of, at least, I'm trying to think. I always remember it was like 8 gigs was about what you wanted. So to bring it up to 16 as your minimum was pretty high. And so I'm wondering if they were using something where they were loading assets into your PC's RAM or something like that in order to kind of use some of the SSD tricks. But it very well may be possible that this game comes out and people have it running on a traditional hard drive or something like that, even with low RAM. I don't know. It's hard to say. But it'll be interesting to see if it comes to pass that it's like, yeah, it totally could have released on something else. But I don't know. Anytime something like this happens, I always see the complainers out there about PlayStation 5 losing another dedicated exclusive, devaluing the console.
Well, hold on a sec. Let's get into this.
Oh, is there someone
get into
here?
it? Yeah, Ziggy writes and says,
okay.
Yo, CDC, incoming rant. I'm sure you've seen the takes online about Ratchet going to PC, and you know all their snark and rage will amount to nothingness, much like their terminally online life. No one should be surprised this was leaked years ago, thanks to our pals over at NVIDIA. And in the grand scheme of things, no one cares. I doubt these said people are going to fork the money for needed specs these games will need. I doubt this game will run well on PC considering the streak of bad ports as of late, but maybe Nixus will prove me wrong. I doubt people will flock to PCs as their new main driver for games when they have a library of games on the console. I doubt these tech-illiterate folks would have the tolerance to deal with some of the common problems going on in their firmware or hardware, especially from the manufacturing side. The sky is blue, my piss is yellow, and consoles will still sell well. Go on about this, Dustin, because I agree. Shouldn't we actually have enough data to know now that it doesn't matter? Like, aren't we confident enough to know that this is affecting nothing at all?
Yeah.
In fact, PlayStation sells better now as the games come to PC. I don't understand what people are so upset about.
Yeah, this game has been available just on PlayStation for years now. At least a year, maybe two.
No, it's been 2 years, over 2 years.
Yeah, over 2 years. And I see some people, there's multiple perspectives. There's the PlayStation side that is whining and complaining about bullshit that doesn't matter. About oh, God forbid someone else play the game. At this point, it's had its value on PlayStation, as we said. It will continue to have value on that console. And like you said, Colin, the data is probably out there that a lot of people that buy this are either people buying it again that played it on PlayStation and then want to check it out on their $1 million rig, or people that were never going to buy a console in the first place. Yeah. There are some people that think about the fact that, why should I even buy a PS5? There's all the exclusives are eventually going to come to PC. Cool. Then don't. Just wait 2 years. If you're fine with waiting, then
it's like, here's the argument, Dustin. Here's the argument.
Yeah.
I can either play the game day one on a cheaper piece of hardware that's made to run it, or I can wait 2 years, like you said, and then play it on the more expensive, and less accessible hardware. That argument itself doesn't make any sense. But regardless of this, I just wanted to throw out that Sony's, as they sell more games on PC and make more money on PC, more people buy PlayStations, and the games are selling better.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that they're additive. What I'm saying is that at the very least, it doesn't matter.
The fact that they do it in the first place should tell you. The fact that they do it in the first place should tell you that it clearly doesn't really matter in any real way. Because if it mattered in any real way, they wouldn't be doing it.
Right. They want you on PlayStation Network.
Yeah.
First and foremost,
the whole waiting thing. It's like, oh, you just wait 2 years. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, imagine being in the 90s. It's like, well, I could play Majora's Mask now, or I could wait 20 years to emulate it on PC. It's like, fucking yeah, you can. If you have the patience to wait, go ahead, wait. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's probably the smartest thing you can do, actually, for real.
Right, go read a book.
It's like the best thing to do, actually, is to just not play any games, wait till you're 60, and then download everything for free. Probably. It's like the most holistic, most cost-effective way to play games, I guess. But, I mean, if you're interested in the industry, I don't know, I feel like you're going to probably want that a little bit sooner. I feel like maybe you want to get in, I think, PlayStations are selling well. And there's a reason for that, is because people ultimately do like convenient hardware. And PCs, especially as of late with these terrible PC ports, dude, I don't know. PC always fluctuates between being the best place to play your games and just the most unreliable shitstorm of a wasteland possible. It's insane. I think every major game that's come out on PC has been the worst version of it. And you could say oh, that's the console's fault because they make it for the consoles, and then it's maybe, but it's irrelevant. It is what it is, though, isn't it? That very well might be true. Unfortunately, it's still true. It is what it is. These ports are fucking horrible. And so I don't know, if you can wait, by all means. I implore you to wait.
Yeah, yeah. Like you said, do you?
Yeah.
I just think that it's not, again, I want to be clear that I don't think that this data is necessarily related. I just think that, so it's not true that necessarily that the PC games or PlayStation games are coming to PC. PlayStation 5 is selling better. Therefore, PlayStation 5 is selling better because games are coming to PC. I don't believe that. What I do believe is true is that PlayStation games came to PC. PlayStation 5s nonetheless are selling better, and meaning that at the very least there's no relationship, which is ideal. This is creating a serious amount of revenue for PlayStation. It's not most of their revenue or even a lot of their revenue, but we're talking about enough revenue that they're generating and project to generate in the coming couple of fiscal years that can pay for a couple of stem to stern AAA exclusives, like the entire production based on what they're making off of PC. So that's, if you care about, I made this argument when this stuff first started happening, and I'll continue to make it, is that if you care about the pedigree of PlayStation Studios and the money dumped into it, then you should want things like this to happen, because the money has been, the blood is extracted from the stone. Go get it from the PC guys now.
It just always confuses me, like, because even when I was like even when I was a kid in high school, the exclusive nature of certain games always kind of they bugged me. Like, cause I remember when Left 4 Dead came out, and I was so excited on 360, and I was like, dude, me and my friends were playing it, and then we had some other friends on PS3 who couldn't play it, and I remember being like, oh man, I wish you could play this. Like, I really wish it was on PlayStation. Obviously, they were busy playing
Killzone 2.
They were Flower. No, Flower's great, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
But it's just hard for me to relate to the mindset that's upset that games are accessible to other people, like based on it's based on platform. It's just like a weird. I'll never understand the protectiveness of it. I get it in the sense that it defines like the zeitgeist and the ecosystem and the feel of your overall, play space. I get that. I get that Metal Gear Solid like kind of like forms how PlayStation feels. I understand how Crash Bandicoot and those games kind of made PlayStation feel like a certain way. I get it. But also, if you like a game, like, wouldn't you want it to be? I don't know.
But it devalues your purchase, Chris.
No, it doesn't. That's insane.
That's always the argument.
That is an insane argument. That's a ravings of a madman. Imagine if it's like, oh man, I love this pizza, but it's made worse by the fact that other people can eat it. It's fucking insane. That is lunacy.
Right. And I would say that like the most fanboyish reaction should be, yeah, get as much money from these motherfuckers as possible to make more of your games.
Right.
That would be like the Disney adult reaction. It's like, yeah, company, go company. So like the idea that it's so funny to me that the fanboyish reaction is that you want PlayStation to make less money.
Yeah.
Like,
I think you brought up. You said Disney adult, and my mind went on like this crazy roller coaster. You know that video, that fish with a big forehead that you sent me?
Yeah. Yes.
I imagine that character like speaking in the Little Mermaid, or like singing one of those songs.
It should have been in the movie, that film.
Yeah,
that Eldritch film. Man, I can't do it with that movie. It's too unsettling.
Yeah, I already don't like the ocean as is. I don't need. Right. I like the idea of a character designer at Disney being just Googling what the animal is and submitting it as their character design. It's like, oh, what's flounder? He's a flounder. Cool. Here's a flounder. Make this.
Fucking creepy.
All right, gross.
Let's move on here. I thought I'd ask you guys about this. This comes from the website insidergaming.com, and it says here there's a note about Q Lite or Project Q. So Insider Gaming had long leaked the idea that there was going to be this handheld Wi-Fi only PlayStation controller. Basically, they called it Q Lite. Sony introduced it as Project Q in the showcase, and Insider Gaming understands that Project Q's battery life, the website says, will be around 3 to 4 hours. I don't know. I don't know if this is that big of a deal, but I'm curious what you guys make of that. I that's kind of like in line of what I would expect, especially if it's going to be cheap, because I think that this thing is going to be like $200. So here's my logic about this: is that because I think about, I'm just going to talk about my own use of it. Right? I'm using it on my couch or in my recliner or in my bed.
Yeah, I'm
not going anywhere with it. No one is.
It's not designed to do that.
Right, exactly. So that's my whole thing. Is like, I don't really understand. It reminds me of people back in the Game Gear era where they would people used to just play their Game Gear plugged in, and it was like, well, what is the point of that? Because it uses like 7,000 batteries and it lasts for 2 minutes. It's different. Like, this can only be used in that respect. So where are you going to be that you can't plug your thing in? I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses for it, but I don't think that 4-hour battery life is the end of the world, personally.
No, it is. It's, I don't know. To me, it's because how long is the? I guess I would know. I haven't really timed it or anything, but the Steam Deck I feel like runs for about that time.
It's so dependent on what you're playing on it.
That's true. Yeah, that's the thing. It depends on like how intensive the game is, and the same thing with the Switch as well. Like Zelda's about like 2 hours or something. But like I don't know, you probably did play Tetris on it for like 4 or something. But the thing to me isn't necessarily that the battery life is insufficient. After all, you're going to be in your house the whole time. You're going to be using this. Chances are you're going to be charging it anytime you're not using it. And you're never going to be, I doubt you're going to be playing on the Q Lite for 4 hours at any point. But there is something to be said about like, if it's just streaming and it's not even running the game natively, like why isn't it? You know, why doesn't it last longer? If it's not really running anything and it's just a screen, basically, I guess it's a DualSense too, which is probably like the main... There's almost an argument that it probably could have been a lot better of a product if it just didn't have DualSense capabilities.
Yeah, the haptics or whatever. I would think that would break games. You know.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal, but also I get it. It is bizarre to see something that isn't running anything with a battery life like that.
Well, I have something up here from PC Gamer I wanted to read to you guys because I thought this was pretty instructive. Let's put it into context. This device will play both God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn, right? At 60 frames, 50% brightness, and Wi-Fi enabled, you can get 97 minutes out of your Steam Deck. If you play God of War, according to PC Gamer, you get 83 minutes at 60 frames. If you boost it back to 30 frames locked, you get up to 205 minutes of God of War and 120 minutes of Horizon Zero Dawn, so 2 hours. Mm-hmm. So they're playing the game natively. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different, but the point is that you're playing the same game. And so I would think even if that would, honestly, 4 hours, if even for a device that you used remotely, would make sense to me. But I just think people's expectations here, I don't know. It just seems like a lot of complaining lately about small things. I thought most of you didn't care about this thing anyway. Yeah, I'm excited about it. And that doesn't turn me off, personally, the 3 or 4 hours.
It's not really going to hinder what it is. Like like I said, I really do. Unless you're in the bathroom with a really just a really legendary bout of diarrhea and you just need a distraction for 4 straight hours. Like I don't see anybody using this thing to its absolute battery completion. Like I just don't see it. Like these types of machines are meant for like in between states. You know?
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say, Chris, is that, okay, so this is primarily designed to be used in the home over Wi-Fi. You can use PlayStation streaming over the internet. It's mixed results, right? But it's primarily designed for the home. So when are you going to be using this? When you're not in front of your TV or if someone else is using your TV, right?
Yeah.
So in your bed, let's say you play it before bed. I mean, I guess you could play it for 3 to 4 hours in your bed. But then also, if you need to play it more than 3 to 4 hours when you're in your bed, then plug it in. I don't know. To me, the whole battery life is all about the mobility of it. And even just looking at this thing, the way it's designed, it's not meant really to be taken out of the home. It is a mobile device in that it's not connected to anything and has a battery life, but it's not designed to go outside of the house.
It's an untethered device, I would say.
Yeah,
it's an untethered device, but it's not meant to be taken anywhere. Like I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. But I also feel like just Project Q in general is just kind of a weird. I'm curious to see how this thing does. I'm curious to see what the market is for this. I'm curious to see like how well it sells because most people can kind of already get this experience in some way, you know, if they're really looking for it. And I wonder how utilized remote play even is, because I've never really felt compelled to use it. I don't know. We'll see. It'll be an interesting. Hopefully, it's designed for it in such a specific way that it works better than it, you know, streaming on your phone or something. That would be the ideal outcome. Is that it's a dedicated streaming device that can only stream and it only works on PlayStation, but it's designed specifically for it, so the experience is like top tier and it's way better than you're going to get on a phone. That is the ideal outcome. And I do feel like if it's anything less than that, I do think there might be a problem.
Man, I think there's reason to be optimistic that that's exactly what it will be, but we'll see what happens. Delta Bugles wrote in about something more ambitious, though. He says, "Hey, boys, with the Project Q announcement official and in the wild, I think the majority of impressions from folks across the industry is an overwhelming meh. I personally think the Q has a place because of a dedicated remote play device is cool for my specific use cases, but I can't help but wonder that they should have pushed harder in a couple of areas, such as cloud gaming or taking another stab at local handheld capabilities. I understand the cloud infrastructure is a huge investment and the complexities it takes to really get right, but you can't tell me a device such as the Q wouldn't be able to run indie games, such as Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters or a game like Hades. Do you think it's possible they would allow for developers to target a lower end spec in order for games to play on some future dedicated handheld similar to the Deck Verified program? With the Steam Deck, one can dream. Thanks and have good days." Thank you, Delta Bugles, for writing in. I was thinking that this was nothing, but I don't know if you guys saw, there is a report, although I'll look in a second when I kick over to you guys, that Qualcomm apparently is talking to PlayStation about giving some innards to a new handheld. And this was like written, I think, in passing in some news item, like in the economic world. So it's possible Sony is investigating getting involved in another handheld device. I have no idea. They could just be sourcing things for the Q Lite for all we know. So I think, I don't know, man. Do we really want this? I love the Vita. I don't think there's anyone that loved the Vita more than me, so I don't even want to fucking hear it, actually. But as years have passed, I've really come to kind of embrace, do we really want that anymore? Because we have such a differentiation between what Switch can do and what PS5 can do that you are going to need to take necessarily a step backwards. Remember, the Vita was about as strong as the PS3. So it wasn't that much of a step backwards when it came out. In fact, it came out during the PS3 era, right? It wasn't that much weaker of a device. It didn't expose the other device. But I think Switch, as it's a meteoric selling device, it's an amazing device. People love it. Great games. I'm not saying any of that. But from a fidelity standpoint, it has been exposed in a generational way where I think PlayStation 5 would be kind of stupid to say like, well, let's handicap ourselves. We have this powerful device, this SSD, these first-party studios that make $200 million games, and then we're going to scale it back to a Vita mentality. I will remind everyone that you are the reason that the Vita failed, not me. You. If we all put that energy
and Sony
into Vita,
a little bit.
If we all put that, that's true. If we all put that, I'm just making fun of everyone, of course, but if we all put that energy into Vita at the time, then there would be another handheld. We would have the handheld. You guys didn't want it.
Yeah.
Now you want it.
Yeah. It's all your fault. You specifically, Mark.
Yeah, Mark. What an
Fuck
asshole.
you, Mark.
Asshole. Fucking Mark.
So where are we on this? I do we want a dedicated PlayStation handheld? I think splitting your focus is, it seemed much more appealing back in the day, but I just don't think, I think Sony would be stupid to go in that direction. I don't know. I don't even, I like the idea of contesting the Nintendo space, but I think they've let it go. I think that their time's kind of up, you know, unless they really can figure out a way to get like a PS4 specifically in a handheld. And then I think maybe you're onto something. And then maybe you keep the PS4 alive for a long time, which would be really, really interesting. Where it's like you have this PS4 ecosystem that just it's the base backwards compatible system that what everything else draws off of. That would be a fascinating proposition, but I think anything less than that would probably be a mistake. They let it go. They ceded that space and didn't do anything about it, and Nintendo dominated it. I don't know if you can change it now.
Yeah.
Dustin, you have any thoughts?
Yeah. Well, and I think that too, not just Nintendo, and I know it's not huge yet, but I mean, PC handhelds, it was surprising to me. Obviously, the Steam Deck is huge, but now this ROG Ally 2 is also picking up a lot of momentum. So clearly there's something there about the PC handheld space. So it's just getting even more crowded. And so, yeah, the thing with the Vita, and like you were saying, Colin, about the development aspect and scaling back, it's just that you had Sony making shitty versions of their standard IP to fit the Vita that were clearly budget and not very good, but also required way more development than previous handheld generations just by the power of the Vita. So it just made this mess of, cool, yeah, this game looks great on a handheld, but it's also just a million times inferior than its console counterpart. And no one wants that. And so maybe there is something where you can have a device that plays PS4 games, and then indie developers, whatever, if your game can run on it, then it could also run on that. But just, you know, you have VR in the mix too, and they have this Q Lite, and it's I would
It's a
rather
lot.
them stay focused right now than do that.
There is something to be said though about so a dedicated handheld. I don't think it's a dumb idea necessarily, even in this environment where it's kind of overcrowded and they have kind of seated themselves in a very, very specific place where they are, Sony is like fidelity, like that's our thing. And, if they made a handheld that probably couldn't necessarily, match up to their standards. I don't think people necessarily need a handheld with its own dedicated ecosystem like the Vita or the PSP. I think people would be more than happy, like we've been talking about, just to have a portable version of something that carries their existing library in a portable way. Even if it's, because that's the thing that I'm really enamored with by the Steam Deck right now. It's not necessarily that it's its own device that has like, oh, Steam Deck exclusive. It's that, wow, my entire Steam library is on this thing. And I can play all of it. And that's insane. That's kind of amazing. And I do think that's like a really attractive thing. Especially in the PlayStation space, where there's so many, like the PS4 generation itself has so much on it, and people have built their digital libraries. Imagine selling somebody like a machine that's like, hey, this thing will let you play everything you've ever owned on PlayStation at a reasonable enough, like maybe you don't expect 60 frames on it, right? That's possible. Or maybe you don't expect like the high fidelity, graphics on it, but it'll run anything that you can play on the PS4. And maybe even some early PS5 stuff. That's crazy. Like, that's a really awesome part. I don't know if it's necessarily the smartest thing to do or the smartest thing to allocate resources to, but people would love that. No doubt.
I wonder if there's something in the, like, imagine a really unexpected and definitely not going to happen thing where you can get like PS5 games running on a handheld in some way, in some fashion, not the Q-Lite, but something deeper than that. It would be interesting if in the SDK they've buried things that, like, let me back up. It was interesting on the PS4 era when they let you finally change your name. They actually buried that in the SDK for years. Like you had to start treating PlayStation Network names differently than they used to, starting in like 2012 in preparation for them turning the Switch, which they did years later. So they like buried this little nugget in there, right? Like, just treat it this way and it'll work. In other words, I wonder, and I should know this because I own a developer, although I don't even think I have a PS5 kit here, but maybe I do. I wonder if there's like little things in there that would make a move like that possible, like little settings or little things, nodes that you have to deal with. I don't think that would be possible with PS5, but I definitely think that would be possible with PS4. That's why I think getting a PS4, it would be interesting to ask Tom about this if for Moore's Law is dead, if that, like, what would that look like and how much would that cost? Because that is a fascinating thing, Chris, to think that you could have just like, say, a portable PS4 and it would at least give you everything from your PS4, and then games continue to come to PS4 as necessary, so that it's a platform that could be supported in perpetuity, potentially, like lower res things, ports, indie games, whatever. I think that would be really interesting. Dustin, you have anything you want to add before we move on?
No, I think we covered it.
All right, so let's get into this thing here. I just wanted to talk about this quick from our old friend Jeff Ross, who was the game director of Days Gone, a longtime designer at Bend Studio. He randomly tweeted out, I get a little bummed out from these PlayStation Showcase shows because they only remind me we could have had Days Gone 2 out a month ago if we had just stuck to our guns. And people obviously picked this up. Ben Sender is one of them. He says, hey guys, do you think Jeff Ross's comments about Days Gone 2 potentially being completed by now to be as insane as I do? There are so many variables in game development that there's no way to know that. If you could know exactly what a game would be finished, when a game would be finished, we would be seeing the same amount of game delays we currently do. Yeah, but I don't think you should read into it too much. But Ben, the bigger thing I was thinking of is that these guys, there's like a lot of, the obvious truth is that there seems to be a lot of bad blood. Like, people can't help themselves around this project, like revolved around Bend. And I personally think, Dustin, that people need to just let go of this Days Gone sequel thing. It's not going to happen. And you don't really want it to happen now. The game director, the creative director, and the lead designer are all gone. The lead designer went to Sucker Punch. Jeff, I think, went to Crystal Dynamics, although I don't know if he's still there. And then, obviously, we know Garvin is doing his own thing with Lethos. So I just think it's like, why are people so obsessed with this game still? I love Days Gone more than the average bear, but I've let go. it's time to let go. Don't you think?
Yeah. Well, and I think that goes, I don't know. I don't want to be too critical, but I think that goes in both in terms of the audience and tweeting stuff out like this. Let it go.
Yeah,
I get it. Maybe
that's a fair point. Sure.
Your internal doc, maybe when you were trying to map out this game, this was the proposed potential release date, and I think that's what he means. But I don't know. At this point, it's kind of just airing out dirty laundry. We know that there was issues, but it doesn't exist, and it's not going to exist. And I don't know. I guess what's the point of any tweet other than to just express yourself in some way? Sure. And so Jeff wants to express his frustration, but and he has every right to do that. But
he should come on Sacred Plus and get it all off his chest if he wants.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
What do you think, Chris? Should we let go of Days Gone?
Absolutely. Absolutely, we should let go of Days Gone.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Some more news, smaller news items I wanted to get through. Alone in the Dark. So people will remember Alone in the Dark was a 1992 PC game. I think the sequel came to PS1, horror game from Infogrames, which would later become Atari in its new form after Atari went out of business and they acquired the name. They had this survival horror game that it was actually predates Biohazard. Doesn't predate Sweet Home, but it predates Biohazard and Resident Evil, obviously, and Silent Hill and all that stuff. And they never really were able to really revitalize it. There was a PS1 and PS2 game that was called The New Nightmare, I think. And then there was the 2008 reimagining of Alone in the Dark called Alone in the Dark. And that's where we last left it. And we knew a new game was coming. So basically in some bankruptcy filings and so on and so forth. Actually, no, this is not true. Let me back up. You might remember in 2018, Atari sold Alone in the Dark to THQ Nordic, part of the Embracer Group. And ever since then, the Embracer Group has had one of their studios working on a new game. We now have a date for the game of October 25th. It comes to PlayStation 5. It'll cost $60. Does anyone care? I think it looks pretty cool. I mean, one of the things that I don't know if it's going to be any good, but one cool thing about it is that you can play as one of two characters. So you get two different playthroughs of the game, depending on who you play as, and like kind of different versions of what would be the same story otherwise. Dustin, are you going to play Alone in the Dark when it comes out October 25th?
I'm not sure. I actually haven't seen this trailer yet. I'm looking at the spotlight on THQ Nordic's YouTube channel. Surprisingly, David Harbour is the voice of the main character, which is pretty interesting. So with him involved with two gaming related projects, is it possible we have David Harbour on Sacred Symbols? Can we make that happen?
I don't know. That would be nice.
Probably not
though. Yeah.
I don't know really anything about Alone in the Dark, but again, this renaissance of survival horror is pretty cool. So that alone has me at least intrigued. But yeah, I have no real experience with the IP.
How about you? Are any interest with you, Chris?
I only remember the was it 2008 or there's an Alone in the Dark that came to PS3 and was it 2008 exactly?
Yeah, it was. Eden Games made it. The studio that would later go on to make that Gear Club Unlimited series. That's pretty popular.
Yeah, I played that version of Alone in the Dark, and I remember there's a sequence where you have to blink and you have to there's like a button, like your vision gets blurry if you don't blink.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that actually.
And I remember being like, I don't know if I'm either this really sucks or I'm simply not sophisticated or old enough to care about this. So I never really gave Alone in the Dark its proper shake. I don't really know much about it, but October's going to be a busy month this year, especially because I think Alan Wake is around that time too.
Yeah, Alan Wake's earlier in the month, I think. Yeah.
Let me tell you something, man. Horror people are eating good this year.
Definitely.
It's crazy when you this is going to be like an all-time year, I think, already. Like even just with what we just have.
Yeah, Dead Space and Resident Evil alone, both being remakes too.
Yeah,
it'd be cool to get something new. We'll see. Yeah. I'm rooting for them. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going back to Alone in the Dark. They acquired it for a reason. They got it for pretty cheap. I'm looking at the Metacritic score of the 2008 version of the game. It's not very good. Xbox 360 58, PS3 69. It was also on the Wii and the PS2.
Oh yeah,
there was a PS2 version of that game. That's so interesting. All right, VGC reports something really interesting. The Witcher 3 has sold 50 million copies. 50 million copies. This makes it one of the 10 best-selling games ever. And I'm wondering, Dustin, how does that strike you?
Yeah, I think this is awesome just because of the humble beginnings of The Witcher and how the meteoric rise of this game to eventually getting its own Netflix show that ended up going south. But yeah, to see a super nerdy IP. I mean, The Witcher is some nerdy ass fantasy stuff, which in general has become really popular when you think of something like Game of Thrones, right? So to see this hit a meteoric level of success is pretty cool. As stated before, not really my cup of tea as many times as I've tried to play it. I've probably have 60 hours in this game over the different times I've tried to play it, and I think it's cool. I think there are many awesome aspects of this game. It's not really my cup of tea, but I understand why it appeals to so many people. And clearly CD Projekt Red's not done. They would be stupid at this point. They kind of just, it feels like with Witcher 3, despite there being 2 games before it, that this is really kind of a good starting point as far as a commercial perspective for it. So cool to see 50 mil. And I'm curious when we'll hear finally about Witcher 4.
Yeah, I think they had some layoffs recently for sure. I think both internally and at the Molasses Flood, which is the Boston studio that they purchased. Yeah. And I think they canceled one of the Witcher games that was in development, which is wise. I think that first of all, the economy's changing. We're going into a recession. You need to be a little bit more careful. I was reading that CD Projekt's gross revenue is down 20% year over year. So that's not a good sign. Obviously, they have the Cyberpunk thing. They're still dealing with the remnants of that and the stock price going down and all of the rest. But I think that they're the sign of the powerful potential of transmedia and cross-media things. I would be interested to see the sales trajectory and chart of the game after the show came out, because it probably was the game came out. It was a spike. It probably had a really nice plateau with various bumps for DLC and sales, and then it probably went back up. And that's pretty rare. And if companies that have cross-media potential can identify that potential, like what will happen to Gran Turismo 7 when Gran Turismo comes out? Probably good things. And I imagine Uncharted also benefited from that. We know The Last of Us Part 1 probably sold several million copies based on the HBO show, based on how it was performing on the charts, coming out back out of nowhere. So I'm happy for CD Projekt. I just don't want them to get too ahead of themselves. They need to focus, unlike some of these other studios, on the core product, which is The Witcher 4, and making sure that they nail that above all else. And I'm excited I think they either talked about or are about to talk about the DLC for Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And that will be interesting to see how that does too, because Cyberpunk is really an excellent game.
Yeah.
Chris, I'm eager to talk to you about this next one. The Lord of the Rings game, The Lord of the Rings Gollum from Daedalic, is so bad that they basically have immediately apologized for even making it. And Rob Persglove wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Trio, just wondering, when can we expect the Lord of the Ring Gollum spoiler cast?" Chris, what's going on with this game here, and what's going on with the sleep?
Yeah, so I did a whole video on this, but the long and short of it is this game's bad, like very uniquely bad, like to a point. I think it's the lowest rated game of the year. I think there was a point, I don't know if this is true, but it was like the lowest rated game on Steam for a hot minute. I think I heard that might not be true. Either way, it's got like a 38 on Metacritic or something. It's really, really bad, worse than Redfall by a lot. which is
an actual bad game. Perhaps.
Yeah, it's an actual. Yeah, Redfall is like undercooked and kind of like depressing, but like this is just straight up like from the concept of it to me is insane. Let's say that character that chokes on his own breath constantly, that's weak and can't do anything. Let's make a game out of him. So they apologize, and my favorite thing about the apology is that they didn't write the name of the game right. So the Lord of the Rings Gollum, they put out as, "Dear players, we would like to sincerely apologize for the underwhelming experience many of you have had with the Lord of Ring Gollum."
Yeah, it's awesome.
Which is awesome. Like I couldn't believe that.
Trademark too. They got the trademark in there, but not that S.
They got the trademark.
Asking for too much.
They got the trademark for the fake typo version of the game.
They're German,
I don't know.
So you can hear them saying it like that too, like the Lord of Ring.
But there's no typo anywhere else. That's what's fascinating about it. It's like they only fucked up the name at the beginning. But yeah, I mean it's not doing so hot. It's easily the worst game of the year, and we'll see if that can. I wonder if a game will come out that's worse than this. I doubt it. I can't imagine really anything being. And to be fair, and I do. I in the video that I made, I do kind of I take the piss out of the team a little bit, but at the same time, I do want to point out that this is very clearly a small studio that is in way over their head, that has no real business making a game like this. It makes no sense why they even got this IP. I think Daedalic, as a studio, they specialize in point and click adventure games.
Yeah, they do.
Yes, and apparently when they make those games, they're pretty good. So it just seems to me like this is a studio that just sort of overreached a little bit. But I do want to, point out this is way different than like a Microsoft putting out something that just that is almost as broken and almost as unplayable. It's a very different thing when one of the big console manufacturers, one of the richest companies in the world, puts out something like that, and then just some point and click adventure studio makes a kind of a shitty game. The way that they've monetized it though is insane. Like they have like the special edition has lore accurate dialogue for the elves that you don't get in the base version. There's like a lore compendium that is not in the game unless you get the special edition. And I think there's like an emote. There are like emotes for Gollum. That sentence. There are emotes for Gollum. And those are locked behind a paywall as well. I saw one of the emotes in Skill Up's video where it's just him fumbling over a bug that he's trying to eat. And it's this, look, man, the source material you got is not. Lord of the Rings is amazing source material, but Gollum is not good source material for a game. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like not even. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of pocket with this. I am a Lord of the Rings fan. I love the books and the movies.
Yeah.
Gollum sucks. I hate that.
Yeah, I say everybody feels that way. Everybody, even when he's in the Shadow of War games, Shadow of Mordor, when you have those missions where you're kind of like escorting Gollum, he sucks in those. He sucks in the movie. He's unsympathetic. He's gross.
It's like making a game about C-3PO in a way. It's like, or even worse, like Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
Like someone, it's like, oh, we take the worst thing about this.
Yeah, play Detroit Become Human, but you're Jar Jar Binks the whole time, the entire experience. It's like, do you want this? Does anybody want this? No, nobody wanted it, and I'm surprised that no one in all of the reviews, even in Ryan McCaffrey's IGN review is so funny because
I think he might have just voiced that.
I know he did. Oh, he's just doing.
But he
didn't
voice. Review it.
He
right?
didn't write it. He didn't write it. He does the narration for the video, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard because it's him doing it's professional Ryan McCaffrey, but he's talking so disparagingly. I really recommend everybody watch that review. It's so I was cackling when I was watching it, but
yeah, he actually does have a straight affect, which makes him funnier when he is.
Yeah,
when he is in that way.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about this. I'm curious what you make about this, Dustin and Chris. You might have thoughts on this too. It's shameless that companies release games like this, and obviously there's something up with the Tolkien estate once. Whatever the hell, Timothy Tolkien, not Timothy, I don't know what the hell his name is, the son.
Timothy Tolkien?
Was it Timothy Tolkien, the son, or Tim, something like that, the son, or Jonathan Tolkien, or something like that? Can't remember. Timothy Tolkien would be awesome.
It sounds like a comic book. It sounds like a comic book name.
It's Christopher Tolkien. That's what it is. And he died.
Timmy Tolkien.
He died.
Timmy Tolkien in the something.
Timmy Tolkien.
It's like a Harry Potter.
Timmy Tolkien. But Christopher Tolkien died in late 2020, and he was the arbiter of all things his father, right? And I know this was greenlit probably under him, although he was old and sick at the end. But there's clearly a disrespect going on with the Tolkien estate, and I don't know, like how do you let something like this happen to your IP? Why don't you care?
Yeah,
I guess that's what I'm saying. It seems strange to me that people go out and buy this trash, even ironically buying it, which I know people do for their videos and all these kinds of things is fine. But, but beyond that, You know what I think of is like what's going on right now, and people are going to get upset about this. I don't mean in any political way. We're not going to talk about it politically, but because it doesn't matter what you feel, it's not what I'm talking about or the point. But what's going on with Bud Light right now, where it's like you can actually crush a brand for trivial reasons. And you know what's not a trivial reason is the actual quality of the product. And people talk a big game about how much they hate this publisher and how much they hate this developer and how much they'll remember this and they'll never forget this and all this. But then Daedalic has the big enough dick to just be like, yeah, we're going to release this game anyway. And there'll be no consequence for it.
Yeah. And they're working on another Lord of the Rings game.
Exactly. Which is that when you see, I bring up Bud Light because it's like interesting when you see a product just be like a product that seems immortal being kind of brought to its knees by people. It reminds you that you have the same power to do that within our own industry for reasons that are much more material to the health and vibrancy of gaming. I really hope people hear that for what it is, not a political statement, but a statement rather of using in your economic life, using your power. Remember that Daedalic released this game, and remember how the Tolkien estate doesn't care. Timmy Tolkien didn't care about this.
Timothy Tolkien. It's the thing that really bothers me about this though is just this constant apology. Like the apology.jpg thing is getting really tiresome. Like I'd almost prefer they stopped apologizing in general. You know, like I'd almost respect it more if they just like stood by the fact that they were trying to rip you off, because it's not an apology if you do it on purpose, and you did it on you put you knew what the game was when you put it out. It's not an accident. It might be not ideal, it might not be what you planned, but you intentionally put the product out there, and then you apologize for it in this weird block of text to JPEG image format that every single studio and developer does now, as if that makes it a good thing. It's like, oh, well, they ripped you off. They stole $60 from you, $60 from you. And they apologize for it. So that shows some sort of moral, you know, like at least they apologize. It's like, no, no, this is not. And what I love about it too, is like, at the end of it, it's, we deeply apologize for any inconvenience caused, and we appreciate your understanding during this time. There is no understanding. Like, what understand? Like, they're talking as if they're like a friend of yours that had to miss your wedding because their dog exploded. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I look, man, I can't go to the wedding. My dog died. I hope you understand.
Please understand.
No, you're stealing money from a lot of people.
Yeah, it is shameless.
There's a difference.
It shouldn't be allowed. You also have to wonder, Dustin, I wonder what you think of this, that we all know, I certainly know, having been alive and playing and buying games during this time, that the NES seal of quality, the Nintendo seal of quality meant nothing. But like, isn't it, this is what I've been talking about, where isn't it up to a company at some point to certify in some way that I think the PC version of the game didn't work at all when it came out. There just seems to be no quality control on the part of hardware manufacturers and platforms. And people say that this is a really subjective thing, but I don't know that it is. I just keep saying that by letting these games get published, I guess, Dustin, it's encouraging more of this sort of behavior. You can get away with it. It's very similar to the shovelware problem that they finally ameliorated by basically hiding those games, which is you're just encouraging. You're not doing anything about it. You should be scared to release a game like that. You should be, and one of the manufacturers should be like, imagine a manufacturer being ballsy enough. Xbox and PlayStation, these guys know games, right? They have their third-party liaisons. They see builds and they get pitches and all these kinds of things, and they know the games are coming. And for someone to stand up and say, like, we're not releasing this bullshit, sorry, and then allowing it to come out on your competitor's console where it gets a 30 on Metacritic makes you look pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
They should be taking more of those kinds of stances, regardless of who the person or the side is.
God.
Yeah. Quality control, I think, would be essential. At the very least, I think that the platform holders need to implement something like Steam where you can get a refund, no questions asked, if it sucks. At the very least, which there are instances where PlayStation will give refunds for bad and broken games, but you got to go on their chat support. You got to talk to somebody. They'll tell you, well, we're going to let we're going to refund it just this one time. I've had that happen before. And no, there should, like I said, that's not the solution. Obviously, the solution should be some kind of curation to make sure that these horrible games just can't even be released so people don't get ripped off. But at the very least, there needs to be an option for people that if they're so desperate to check something out, or they're ignorant about it being bad for, not everyone is in the know about every game all the time. Yeah. Right. So there at least needs to be an option for them to get out if they realize that they've made a mistake. So yeah, it's unfortunate. And to me, the big thing about this story just goes back to the fact that they knew it was bad.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what the state of this game was. And all of these games the past year, Jedi Survivor on PC in particular, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that were really bad.
Redfall.
Chris, in your video. Redfall. Yeah, of course. They all knew it was bad. They sold it to you anyway. Think about that next time.
Man, I just can't. I can't get over. He looks so gross.
Yeah,
I can't get over how bad this Gollum render is. Like this character. He looks like the Gorillas. Like there's something wrong with him.
Ooh, ooh. do, 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 do. All right, let's move on.
Yeah,
poor Gollum.
I was really happy with the thumbnail for my video because it's just this abused, sad Gollum on the ground with like my middle finger pointing at him, but it looks it looks so mean.
Yeah, he sucks. Gollum sucks.
Yeah, he's the worst.
Can't wait for the new C-3PO game. 50.
You're gonna make Gollum. Do you think the other Lord of the Rings game is Gollum 2?
Gollum 2. That'd be, yeah. They just immediately greenlit. It really does. I don't know, man. It's you both touch on something where it comes off as almost. Redfall doesn't come off to me as predatory. It just comes off to me as mediocre and, like you said, undercooked.
Yeah.
A game like this comes off as, what are you trying to get away with here? What are you doing? And
yeah,
I will say that it really does. It will begin and end with the manufacturers of the consoles and Steam and these various purveyors to put a halt to it, because there is a lot of. One of the things I can tell you as someone who owns one of these smaller indies is, and so if it's true for us, it's definitely true for these companies, that like a lot of this is just self-reporting. For instance, when you submit your game to the ESRB, you don't submit your game itself. You submit a reel and like instances of what you think are the important things, like alcohol references and this, that, and the other thing. And then they come back to you and they look at things. But if you just lie to them, you can get in a lot of trouble and basically blacklisted. But that's what's stopping you. But there's nothing from a quality perspective, from a subjective perspective, that I think could really benefit. People are like, well, to each their own. And I wonder, like, does anyone like this game? And even if there were 5 people that liked it, is it really worth it existing for that reason? This was, I remember, God, I can't remember. I had a debate back at Kind of Funny about this, about the state of the PSN. With Adam Boyes. And all due respect to Adam Boyes, he was completely wrong. I mean, I got to go dig up that thing and redistribute it. Like, time has completely proven me right, which is, not a surprise considering you can see the bubbling of it even then. But having a tighter control on the quality levers, I think the first company rather to figure that out wins. I think that's why Steam does so well. To Dustin's point, they at least have figured out some sort of workaround. Why is it so complicated?
I don't know. Timmy
Tolkien better get that shit in order. Fucking come down hard. All right. A few more pieces of news. We can get through this quickly. Mortal Kombat 1, which was recently announced, is going to come out on September 19th, as we know, on PS5, and it's going to have a stress test. The online stress test will take place in August, and you can go to Mortal Kombat Game Support.wbgames.com to sign up. So just want to let you guys know if you're interested in that. The wrestling role-playing game that we've talked about quite a few times on the show, WrestleQuest, finally has a release date. It will come to PS4 and PS5 on August 4th, which I'm really stoked about. Push Square relays word that the KOTOR PS5 game apparently is still coming. This is buried in the financials of Embracer's, I guess, financial calls that the game is still coming in, that they have no further comment. So I thought I would just note that in case you care. And then Infinity Strash, Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai, has a release date. Dustin, I'm curious, are you interested in this game? I think this game looks pretty dope, actually. I'm definitely gonna play it.
I think this game looks really cool. I was surprised when I was in near my parents' house in the Alexandria area. I go to there's a few different stores that have a lot of game stuff, but also a lot of anime figures, and I saw Dai, the character, in as a figure. So apparently this guy is well known, at least in Japan or something. I've never heard of this whole Infinity Strash section. I hate saying that.
It's a bad
name. It feels bad to say it, but this most recent trailer was pretty cool. So it's not necessarily one I'm going to be day one on, but I'm very curious to see what the reception is, and one that I'd definitely be curious about checking out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just writing down notes. Yeah, I think it looks fun as hell. So just something light, something action oriented. I find the Dragon Quest universe to be very pleasing and comfortable for me. It's whimsical and light. Again, one of the reasons that I'm interested in Dragon Quest 12 is apparently they're just throwing that all away, and I don't know how that's going to work. But when I see the blue slime, when I see all these different things, Dragon Quest, you see them on my shelf probably if you guys can see well enough on when you're watching on YouTube. But I love Dragon Quest. It's one of my favorite series, and I didn't beat it, but I played it extensively. Was the Musou Dragon Quest Heroes from Omega Force and Koei Tecmo, and it's not the same, but it just reminded me that I could get into this universe in other ways outside of the games, and we really are waiting. We're waiting for that Dragon Quest 3, 3D, or what is it, HD, 2D HD, rather. That's what they call it, right? 2D HD. That's Square Enix. That sort of Octopath Traveler remake style and so much more. So, yeah, I'm down with this. Infinity Strash, release date, shit, what was it? Let me look it up. I think it's October 5th. Let me see.
Infinity Strash.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, September 28th, the week before, September 28th.
Nice.
And this last one here, I didn't put this in here, so I assume this is you, Dustin.
Yeah, I did something that I very rarely do. I added something to the doc because it's our show. We can talk about whatever the fuck we want. And so this really intrigued me. Dead by Daylight is collaborating with Iron Maiden. And they put out a tweet that basically, I'll read, they said, they're collaborating with Iron Maiden in the coming year on a collection built around the album cover appearances, their iconic figurehead, Eddie. So this sounds really cool. And for the context just outside of Iron Maiden fans as well, Dead by Daylight is huge. It still shows up in the popular PlayStation games, on the front page of popular PlayStation games. And I always think that seeing collaborations with music in general is really cool, especially like iconic bands that have all these cool either imagery or, Rock Band. I feel like that was such a good era too, when you saw a ton of collaboration between gaming and musical acts. And Iron Maiden has had quite a few over the years. Originally, they had a PC game that was an on-rail shooter called Ed Hunter. Let me know if anyone's played that game, because it's not very good, but it's cool. And so I'll definitely be checking this out. Maybe I'll have to do like a Discord play night with Dead by Daylight. I've never played it before, but I was just so excited to see this.
Am I misremembering, or is Dead by Daylight also... Are they also putting Nick Cage in the game?
Yes. And it's just Nick Cage.
Yeah, it's just Nicolas Cage. That's so awesome. I saw that, like, we didn't talk about it, but that was that's maybe like 2 weeks ago, I think they announced that, and it's hysterical that's real.
Yeah. There's a I don't want to say silent, but there's a huge following behind this game that it has hung around, which is just weird because I feel like we never see it or talk about it all that often. But their Twitter account has over 1 million followers for Dead by Daylight, and it's like I said, constantly popping up on the popular purchase list on PlayStation.
Yeah.
It's how old is it? Yeah, it's 2017, so not that old. Behavior Interactive, my boys that made Naughty Bear, they got to bring that game. Love that game.
I'm surprised they haven't put the bear in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, that would be cool. I still think that's a really wonderful idea for it. It was so. Did you play it by chance?
I did. It didn't run well.
No,
so that was my problem.
Yeah.
But I did love the overall like style and the concept. You don't really get it. It reminded me a little bit of a like a Double Fine type of game, like just like a very quirky, like very off kind of game. Like the fact that it was real was in and of itself, like Brutal Legend was another one of those games where it's like the fact that this is real at all is kind of surreal and interesting, even if the game itself isn't necessarily like top tier, like A+ material. It's just cool to play and cool to experience. Naughty Bear is dope. I always wanted that game to get some kind of like a proper version, you know what I mean? Like a patched version that ran well.
Yeah, I think it even got a sequel, which was...
I think so.
I think I was reading up here, Naughty Bear is in Dead by Daylight, I guess.
Well, it's so funny you brought it up because I quickly searched it because I thought surely he would be. And as of May 18th, I sent you guys a different article, but this is from The Gamer. Naughty Bear is coming to Dead by Daylight, says leaker. So apparently someone found something in the background that Naughty Bear is going to be in there. So
damn,
your wish that was come true.
That is a record. That is a record breaking Chris Wills. You know what I mean? Like I didn't even realize that was true.
Yeah, it is impressive. I think as far as Naughty Bear is concerned, I just really always authentically thought it was a really amazing concept. Because it's fucking sick when you really think about it. It's like a really strange... I know I talk about it every blue moon, but it's just a strange concept. For people that are unaware, Naughty Bear was a game... came out probably in 2010. I want to say something like that. I'll have to look.
Something like that.
Where you were a bear that was like a teddy bear that was an outcast of all the teddy bears, and everyone like celebrated and had fun without you. And you would go around to their various celebrations and house parties and all this, that, and you go and kill them all.
Yeah, it was like Manhunt.
You're right, exactly. And like there would be like kill animations, but they'd have like fluff coming out of them, and it would be like this really horrifying thing. It's like a little bit of a Hitman vibe as well. But like Chris said, it ran at like 15 frames a second, and it was just all fucked up. So
yeah.
All right, let's get into the games we're playing now before we get into the bigger news items that I wanted us to discuss this week. Dustin, let's start with you since you're playing something off platform. We can get through that quick, and then. Or if you have much more to say about it, I mean, I don't want to rush you, but
no, I don't have too much to say. I'm still playing Tears of the Kingdom. I was at my parents' most of the week, so pretty much all my gaming was on the Switch, and I'm getting pretty close to the end now, and I think I'm at the point where I feel satisfied with how much I've done overall. I'm not going to 100% this game, and honestly, I wasn't expecting to jump into Diablo 4 pretty early on, but with the reviews being so positive, I'm thinking that it's time for Zelda that just this weekend I'm going to go through, finish up the main story, and I can always come back to it and do other side stuff later. But yeah, still enjoying it. I'm doing... how about this? I'll just leave it at enjoying. I don't want to spoil anything else. You can listen to me talk about it on Punching Up, but hopefully next week I'll be able to talk a little bit about Diablo 4. I'm not going to buy the early access, and I'm not going to buy it immediately day one, because even though the game reviewed well, I don't trust Blizzard servers day one, and I also remember Diablo 3's launch, so I'm going to wait until maybe later in that day and then decide if I'm going to hop in early on, but it looks really good. So yeah, just Tears of the Kingdom for now, but that's it.
Chris, what are you up to?
Oh man, well I'm still playing Tears of the Kingdom in the background, but I don't really have much to say. But I still think it's great. I'm mostly through it. I think I just got the Master Sword, so I think I'm approaching.
Nice.
But I'm also playing. I'm playing two games right now. I'm playing Humanity, which is the main thing I'm playing really, because it's the one I've put a little bit more time into. This is obviously that Lemmings type game. Is it?
Are you playing on PS Plus?
Yeah, I'm playing on PS Plus. Yeah,
cool.
But it's really good. Like it's really really fun, and like the tone of it is really interesting. I like the sound design is really enjoyable. Running around as the dog, and I especially
love
like
the dog, dude.
Yeah, the dog is like really fun, and like especially like when you do that thing where you like hop into the people and like kind of like ride the streams of you know what I mean? Like it's really really really. It's a lot more enjoyable than I anticipated it being, because it's, I mean, you think of like Lemmings and you think it's like, how interesting could that possibly be, guiding herds of people? And it turns out pretty interesting. There's some levels that have actually left me just like sincerely baffled, where I'm just like, I don't know how to do this. And it's been a while since a game like that has really challenged me on that front. And I really enjoyed it. I highly recommend it. It's really, really cool, really ethereal. Soundtrack is dope. Just good vibes in that game. And I'm also recently I jumped into Disco Elysium. Now, initially I was hesitant about bringing this up because there's a good chance, like, there's all the time there are games that I start and then I play a little bit and then I'm like, I'm not feeling this, right? And then I just don't mention them on the show because I'm not feeling them. This is a game I'm really, really early on with. I'm about maybe 40 minutes into it. I've been playing it on the Steam Deck. But the reason I brought it up today is because I am feeling it. And I think this is going to be something that I'm probably going to stick with. It's the intro of Disco Elysium is probably one of the more memorable intros to any game I've ever played. It is truly fascinating. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't expecting it to hit me in the way that it did. And it's not, when I say hit me, it's not like a Last of Us style, like, oh, it's so sad. It's just the context of what's happening and the conversation and the perspective. It's really, really, really interesting. And I'm really eager to like sink my teeth into it. Because I'm already feeling the art direction is really cool. And the voice acting, which I believe is like a relatively recent addition. I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, voice acting is awesome. Like, they are having a lot of fun in the VO booth with this game, and you can feel it. It just like oozes out of every single performance so far. And granted, I'm again still really, really early on. That could change potentially, but yeah, it's interesting, man. I'm looking forward to sinking my teeth into it. I'm a bit too early to have really much to say about it because I've only really delved into maybe a quarter of the overall mechanics that are there. And it is kind of an intimidating game, but really, really feeling it right now.
Cool. Joseph Gallagher wrote in, said, "Hey, fellers, I hope all is well with you. Have you guys seen the latest investigation from YouTube channel People Make Games? It's all about the Disco Elysium scandal, including interviews with the main players and those who have worked and currently still work at the studio. I highly encourage all of you to watch it if you haven't." I saw that came out. It's long, so I really have to sit there and have time to watch it. I don't want to just put it on in the background. I'd like to sit there with it, but it's really cool. Apparently they went over to Estonia on the ground, talked to everyone. Very, very neat, very divisive studio with some radical politics, but also kind of this internal palace intrigue about people stabbing each other in the back and who loses what and what the nature of the studio really is now. So very interesting stuff. I long ago bought Disco Elysium on PS4 or PS5, maybe it was. And I'll get to it at some point. I'd like to do that.
I think I honestly, I think you would like playing specifically. Just I feel like you would appreciate the writing because it's really like surprising. Like I think the first minute or so, I felt like, wow, this feels. It was the first time I played a game in a long time that made me feel like I was in third grade or reading like high above my reading level. You know, like I was like, whoa, this is a different type of writing. And it's really cool.
Yeah, it's by people that seem to love political philosophy and all sorts of weird things. So yeah, I definitely want to check it out. It's on my list for sure. And there's really not that much to play. So I'd probably get to it sooner rather than later, but we'll see. Yeah. As for me, I beat Forspoken. So I think I said on the last episode that I had gotten to the point of no return and I was trying to kind of clean things up and hopefully go towards the platinum, but the game just kind of broke me. Not the act of playing it, but just getting the platinum trophy. It was just, I couldn't do it. It's just too annoying. There's the skill system, the skill upgrade system in the game is just too monotonous and too boring, even for me. So I went and just beat the game, and we did, as I said earlier, an almost 2-hour discussion, Gene and I, all about it. Spoil the shit out of it, obviously, but really get into the weeds about what the game does well and what the game doesn't do well. And something I want to underline and reiterate. So this past weekend, I was at a barbecue for Memorial Day, and my family was there, obviously. And I have nephews and nieces, as you guys know, and my nephews all play games. And I was just talking to them about games and asking them what they were thought. And so I went on Amazon and I bought one of my nephews Forspoken, and I bought another one of them, Dead Space, and they just got them this week. So hopefully they'll be able to check them out. But I was like, I bet you know, the nephew I bought it for, he's going into 9th grade in September, and he's a theater kid and stuff. And I'm like, I feel like you would probably be a little more into this. It's probably more up your alley. I'd be interested to know what the target audience thinks of this. And I especially think that the target audience, having played it, I don't want to spoil it for people, but it's so female heavy to the point of hilarity where there's like basically no men except for like one character who's a man in the entire game basically of any consequence. And I don't want to say much more than that to spoil anything, but there's nothing wrong with that. But it indicates to me, it's like, well, maybe this is trying to speak more to women and girls. And so I think people will enjoy the conversation we have about it. And some of the things that it does well and that are interesting, including, I think, the gameplay and the combat itself and the traversal is actually quite fun. And then I've been playing Final Fantasy II. I'm at the very end of the game. I have to just do the final dungeon tonight and clean some things up. But this is my first time playing through the game in a long time. And Final Fantasy II, as Dagan has been talking to me behind the scenes, he keeps referring. It's like it is the black sheep of the Final Fantasy series. It's a very strange game from a design standpoint. And it has like a whole different leveling system based on your activity and what you do. So if you get hit, your defense goes up. If you use a sword, your ability to use a sword goes up. If you use a fire magic, your ability to use fire magic goes up, and so on and so forth. So it's like this very deep and granular, way ahead of its time game. But I think kind of loses track a little bit of also what makes Final Fantasy II so fun. But as far as Forspoken is concerned, I wanted to go to Jonathan Thomas here with a comment. He said, "Hey, fellas, I have to comment on the feedback Colin is getting about playing Forspoken over Zelda. I'm glad you're playing Forspoken. I can throw a rock out of my window and hit someone with an opinion on Zelda. I'm glad that we get thoughtful opinions on games that not everyone is playing and give them a fair shake like Forspoken, Dead Island 2, Evil West, Far Cry 6, Callisto Protocol, or with random PC games from Dustin and Chris. Keep it up." Thank you. I'm glad that resonates with some people. I want to have that more holistic point of view, and I'm glad that people dig that. I just want to play the games that I want to play. And finally, Branford W wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew. Colin, are you playing Bat Boy? If not, then you probably should be. It is very much influenced by Shovel Knight, and I am all for more tight, pixely platformy goodness. Don't go too hard or you'll cook that bird." I haven't played it yet, but I will. Bat Boy looks insanely good. And it's very much Shovel Knight inspired. The graphical, just the way the game looks, it looks like Shovel Knight DLC, basically. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. So it looks really fun. I haven't looked at any reviews. I don't know. What is it? Steam, it's got positive reviews on Steam, which is good. So, yeah, definitely going to be all over that once I finish Final Fantasy 2. What's up? What are you laughing at?
So I Googled it, right? Like I Googled Bat Boy. I probably should have Googled Bat Boy game. But like if you just Google Bat Boy,
holy shit,
there's this really fucking horrifying
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What is that?
It's just some tabloid character, like some screaming baby Nosferatu.
Christ.
I just was not expecting.
What if Dracula looks like that in the next Castlevania game?
Dude, that's Weekly World News joint right there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible.
What happened to the Weekly World News?
I don't know.
I'm looking here on Steam for Bat Boy. Yeah, people seem to like it. But yeah, I highly recommend it. People should go look at it. It looks really, really wonderful. And definitely right up my alley. So yeah, I'll be all over that. Okay. My friends, let's get into the news. We only have a handful of items to get through, but one of them is really big. I have a substantial write-up for it, but we need a lot of context here. So let's get through this. Yeah. Number one. A major reason for many people's disappointment in last week's PlayStation Showcase was the lack of any information about The Last of Us' vaunted and long in development standalone multiplayer game, which fans commonly call Factions, after the multiplayer suite in the 2013 PS3 original. And reporting released after the showcase concluded, and after we recorded the previous episode, indicates that all isn't well at Naughty Dog, at least when it comes to this game, which conceivably may never see the light of day. To understand the story, however, we need to work backwards. In the hour leading up to the report about Faction's troubles, Naughty Dog released a statement on social media. In a vacuum, this seemed like damage control based on their absence at the showcase, but in hindsight, the statement was released when it was because Sony and Naughty Dog were tipped off about the incoming story upon being asked for comment. So just to stop there, in other words, Naughty Dog is releasing comment not because of the showcase, but because they were asked for comment by Bloomberg, which would later, so they were tipped off that this was going to happen and that the jig was up for them. Here's what the Sony-owned team said in that comment, quote, "We know many of you have been looking forward to hearing more about our Last of Us multiplayer game. We're incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far, but as development has continued, we've realized what is best for the game is to give it more time. Our team will continue to work on the project as well as our other games in development, including a brand new single-player experience. We look forward to sharing more soon," end quote. Taken by itself, the statement seems to admit that all hasn't gone well, but that it's under control. But then hours later, an article from publication Bloomberg was published and it painted a far darker picture of the project. In short, the story reads in part, quote, The team working on the game was scaled back after a recent evaluation. A small team remains on the project while the company reevaluates the direction. While the game has not been canceled, many of its developers have been moved to other projects, end quote. As you may recall, 2020's The Last of Us Part 2 was originally designed to have a separate multiplayer component just like the original. This was true through more than half of the game's development until a year before release. Naughty Dog released a statement that said in part, quote, "As development began on the evolution of our factions mode from The Last of Us Part 1, the vision of the team grew beyond an additional mode that can be included with our enormous single-player campaign. Wanting to support both visions, we made the difficult choice that The Last of Us Part 2 would not include an online mode. However, you will eventually experience the fruits of our team's labor and However, you will eventually experience the fruits of our team's online ambition, but not as part of The Last of Us Part 2. When and where it will be realized is still to be determined, but rest assured, we are as big of a fan of factions as the rest of our community and are excited to share more when it's ready." End quote. That message was released on September 26th, 2019. Thus, Sony has undoubtedly dumped well in excess of $100 million into this project so far, a not insignificant sum that it will want to earn back. But as noted earlier, the reason why the game may be shelved, and at the very least was pulled off the conveyor belt for now, is a fascinating one. Bungie said it didn't have all the stuff necessary to compete. Bungie, the original creators of Halo and the devs behind the Destiny behemoth, which Sony purchased outright last year, has been helping shepherd Sony's dozen or so games as a service behind the scenes. According to Bloomberg, as part of Sony's all-in foray into these types of products, quote, "It asked another of its game studios, Seattle-based Bungie, to evaluate the games across its portfolio. Bungie raised questions about The Last of Us's multiplayer's ability to keep players engaged for a long period of time, which led to the reassessment," end quote. By implication, it seems that the likes of Firewalk's Concord and Haven's Fair games passed this test. As Naughty Dog noted in its most recent statement, it's working on multiple other games, plural, and one of them is straight up a single-player game, which it's known and loved for. It makes sense that game would be The Last of Us Part 3, particularly on the back of the sequel's critical and commercial success and the runaway success of the HBO series. The nature of that third project, and potentially more beyond that, is unknown. Naughty Dog, founded in the 80s and once known for its Crash Bandicoot series, was purchased by Sony outright in 2001. In the 22 years since, it has released 4 Jak and Daxter games, 4 Uncharted games, a couple of Last of Us games, and some DLC, too. All right, what do we think? Dustin, let's go to you first. This is big news. This happened right after we recorded, so we were not able to respond to this in a timely fashion, but it's something certainly that we need to spend some time talking about, and I wonder what you think. And I think that this doesn't bode great for Naughty Dog. I don't think that it means that Naughty Dog's not going to survive and make great and excellent premier games in the future, but it was clearly mismanaged into this situation. Although I think that there's definitely different avenues to look through, including Bungie's power in the situation. So take it however you'd like.
Yeah, I think that the Bungie aspect to me is the most interesting part, just in the fact that there's some discussions about Bungie being the new studio and then coming in and telling Naughty Dog what to do or something like that. And to me, and this is all my speculation from here on out, is that Naughty Dog is known for being a team of perfectionists, and they take a long time to make content. And I wonder if this is a situation where they started to design this and it started to get a lot of these live service type expanded elements to it. And Bungie was looking at this and maybe there was a look at their pipeline and saying, you're not going to be able to keep players engaged because you can't make content fast enough. That was one of the biggest problems in early Destiny, that the content just wasn't coming out fast enough for the players' demand. And eventually they worked through it and had to redesign their tools in order to update the game and in order to make more content quicker. But I don't see Naughty Dog as that type of team. And we've already seen that they struggled as a multi-team studio when it came to Uncharted 4 and Last of Us. And now it sounds like they have 3 different teams going at the same time. And so I wonder if not only Bungie, but just Sony in general was looking at, okay, this is what you want to do. This is the progress you've made so far. And this is the pace that needs to be set in order for this to succeed as a live service game. You're not going to be able to do that. It's not going to work out. Once again, I want to repeat at the tail end here, this is my speculation about this and just what we know about Naughty Dog, what we know about Bungie's history with live service games, and their perspective that they would bring to this. So I guess the question then is, what is the state of this game? Is it canceled? Is it going to proceed as it is, which again doesn't seem likely to me? I would say if it does come out, it's not going to be the original vision or the expanded vision. We'll say that this will come out and they'll make a clear guideline of what the content will be, but it will not be a promise of this is a live service game. You're spending $70 and you're going to get all of this reoccurring content. I think that the format will change. It seems like a wasted opportunity to just throw it away, but I also don't know what it looks like from the inside. So really interesting story overall, how this unfolded and how there was the statement that felt really weird. I remember seeing this and thinking, why are you apologizing for not showing up? It was weird that it wasn't there, but it wasn't the first thing on my mind was, oh, where's Factions? Where could it be? So then to see the Bloomberg article, all the dots connected.
Yeah, well, that isn't the interesting component from what I was reading into the Bloomberg article was Naughty Dog didn't think there was anything wrong with it. They seem to be progressing in some way. And like you said, it's not about game quality, but about longevity. But that's why I just think Sony needed to have set different expectations for this game. Like, not even every multiplayer game needs to exist forever. So our lack of concrete information about the nature of the project itself is annoying because it's hard for us to delve deeper into the potential of it in that regard. But Chris, what do you think about the situation with Naughty Dog?
I mean, I think what's most fascinating about this is the clear stock that Sony puts in Bungie and the esteem that they hold them in, that they're willing to have Bungie look at a Naughty Dog game and essentially kind of decide to put the kibosh on it just from their evaluation. That speaks to that really speaks loudly to how much Sony values Bungie. If they're willing to shut down a Naughty Dog, or not shut down, but at the very least derail a Naughty Dog project at their behest, that's fascinating. That's an interesting insight that I think we could have assumed that. We could have assumed that they were held in. I mean, you don't spend that much money on a studio like that if you don't understand the expertise that you're coming into ownership of. But at the same time, it's another thing to see it in action like that. Especially with Naughty Dog, who is, I think, without a doubt, their premier studio, like their prime, like heavy hitter. So, I mean, I don't know. Look, live service development's way, way different. I've listened to a lot of different talks that some people at Bungie have given, and they talk specifically a lot about how the entire way that they structure their studio needed to change to fit the model of a live service game. Like, because traditional game development, like the way that you traditionally spend a lot of time on something, release it once, and then move on to the next thing, did not work. And it doesn't work for this type of game. And I imagine Naughty Dog is so entrenched in that old way. It's a good way for single player games, but it's probably a difficult thing to have to steer a studio that has a really, really huge stake in staying the way it's always been, in the sense that, they can't reorganize their entire studio to fit a live service model because they still have to make those single player games, those heavy hitter single player games. And I can imagine running two versions of that same studio in-house. That must be, I can't even imagine how anybody would do that. So I mean, and we've seen how many examples of premier, single player, primarily like heavy hitter studios jumping into the world of live service and just not knowing what the hell to do. Specifically, I think of BioWare and Anthem. It's just like, that was not a clear cut. It's not a clear cut. Like, if you were to say that the people who made Mass Effect made a horrible live service game without any context, that would be kind of difficult to believe, because wow, that's an amazing studio. How could they not make a good game? And it's just like, it's a different beast, man. It's entirely different. So, I mean, part of me is not really surprised by this in some way. I do think probably in a vacuum, Naughty Dog was like, yeah, this looks fine. What do you mean? but if anybody knows, Bungie knows. And I think that's why they have that power.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting, especially from the perspective I think Dustin had brought up a little bit of kind of empowering them over your own teams and how that plays politically internally is interesting, because it probably doesn't play great internally, I would imagine.
Oh no, I bet, especially because they got to retain, like they get to put their games everywhere. Like Bungie really they got a really amazing deal. The deal that they got, it's kind of
all
insane.
The money too, the retention money. Right?
Retention money, the ability to publish their games anywhere on any platform, being able to, adjudicate the quality of like the rest of their first party. That's amazing. Like I bet Bungie's over the moon about that. But
totally,
I can
imagine they
probably
had a lot of suitors too.
Yeah,
but there are a few things that I think are important to bring up here that I wanted to discuss.
Sure.
The first is the potential. Well, I'll let James Walker bring it up here. He says, "Salutations, sexy, sacred scallywags. I want to take everyone's temperature, rectally, of course, on the faction situation and the fact that Sony is using Bungie as quality control. How does the crew feel about this development? We already discussed this, but this is something he says interesting here. Greg Miller seems to think that it will be canceled, and the fact that Naughty Dog put out a statement 30 minutes before Jason Schreier indicates that this project has hit an extreme rough patch and may never recover. Naughty Dog making sure everyone knew that they have another single-player game in the works seems to support that hypothesis as well. As always, thank you for all the amazing content." I wanted to first bring up the possibility of the game being canceled, which we've obviously touched on, but that would be pretty substantial. Not necessarily from a monetary point of view. I mean, they would take a $100 million plus write down on the game. I mean, it's a Naughty Dog game in development on its own since at least 2019. I mean, I think $100 million is probably really generous. It probably costs substantially more than that already. Yeah. So it's not something that they would take lightly. But one thing that I wanted to note about the cancellation of the game is their intention may have never been to cancel it, but the assumption might now be that it's public, that might be a workable option for them. And this is what I mean by that. Things are reworked behind the scenes in private all the time. Things happen, projects change and whatever. It's not usually public. And now that you know that now that the public knows, I guess I should say, that your vaunted Last of Us multiplayer game failed a longevity stress test, how are you going to release it without overcoming that in the pre-release marketing environment and really hinging everything on that? In other words, it becomes somewhat dangerous to release the game when people know how much it changed, even though games change like that all the time. So I think that there is an optical problem there that Naughty Dog was probably trying to get ahead of. I don't know that they're going to outright cancel it, because it might be in stasis right now as they figure out what they want to do. In fact, the game might be fairly content complete. I have heard from people that have played it, like that have gone to play sessions. They've been going on for several years, if you talk to the right people. So it's not like they haven't been testing it. And I think there's even a little footage of it that had leaked at some point. And Sony plays the shit out of their games in private sessions, in playtests.
Yeah.
So they must have been getting decent enough data from that leading up to the point of how you're going to monetize it and what it costs and how you're going to sell it. But this comes into another point that I wanted to bring up, which is the idea of perpetuity. And what I mean by that is that multiplayer games used to come out with the inherent knowledge that it would require other people to play, but no one expected any of them to last forever. And why can't there be value in a multiplayer game that comes out that doesn't necessarily have a finite amount of time to live, but that isn't designed to control your life forever? Because that's what it seems like this game has been caught in the mix between. Factions wasn't designed to be played forever. A lot of people have been playing it for many years, but that wasn't the idea. It was supposed to be a way to enjoy some of your time and then you move on. I played Factions for 40 hours on PS3. It was awesome. But the idea wasn't like, if Factions doesn't hold you for years, it's a failure. And to me, I'm like, you're a Naughty Dog. The power of your games is in narrative and character. And just keep us for a little while. Isn't that enough success? To just keep us for a little while? Why does it have to have this stress test where it's like forever or nothing? That's what it seems like. And I think that that's a big mistake. I understand trying to extract value out of it for a long time. When you're going to have all these games competing, having a game in a short window like that, I don't think is a bad thing, especially if you can play it by yourself. And people will play Last of Us games forever. So there's always going to be an environment of people to play even the content you only release.
Yeah.
So I wanted to bring that up. And I thought that was important too. In other words, live service versus just online multiplayer. They're two different things. But we talk about them like they're different, or like they're the same rather, but they're two different things. Yeah. And I think that that's relevant. And finally, you had brought up BioWare, which I had written in my notes here as well, Chris. And there is a problem here. This is where I think the problem exists for Naughty Dog, and I don't know the exact nature of it. What I can tell you is that people at Naughty Dog are constantly attempting to poach people at Naughty Dog. And a lot of other PlayStation first-party studios because of their knowledge and the games they've worked on, and they throw a lot of money around. And it's very tantalizing and tempting at all times to go to these other studios and take the money and so on. This just happened at Santa Monica Studio when their art director just went to Netflix, for instance. So I say that because you assemble people that make games, specific kind of games. Guerrilla experienced this with Horizon when they lost some of the Killzone people. People that want to make first-person shooters didn't want to stay there anymore. I say this because another Bloomberg article came out. I don't know if you guys saw it about Redfall, but one of the interesting things about Redfall and the mismanagement of that game is that no one at Arcane wanted to make it. And by the time it came out, 7 out of 10 people that made Prey were gone. So not only did they release a dud, but they lost all of the soul of the studio that made the games. This is very important. Mm-hmm. Naughty Dog seems to have balanced this in some way by having multiple games in development at the same time. And there's probably something between 400 and 500 people working there now. It's unclear. Insomniac probably still has the highest headcount at over 500. If you don't count Bungie. Bungie would be substantially bigger, but they're not really a first-party team technically. And I just wanted to point out that if you don't let your teams make the games they want to make, you are eventually going to lose them and everything will be gone. The one reality here about Arcane Austin is that it's not the same team anymore. And whatever comes out next is not the team that made Prey. It's not whatever comes next. And I think that you have to really look at that. And so when you're mismanaging and wasting time, developers get really, I know a lot of developers and you only get so many games and a lot of people get impatient when their projects don't come out, and a lot of projects don't come out. In fact, I was talking in our Discord, our employee Discord for Last Stand, about how I was remembering because someone wrote in that the Sands of Time remake that was canceled was so far along that its trophies are alive. They pulled that game at the last second after already passing certification. So crazy things like this happen, and then your game doesn't come out and you have nothing to show for it and all this wasted time. Why is there a gap in your resume?
Yeah.
So I think all of these things need to be taken into account. There's no doubt that we've gone really hard at Xbox for mismanaging their studios, which they have. And Redfall is just another example of that. But you can't ignore when it's happening in another camp too. And Naughty Dog wasting so much time and resources on something that may not come out, and like I established, may not be able to come out in an optically fair way now because of the leaks, is that's a bad call. And I wonder where that comes from. And people wonder, like, where does the buck stop? And I'm like, I don't know. These are Sean Layden green lights still. It could be, you guys aren't sports fans, but to use general management as a reference in a sports team, it's like an old GM constructing a team and then a new GM coming in and dealing with the team that the old GM constructed and all the decisions he made as they wash out. And so you can't really blame Herman Hulst, but the blame lies on someone. But I still wonder if there's a future for multiplayer games that aren't games as a service, and why they are necessarily the same thing when they're not, and why we talk about them like they're the same thing. And we have assumptions about all of these games. And I also wanted to say, and finally, isn't it interesting the implication that, and I wanted to underline this, although I noted it in the write-up, the implication that Concord and Fair Games were shown? They must have passed that stress test. It's pretty interesting when you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you would imagine Bungie kind of looked at those as well.
They did. They apparently looked at everything, according to that Bloomberg article, like all the games.
Yeah, everything across their live service portfolio. That's interesting.
Right. So Fair Games passed, Concord passed, Factions didn't. And by the way, I didn't get to say this earlier. This is a fucking total non sequitur, but though it looks like a Ubisoft game and a little trite, I think Fair Games subject matter is super cool. And I'm a little surprised by how down people are about that, because I think it sounds kind of neat. Like preying on billionaires and ranking them. And so it's kind of cool.
I think maybe to some people it comes across as a little like, all right, how many millions of dollars does this cost? It's kind of like one of those. It's inherently kind of like, what are you really saying with this? But yeah, I mean, I thought Fair Games, aside from the fact that it's a CG trailer that doesn't really tell us anything outside of the general kind of like aesthetic and the general vibe, I thought it seemed fine. It's I have to see gameplay of these things to get excited, but I feel like, I don't know. As far as like the future for multiplayer games, I don't know what. We haven't had a proper like multiplayer game as in its holistic sense, in the sense of like the late 2000s or like early 2010s, in the sense that like, here's a single player game, or here's like a multiplayer suite and that's it. Like the original Titanfall, I think, where it's just like just pure multiplayer and it's not really a live service. We haven't had one of those in a very, very long time, or at least nothing that's particularly big. The big thing is live service, and the thing, especially with Sony, as they're trying to compete in this space, is that they understand how much money is on the table with live service. Like when Fortnite makes billions of dollars, you can't ignore that. And when you have a model that exists that you can kind of like, all right, you have an IP like The Last of Us, and you have a multiplayer that people enjoy. It's like, okay, well, how do we? Like, we could make something that succeeds, sort of, but it's going to fall off and die like pretty quick, especially with all the live service games that already exist that will make new promises for new content that will suck people away from those multiplayer experiences that don't change. I find a lot of comfort in those multiplayer experiences that don't change. I still play the Master Chief Collection specifically because of that. It's like, oh my God, it's the same game that I played in 2007 and it's awesome still. But, there is something to be said where it's like, oh, Naughty Bear's coming to Dead by Daylight. What's that? And then you go over there. And then when you come back to Factions and nothing changes, because that's undoubtedly the plan. Like they probably planned it in a very, very old school way where they were like, here's Factions, bye. Or like, here's a narrative maybe that goes along with it. But aside from that, it's really, really bog standard late 2010s kind of multiplayer stuff. The stuff that they know how to do well, by the way. I could see why, although that game might be fun, why it wouldn't necessarily be worth the amount of money that it took to make it, to then put it out only to have it die on the vine. When you spend a lot of this money on an IP that is really, really important to the brand or to the overall ecosystem, and it just sort of dies on the vine, even if it's good, you want a really massive ROI, especially for live service. That's the whole point of it. Like Sony showed, or what is it, 10 plus? They're talking about 10 plus live service games in development or something.
Yeah, it's half dozen. And we have a good idea now of what a lot of them are.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this, they are under no illusion that most of these games won't fail. They most of these games will, in fact. Like, but this is the cannon fodder. This is like the sacrificial kind of. It's like one of these games is going to
be the biggest game ever.
It might. Fair Games might be the biggest Sony one. It could be, outside of like, it's weird to count Bungie because it's their first party, but not also, like they exist outside, so it's weird. As far as like Sony first party games, like who knows? Fair Games might very well be the max, like the heaviest hitter, especially if Last of Us doesn't come out.
Yeah, it's because we don't really have any. Concord was so vague that we don't even know what exactly that is. I could see Concord even being some weird, like maybe ship to ship thing or some sort of sim that's a little deeper or weirder. I mean, who the hell knows, but you're right. I mean, these things will compete with each other. You're right about ROI. You're totally right about all of those things. We can leave that topic there for now because we just don't have enough information really to work on. That's
the frustrating thing about this. We just don't know anything about Factions in its current state. Bungie knows. It was
because the weird thing about it is that it was half announced, right? Neil Druckmann has obviously talked about it a couple of times. In 2019, they wrote the thing saying like there'll be some other multiplayer experience. We all know it exists, and that hurts the game's ability to withstand any storminess behind the scenes. And I think that matters. But the other thing that matters too here comes from Justin Black, and I'll go to you with this, Dustin. He says, "Howdy, CDC. Speculation seems rife when it comes to PlayStation first-party studio Naughty Dog when it comes to their current projects. Specifically, the multiplayer factions that seems to have downscaled the workforce on the project and moved on to other projects. I wanted to point out something specific in their statement. Our team will continue to work on the project as well as our other games in development, including a brand new single-player experience. A lot of people focus on the brand new single-player experience. However, I think the more fascinating aspect of this statement is the other games in development, suggesting that they may be working on multiple single-player projects such as The Last of Us 3 and a new IP. Naughty Dog is very deliberate in their wording, so I don't believe this was an oversight. Can a Naughty Dog go the Insomniac route and have 2 or 3 AAA projects in development at the same time?" Yeah, you were touching on this about how the last time this really began bubbling with Uncharted 3 and then into The Last of Us and into Uncharted 4, which was basically everyone coming back to one team again. And Naughty Dog, as I've said in the past, didn't work with producers for a long time, which is very strange. They obviously have producers now. That's going to be necessary to balance not only massive multi-$100 million games, but multi $100 million games as well. Not only the budget for the individual games, but goes, so maybe having $1 billion worth of games going on in your studio, all told, stem to stern. I understand why they want to extract more out of Naughty Dog and you want to have that name and that pedigree, but the first time they don't meet that bar is going to be deleterious to the overall brand and the status of that brand. And the one thing that Insomniac has done very, very well is retain a very high standard. But the reality is that the standard, I think, is actually one level below Naughty Dog's standard as far as sheer absolute AAA. I love Spider-Man. I love Ratchet and Clank. I think these are great games, but I don't think they're quite on the AAA outrageous production level of A Last of Us. And I wonder if I wonder if Naughty Dog can keep it up. So I am curious because you expressed some concern earlier that this might be the case, that they're going back into this scene.
Yeah, well, it's definitely concerning just thinking about how long it's become, or how long it takes for Naughty Dog to make a game when the whole team is focused. And surely there's expansion. And I wonder too, if there is an element where they have more resources outside of Naughty Dog proper to help get games made, whether it's with the arts and services team or something like that, where maybe now they will be able to juggle multiple projects but at the same time too, but then you're outsourcing some different stuff and that doesn't quite feel right to me. So I don't know. And I think that Justin brings up a good thing about the fact saying that one of them is a new IP. So the other one then wouldn't be a new IP. So either it's Uncharted or The Last of Us. And
it's definitely not Uncharted, right?
So, and it's not Uncharted, right?
They're going to make another Last of Us. I think people are kind of deluding themselves if they don't think that a third game is coming. Even before the HBO series being successful, it necessitates a third game. And the last game sold 10 million copies after a year, which wasn't amazing, but is certainly a lot better than most games, and is within one of the best-selling IP of Sony's that Sony has. So you would imagine it was 2 single-player games, hopefully.
Well, and I think it's worth pointing out too that just because they have 3 games on the table doesn't mean that they're all in 100% active development. They could be working on one primary game, downscaling factions, and then another game is in a pre-production phase, right? And maybe that's an effort too, because you hear about game studios where once a project is done, that a lot of people end up sitting around and not having anything to do because they're still in pre-production phases. So maybe this is an efficiency thing where they're kind of just trying to roll from project to project. But again, from what I said earlier, Naughty Dog is known as being perfectionist and taking a lot of time with these projects. So to me, when I hear about 3 Naughty Dog projects, I think, okay, one of those is on PlayStation 6 because it's just going to take that long.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There may be other factors involved too. Maybe there's other teams, something like that. Maybe they've expanded. I don't know. These things are rapidly changing behind the scenes all the time.
Well, I don't know, man. I understand people's consternation about this. I understand people's concern about this. I think there is something to be concerned about. But I want to say this. above all else that I think might be an interesting way to kind of spin it into a positive for people that are maybe feeling like, why is everything so negative? Why is everything feeling so down? And that is that the quality bar that I was bringing up earlier is something that Sony probably takes very seriously with Naughty Dog. If things aren't going to meet a certain quality level and certain bar, then it might be more damaging to the brand to have it associated with it at all, as opposed to just kind of quietly shuffling it away. And I think that PlayStation's major advantage over its competition remains singular, and it's quality. And it really does come down to that. High quality first and second party games, not at a rate that a lot of people would want. I think at a rate that's probably generally okay, 2, 3, 4 a year. That's okay in a lot of third party games. But those first and second party games paint a certain picture of high quality offerings. And if you don't have games that meet that, I think I brought up this reference an episode or two ago about that show The Weakest Link, where you're banking and building on each other's answers, and the bets get bigger and the risk becomes bigger. But if you mess something up down the chain, then everyone loses, right? And they're betting on top of these games, Insomniac on top of Naughty Dog, on top of Sucker Punch, on blah blah blah, on top of Gorilla, whatever. And so at some point, someone's gonna lose, and Sony really needs to control that, because that is their only advantage. They don't have a monetary advantage. They don't have a reach advantage necessarily. They obviously, their product sells more, but Microsoft has a greater reach than Sony. There's just certain Game Pass obviously is years ahead with their economic model. Xbox Live is probably a superior network still to PSN. All of the rest, I think those things all matter. So Sony has to just retain that quality oriented approach. And if they don't, then. So I guess what I'm saying is, in backing up, I guess what I'm saying is, would we want 4, let's not even say that. Would we want 3 AAA PlayStation games that were 7.5s to 8.5s every year? Or would we rather have 2 9s? And I think that might be the situation they find themselves in. Is that okay? No. Should they be able to get more than that? No. But I will say this Naughty Dog thing underlines what I've been long saying about PlayStation Studios, which is don't grow it. You don't need anything else. There aren't that many more even logical connections anyway, outside of Lucid, which is not going to happen post Destruction All-Stars, and maybe Ballistic Moon, which I had reported was being shown as having purchased, although that might have been a mistake on the part of the people that hold the records, the secretaries, as it were. But I just don't think that there's many ways to expand the studio family logically, and bends like this indicate that you're big enough. If you're only going to do 2 to 3 games a year at a first party, then you don't need more than 20 teams anyway. So really focus in on making them the best that they can possibly be with the highest quality offerings, and don't get caught up in anything else. But of course they will not listen.
Yeah. I do have to say too that, man, Naughty Dog is really, really unlucky when it comes to leaks. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Like Last of Us 2 and now this. This isn't quite the same. It's not the same type of leak, but like you said, I mean, it's probably like it's a material shift in probably their perspective on whether or not to ship this thing at all, is the fact that this information is out there.
That's what I said earlier. I think that does materially, you're absolutely right. That is a material thing. Like, they cannot make the decisions in private anymore.
Yeah.
Now we know, so now it makes it look suspect. The project, in other words, is compromised in some way, even though it probably wasn't. As I noted earlier, games change behind the scenes all the time. It's just that you don't know. So what would have been interesting is what would have happened with this game if we only found that out after the fact. And we'll never know that now.
Yeah, and it's just, I know you said it earlier, but it's just like, man, that streak of luck as far as like Naughty Dog and their games being kind of like screwed over by leaks is wild.
And I think it sucks, especially, Chris, because I'm of the mind, and yeah, I'm a huge Naughty Dog fan, a little bit of a fanboy of that studio, no doubt. But people are targeting them for, like, they want people. There are people out there that want them to do badly. So these kinds of things are never taken with grace or understanding, and never will happen that way. It's the same thing with what's happening with Arcane now. Like, no one will ever look at that as any other way than like the most sinister outlook possible, even though things just kind of happen and things go wrong. But you can't look at the management of Sony Studios and not have some questions on what exactly is going on here. And I wonder if it's kind of Sean Layden's prediction coming to fruition, that games are becoming too expensive, it's taking too long to make them, and expectations are so high. And this could be an unholy trio. This trinity that could become crushing. And I get that. It must be really hard, but that's the nature of the beast. It must be really hard to release a game like The Last of Us Part 2 and have to beat it. That's the way it goes. Yeah, that's how it goes. And maybe you should have never split off that Last of Us thing and made it so ambitious to begin with, and embrace the idea, as I'll say one more time, of live service versus mere online multiplayer. Two different things.
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Dustin, are you satisfied?
I'm very satisfied, always.
Good. Number 2. In the wake of last week's fandom-wide meltdown, an important piece of information was released by none other than Sony-owned studio Media Molecule, the team behind Little Big Planet, Tearaway, and most recently the since soft-canceled Dreams. That information being a new creative director. The person in question is John Beach, a longtime Media Molecule employee who joined the studio in 2009, the year following the original Little Big Planet's release. He worked as a designer on both 2011's Little Big Planet 2 and 2013's Tearaway, and rose to the studio's senior principal designer and then lead designer during the Dreams era. This promotion is substantial for 2 reasons. The first and more immediate is that this signals Media Molecule will indeed survive. A likely outcome for the BAFTA-winning studio that likely cost Sony very little to run compared to many of its other teams, though it hasn't released a hit game in more than a decade. However, this wasn't guaranteed. Sony shuttered another of its art studios, Pixel Opus, only weeks ago, and I should say art game studios, Pixel Opus, only weeks ago, and has been canceling and reworking games internally, like the aforementioned Factions project at Naughty Dog, as well as Deviation's second-party FPS project, which has seemingly been canceled outright. The second reason this news matters is because Media Molecule has suffered a significant brain drain. Having been founded in 2006, largely by a small group of devs who once worked at a now-defunct Xbox studio Lionhead, Sony purchased the team in 2010 in the lead-up to Little Big Planet 2's launch on PS3. The failure of Dreams has since forced an exodus at the top, all seemingly voluntary, but not something that happens at successful teams. Most of their original leadership group is now gone, including Little Big Planet designer and Dreams director Mark Healy, longtime technical and engine director Alex Evans, and longtime art director Kareem Atune. All 3 were founders of the team. The 4th founder, and the only one left, is director David Smith. As for what project Beach will be working on, that remains to be seen. But whether Media Molecule emerges with a great game or not, it will have been made by what can only be described as a radically different team than the one that made a Little Big Planet. Dustin, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is the risk that you run when you let, and again, Naughty Dog is nowhere near being left to rot like Media Molecule has been. But when you don't make games and you don't release products and you're not working at a high level, people leave. And Media Molecule, whatever it is now, is not the same Media Molecule. Now, that doesn't matter. Naughty Dog's founders haven't been there since the mid-2000s. So it's not like it really mattered. In fact, Naughty Dog got better when they left. And I don't think that that's necessarily because of that. I think things just got better. But, you know, studios live another life. So it's not necessarily the end of the world. But what's true is that this Media Molecule is very different. And I wonder what you think about their potential moving forward.
Yeah. Media Molecule needs to figure out what it means to be Media Molecule again. Because it's been so long since they've worked on a game that wasn't Dreams. So, and I think it's an exciting, or it could be a really exciting time for them to figure out, okay, what do we like about what we've made recently and what hasn't worked and what direction can we go in? It feels like an opportunity to remake yourself in a way. And they've been very blessed by being held onto by Sony. And so there's also there's an opportunity to do something new, but I'm sure at the same time there's an immense amount of pressure that you kind of got by. You were lucky, really, in this situation, and so you're getting another chance. And so what you make better be pretty good, or at least sell well, or something like that. Because I don't know, they're kind of a remnant of the old way of Sony, where you mentioned the write-up, the removal of Pixel Opus, which was another game that made these kind of more art-focused games. And that's not what Sony does anymore. Sony really is focused on the big AAA blockbuster games and the live service games, as we've been talking about throughout this episode. So they need to figure out where they fit in and where they make their value. So it's exciting. It's stressful. We wish them the best, of course. And I I don't know. I hope it's not another Little Big Planet game. Not that I have anything. There's nothing wrong with those games, but they've run their course. They elevated, and eventually that idea turned into Dreams. I think that having a really solid platformer with a level creator that does new things would be awesome. They don't need to reinvent the wheel or reinvent the user game engine to succeed. So we'll see what happens.
You have any thoughts, Chris, you want to share on Media Molecule and their new director?
I mean, we'll see. You know, I mean, what can you say, really? I feel like you said, I mean, the team is very different now than it used to be, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's apocalyptic. I mean, you brought up Naughty Dog earlier, although there's that era of Naughty Dog and post PS3 Naughty Dog are noticeably different. Like, it not necessarily in terms of quality in the sense that like they didn't still make great stuff, but like the stuff that they made were great in like very, 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 very different ways. Crash Bandicoot and Jack and Daxter are not Last of Us and Uncharted, even slightly. Like it's actually kind of shocking, the DNA that exists there. But you know, with Media Molecule, I mean, they're so defined by their style. They're so defined by their humor, their charm, the types of games that they make. So I wonder, I don't know, something like, imagine something Killzone-esque coming out of Media Molecule. I mean, that's not impossible, but it would also be really jarring to the people who remember Little Big Planet. I mean, it's probably similar with Rare in that sense, where they made like Banjo-Kazooie and then they went to Sea of Thieves. It's like probably a jarring thing. Still great. Very, very different type of great, though. So I think people need to be, you know, if you're really, really excited for the return of Media Molecule, you should probably be ready to expect something that is very, very uncharacteristic. If at the very least, it'll still be good, but you're not going to have Stephen Fry whimsically narrating the next Media Molecule game, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, very different team.
It's interesting, Chris, because we were talking just before about Naughty Dog and possible mismanagement there and what's going on. And one thing I can say for certain, and I've so long said this, so this is not news to the audience, but Media Molecule was woefully mismanaged. It's absolutely insane what Sony allowed them to do or what Sony wanted them to do. I said from Dreams never had a chance. And anyone who's saying otherwise was deluding themselves. To this day, people are holding on to this idea that Dreams was a good idea. What did they learn from Dreams? What did they get from it? They lost all the people that made Little Big Planet. They made Sackboy. They made all these things. And you have a skeleton of a team. And now you make a new generation of Media Molecule. Maybe it comes back stronger. Maybe it doesn't. But the reality is that they last released a game on console, like a new game on console, in January of 2011. That's the last time Media Molecule released a game on console. Basically midway through the PS3 era, a little more than that. And Tearaway later came to Vita and to PS4 as a port, and then, you know, Dreams. But that's mismanagement. Letting go of allowing a key component of PS3's comeback, which was whimsy, is a mistake. And what's interesting is that Media Molecule barely played a role in the revival of PlayStation. You might look at Little Big Planet and Little Big Planet 2, like I said earlier, as games that were there when things started to turn around, but it was really Uncharted. It was really other things. But that having that kind of childlike wonder and whimsy at the baseline, I think, was really important, and they lost it. And simply having a differentiator like Media Molecule making a game every 3 or 4 or 5 years, I mean, in between 2011 to now, they should have probably released 3 games. And those 3 games, I think, soften the catalog. Those 3 potential games, right? When you think about it.
Yeah.
You have Days Gone, Spider-Man, Horizon, and then something from Media Molecule. That's probably going to be way different. And instead, you don't have that. You have Dreams, which no one cares about. Shouldn't say no one, very few ever cared about it from the very beginning. So you want to talk about mismanagement. Media Molecule is the epitome of that. And I really would love to know more about why that was allowed to happen and what they saw in Dreams, because they just didn't. Dreams, it's like, from the very beginning, Dreams was never a good idea, in my opinion. But at every nexus, they were like, well, Dreams is a thing. It's like, well, okay, that's not a good idea. So they're like, okay, well, but it does exist. And we're going to do this. And instead, they should have done that. And then they get to the next nexus and they're like, all right, we can do this or that. And they're like, we'll do that again instead of doing this, and so on and so forth. And before you know it, they're so far behind the 8 ball. It's like, okay, so you're going to make an engine. Is everyone going to be able to make games and manufacture them and get them off? No. Is it going to like work on some like logic that, you know, in some tool base that people can segue to other engines and all that? No. Are you going to bring it to PS5? No. You're going to bring it to PC? No. You're going to bring, you know, like, okay. You made the wrong decision every time. So we'll see if this guy can turn things around. But welcome to the team, Mr. Beach. You have a hard job ahead of you. All right. Number 3. One of the bigger announcements during last week's PlayStation Showcase was the long-rumored remake of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. It's called Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, and as it's the first game chronologically in the Metal Gear series, it marks the beginning of a new look for MGS. But questions remained, including who was making the game, who was involved with it, and even missing details from another fun announcement from the showcase, a Metal Gear collection. So let's start here. Hideo Kojima isn't involved with the game in any way. This isn't a surprise. Having worked at a publisher Konami since the 80s, Kojima is the father of Metal Gear, but he had an acrimonious split from Konami following the launch of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain in 2015. And it's clear the two sides are unlikely to work with each other again. Plus, Konami doesn't need Kojima to do this, as it owns this IP. Website IGN confirmed this information, along with word that perhaps the second most important person in the Metal Gear Solid franchise, artist Yoji Shinkawa, is also not involved. Shinkawa was the art director and character designer of every Metal Gear Solid game, beginning with the 1998 original. As he's been working with Kojima all these years, including moving over to the independent Kojima Productions and working in the same capacity on Death Stranding and its sequel, it was unclear why IGN thought he may be involved. IGN also confirmed the developer behind the game, which is apparently a combination of internal Konami assets with Virtuous, the Singapore-based for-hire development contractor with well over 3,000 employees worldwide, which has worked on projects in the past like Final Fantasy X's HD ports on PS3 and Vita, art for Sony's first-party, Guerrilla-developed Horizon games, ports of titles like Platinum's Nier Automata for Switch and The Outer Worlds, and more. Meanwhile, the website The Verge expands on the findings regarding Metal Gear Solid Delta, this time in reference to in-game content. According to their reporting, which has been verified by other sources, the remake, peculiarly, will use the original untouched voice performances, which doesn't exactly comport with this being a remake. Finally, for many of us, the most exciting Metal Gear-related news to come out of the event had nothing to do with Delta, which is further out of the release schedule, and much more to do with the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, emphasis on Volume 1, since this promises more to come after that. However, it sounds like we're going to have our hands full with Volume 1 alone. We already knew the collection coming to PlayStation 5 this fall would include 1998's Metal Gear Solid, 2001's Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, and 2004's Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, and indeed, making the first game itself playable on new hardware is huge, as it's long been stranded. But there's more, because though Konami didn't intend to announce it, instead, the news leaked via the PlayStation Store, and was picked up via website Eurogamer. 2 more games, the original Metal Gear and its sequel Solid Snake, will also be included. The original Metal Gear, launched in Japan in 1987 and in the West on NES in 1988, is a stealth classic and writing a directorial debut of Kojima. The 1990 sequel never came out in the West, at least originally. Instead, we in the West got a bootleg sequel in 1990 called Snake's Revenge, which had nothing to do with Kojima. Volume 2 of the Metal Gear Solid collection, unannounced but obviously implied, is assumed to include post-MGS3 Metal Gear games beginning with 2008's PS3 exclusive Metal Gear Solid 4. Dustin, there's a lot here, but I'm wondering what you make of this specific news. We have some confirmation of the long-rumored Team Virtuous being involved, but Konami's using internal assets as well to build it. I have very low expectations about this game moving forward based on what we're hearing from it. Konami is not spending the requisite money to get a really talented studio to work on it. They're using their own internal assets, which are probably fucking flown to the wind over the last 15 years or so. And so who even knows the nature of the people that work there now? And they're using the original voice track. Like, what kind of budget bullshit are you doing here? You know, really, it's so Konami-like, but unexpected, because I thought that they were going to turn over a new leaf here in some sense.
Yeah. Well, I think that Konami knows that they've been sitting on this valuable IP for a while and wanted to do something with it, but it's a very dicey situation. Everyone immediately, of course, as if there was any question. I thought it was so funny when people were asking, is Kojima involved? No, of course he's not fucking involved. Have you been watching this whole story for years now? Maybe some people haven't, that's fine.
It's insane.
No, of course Kojima's not involved in the project. And I also am really unsure about this, especially now that some time has passed. Looking at the trailer again, the way they have communicated about the project has felt really weird also. And I got to point out one random thing too. I saw this on Twitter and it's bothered me ever since. I'm really bothered by Snake's headband in the images. It conforms to his face and you see his muscles through the headband. You guys should look up the image and see what I'm talking about. It reminds me of a Batman mask in a way. Now that I've pointed this out and ruined it, not only for you guys soon, but for the whole audience.
Yeah, it is. It looks like he looks like a fucking Ninja Turtle.
Yes, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Please change this before the game comes out.
Wow, he does. He looks like that really does bother me. He looks like a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. It bothers me more than it should, but so yeah, using the old voices, I don't know. This feels, I get that they want to be faithful. So
bullshit
cool.
Though about that. That's like hotels saying they don't want to wash your sheets because it's good for the environment.
Yeah.
Fuck off. They don't want to be faithful. They don't want to re-record it. You know?
Right.
And rewrite it. And they think that they'll get fucking harassed, and probably rightfully so, if they change anything. I think that is really basically the long and short of it. You know?
Right. And I think this brings into question too about how much of the game is going to be updated and remade. Is this going to be a super faithful to the point of its own detriment, where some of the annoying aspects don't get changed, or I don't know. There's quite a few things that can be updated, in my opinion.
Well, this is what Glentendo said. And yeah, you've recently played it. I played it last, so it's fresh in our minds. But good day, Sacred Cucks, he says. At first, I found the reveal for the MGS3 remake underwhelming. After giving it some time and reviewing the few screenshots available on Konami's website, I'm beginning to have hope for this Kojima-less Metal Gear. Hear me out. When we first heard the MGS3 remake rumors, most of us imagined a Final Fantasy VII remake or RE4 remake level reimagining. God knows MGS3 kind of needs it, but after seeing the screenshots, it's clear they're going for a much more faithful, less elaborate remake, which I think can actually be a good thing. Doing a big reimagining without Kojima sounds impossible. I feel like just giving the original game a graphical overhaul, streamlining the UI, and making each area connect without loading is their best bet. Even small enhancements from the 3DS version, like letting Snake crouch, are huge improvements. MGS3 is one of my all-time favorite games, and I'm really hoping this remake isn't shit balls ass. Thanks.
Oh.
What do you make of what Glentendo is saying here, Dustin? Kind of continuing on what you were noting. I guess I kind of did. I don't think it was going to be like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think you're talking about Final Fantasy VII Remake and Resident Evil 4 are very different remakes in my mind. Final Fantasy VII Remake is what you do when you remake a game. Resident Evil 4 Remake is what you do when you kind of tweak it a little bit, but basically just modernize it. I assumed that was what Metal Gear Solid 3 was going to be, but I had long said when these rumors had been percolating that I was really hoping they were going to go balls out, like put the game in Russian, do all sorts of really cool shit to make it, spend money. If you're going to do it, do it. I share a totally different viewpoint than, like, I'm less excited the more I know about it now.
Well, I think that's part of the issue that they're facing, is that they know that they have, I don't know, would you say they have a target on them from the gamers at this point? The jaded people
Konami,
that are mad
Konami hasn't released a relevant game in a long ass time. I mean, they've had a little bit of success with some of the TMNT stuff, and like collections, but they've not. Phantom Pain was the last time they released a AAA game,
Right. So at this point, it's a thing where if they do change it, I think that even if it's for the good, people aren't going to like it, or certain people will say. Some people that just won't be fair to it. And I've already seen some of that where, and I understand this perspective. There is a strong feeling of people saying, this doesn't have Kojima, it's not going to be good. Straight up. Because Kojima is Metal Gear. And I can see that from one perspective. But at the same time, I also think, why don't we just wait and see what happens before we start saying shit like that? Why don't we just wait and see? And I get it. It's a game. Many people, this is at the very least their favorite Metal Gear. Some people, it's one of their favorite games of all time. You don't want stuff that you love to be fucked with. I understand. But let's just wait and see. Just wait and see.
Yeah.
And if you hate it, then guess what? You'll be able to play the original on your PlayStation 5. And you can totally ignore that. So you have a great situation either way, if it's good or bad. As long as the port's good.
I'm looking here from the PS4, from just the Wikipedia for Konami published games. So since PS4 launched, here's what they've published. Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes and Pro Evo Soccer that year. Then the next year, Phantom Pain and Pro Evo Soccer. Then in 2016, they're Jinkyo Powerful. It's like a baseball series. And Pro Evolution Soccer. I think it's actually called eBaseball now, which is funny. 2017, Pro Evolution Soccer. 2018, Baseball, Metal Gear Survive, Pro Evolution Soccer, Super Bomberman R. And then 2019, they released those collections. Remember the Contra collection, the Castlevania collection, the arcade collection, plus that game Contra Rogue Core, then eFootball and that baseball game. 2020, eBaseball, eFootball 2021, Super Bomberman Online, eFootball 2022, eBaseball and the Cowabunga collection, 2023, Super Bomberman and a baseball game. And then the only game that they released of any note was that Yu-Gi-Oh game, that free-to-play game, Master Duel or whatever. And then in PS5, they've only released eFootball, TMNT, the Cowabunga collection, and Yu-Gi-Oh, and basically have Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid Delta as the announced games. In other words, they've been gone for a really long time. I don't even know what their capabilities are, and it seems to me that they're not willing to pay for what would be necessary. If you want to overcome Kojima's absence, then I do think you need to take the reins and like be like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to have to rework some things. We're going to have to rewrite some things. We're going to have to modernize things and all this and do it. Have some balls. They had enough balls to kind of throw Kojima under the bus and throw him away. And they have balls enough to take his work and re-release it for their financial benefit, which is their right. So I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this game. I got to be honest with you. Chris, where are you on this?
Yeah. I'm not feeling super hot on it. I just feel like it's. I think a lot of it just stems from it being modern Konami, and we don't really have a barometer of how to really adjust our expectations for what they're going to do. All we have are these random collections of games that were already done, and Metal Gear Survive, which is not a great previous jumping off point. So like, I mean, and look, I didn't expect necessarily something on the. I didn't necessarily expect something in the same realm of Resident Evil 4 or what we got not necessarily, but I expected more than what they're doing, which is seemingly the way that Halo does it, which it works perfectly fine for Halo because Halo's gameplay's never really had a problem. Metal Gear Solid is kind of the opposite, where like you need to tweak that game kind of a lot in order to bring it to modern contemporary standards. But they're doing an anniversary situation where they're keeping the layouts the same, they're keeping the voices the same, they're keeping pretty much everything the same, except they're just redoing cinematics and presumably just like up-resing, not up-resing in the sense that it's 720 to 1080, but putting a new coat of paint over the engine that exists, or a new coat of paint over the levels that exist, and barely changing anything. I think that's safe, and it probably is. From their perspective, they're like, look, we don't have Kojima. It's been a while since that has happened, since that whole situation went down. I wouldn't even be surprised if most of the people involved in that kerfuffle aren't even really there anymore. I mean, that could be possible. So if I'm Konami, I'm thinking, all right, well, how do we do this? This is a really huge game. It's really important to a lot of people. We don't want to fuck with it too much because it's a piece of gaming history. It's like some people, like Dustin said, it's some people's favorite Metal Gear game. We can't go balls to the wall with it quite in the way that Capcom did with Resident Evil 4. We can't do that because, quite frankly, I think even they know that they don't have the development chops for it. I think that's why you're not seeing a Resident Evil 4 tier remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, is because they don't have the people to do that. I mean, just the fact that they rely on so many contractors in and of itself is a massive red flag. So you don't want a team like that. You don't want a team like that making something from the ground up new, a reimagined version of a seminal classic game. Ideally, the best course of action for a team like that is to stick as closely to the script as possible. change change only what needs to be changed, things like controls and maybe loading and stuff like that, and just hopefully execute that well enough that you get enough goodwill to continue doing it, and maybe over time lead up to Metal Gear Solid remake. And maybe because that's the one that really needs. If we're really talking about games that really need an overhaul, it's the first Metal Gear Solid. And maybe by that point, and maybe by the time they get to that game, they might have built up enough goodwill and got enough of the development, the development cadence down where they could really afford to make those changes. But at the same time, that's a very, very optimistic view. I think this game's going to be underwhelming, not because the game itself is bad, but because I think people's expectations for this game have been so high for a long time. I mean, dude, this game's been rumored for what? Like, we talked about this recently. This game's been a rumor since we started the show. I think even before that. So, like, the fact that it's 5 years later, we're hearing all this, it turns out that it's basically, like a Halo anniversary level remake. It's not exactly what people were expecting. Dude, I bet even the pachinko machine probably is going to look better. But who the fuck knows? And we just got to see.
I think you're right.
I don't know. When's this game coming out, by the way, you think? Like, are you guys betting on next year or?
Yeah, no sooner than.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously,
oh, yeah.
Clearly.
Okay. So, yeah, I would even go beyond that. But if they're doing, I mean, like you said, a long time incubating, maybe no need to announce it so soon. So maybe 2024 is a safe bet. I don't know.
Yeah. My guess would be 2024 just because they don't seem to be doing much to it. Like, they seem to be retexturing a lot of the game and maybe tweaking some controls. But if they're just using the same cutscenes, the same music, same dialogue, just pretty up a little bit.
It makes a lot more sense why Virtuous is making it too, because they're really a for hire contract studio. And so if you're giving them like something basically being like, just, I mean, it's not just, but kind of take this and stay true to it and modernize it, that might be something they're able to do. I wonder if Konami's resources are simply production resources. But Dustin, you were going to say something.
I was going to say that think that
Chris,
I just was going to say, doesn't it reek of CyberConnect? And
yeah.
Like Final Fantasy, like why would you give Metal Gear to a contractor? Like, it's crazy. I don't know.
No, I agree. And he's referencing Final Fantasy VII Remake for people that out there that don't know. I just wanted to make sure he was done, Dustin, before I went to you. Now you can go to you.
Yeah.
Now go to you.
Yeah, sorry.
So it definitely feels like the success of this game is going to determine what they do for the future of the series. Mm-hmm. Because they could go from this point and remake them in chronological order, which they'll have to earn a lot of goodwill from this first game to remake one, because you can't just straight remake one. It's not possible. I think 3 is possible. It's modern enough, but 1, you're going to have to change a lot of stuff. So they have to earn that goodwill. And then the other thing too is that do you think that they eventually want to make Metal Gear Solid 6?
I don't know. I think that would be a bad idea. They have such a long way to go, like, well, let me get into this inquiry here. This actually gets into it. Brandon McDade wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Boys. With all the hype surrounding the Snake Eater remake, it does beg the question, what's Konami's end game? Assuming they remake all the games in the franchise, what happens next? Was Kojima the secret sauce to making that franchise work, or is there potential to branch out from his vision and really lean into new stories?" I think Kojima is clearly the special sauce. And his team, his people, everything about they all work together for a long period of time. And so I think that it would be the thing about this, Dustin, from my point of view, is that they indicate in their press releases and in their small interviews they're doing with some websites talking about Metal Gear Solid Delta that they're listening, that people want more, they want to hear feedback or whatever. And as I long said, and this was obvious to anyone that knew Metal Gear, is that Metal Gear Solid 3 is the first game in the chronology. So they're clearly going to the beginning and will probably release them in the order, in some sort of sequenced order based on their core chronology. And by the time they get to the end of that, it might be so far distant and situations so different that you could either imagine Kojima coming back and making a game on his own terms, or them just being like, it's been literally a generation or more since we had a Kojima Metal Gear game. We're doing something else now. And it's also important to realize that though Kojima made Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid, which are two different series really, although they're intertwined with each other. Metal Gear Solid was kind of a reimagining of what it could be in 3D, as we all know. There could conceivably be a third one, like a Metal Gear whatever. I mean, there was Revengeance and all these things, but people understand what I'm saying, where it's like a totally different reimagining of maybe the intent behind it. So I think, in other words, what I'm saying is that I don't think Konami has to worry about that yet. And when
but they will
have to worry about it. But I think it's years away. And by the time they get there, Kojima can come to them and be like, well, I'll fucking make a Metal Gear Solid 2 for $300 million budget or something like that, and see if Konami wants to put down for that. They have the money.
Yeah, that's I don't imagine they'll even get to that before. That honestly feels like a 2030s situation. Like by the time they get to that,
that's the thing. That's definitely the case.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, we'll see. I mean, when he said like is Kojima the secret sauce, I would argue he's not the secret sauce. He's the meat. Like he's what you're buying when you get like Kojima is like a bacon burger, and Konami is In-N-Out. They can't give it to you. They don't have it, even though they should.
That's
probably.
I like that. Finally, I thought you guys would appreciate this. Jacques Thomas wrote in. Ooh. Said, hey, CDC, can we talk about how Jeff has been on Konami's ass since Metal Gear Solid Delta and Collection was announced? With every post by the MGS Twitter account, Jeff always makes a post regarding who's the development team and who's creating the game. It's quite obvious that he's doing it because of what happened with Konami and Kojima, but some people are saying he should relax on acting so aggressively towards them. What do you guys think? As always, thanks for your continued entertainment. Dustin, surely one of the more interesting wrinkles of the games industry is this Kojima Jeff Keighley connection, and how the video game awards were used as a platform to kind of diminish and demean the VGA or demean Konami after being used by Konami to reveal certain things, including Moby Dick Studios and all that stuff, which was awesome. What do you think about Jeff Keighley kind of going all in against Konami here?
Well, I would assume that he has a lot more inside details about it.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you trust Jeff or not and his inside source or whatever, which would be Kojima, but maybe he's giving a wink and a nod that we really shouldn't be supporting this game because of details we don't know. And I think that's cool that he's supporting his friend and doing what he can in his own way to signal certain things. People saying that maybe he shouldn't be as aggressive, let him do whatever he wants. I don't know. Yeah. He's his own guy. Maybe he does have to play ball somewhat, but if he feels that his friend was wronged in a very personal way, in a very demeaning way, then I can understand him acting and having this level of integrity. So good for him for that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if it was just Jeff Keighley if it was just somebody who's like really, really high up in the video games trade show like business, who like had no connection to Kojima at all, just making this, I'd be like, what's wrong with it? It would come across as like very, very like fanboyish to a really bizarre degree. But because he clearly knows Kojima well, like, I mean, I would assume that they're friends at this point.
Oh, definitely.
And really very, very friendly. So it comes across like it comes across as Jeff Keighley kind of speaking the things that Kojima isn't allowed to say, or maybe is like potentially maybe just too nice to say. And I feel like he would know more about the situation than anybody. And if, because I can see people being like, wouldn't Kojima be uncomfortable by all this? And it's like, I think Jeff Keighley would know. And it apparently is not. This is one of the things where it's like, man, this bad blood is really deep. Because it's still like a cornerstone of this industry in some way. And I don't know, man. I don't think that's ever going to stop. But yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's cool, actually.
Well, we'll keep an eye out on this. I have very little faith right now in Metal Gear Solid Delta, but we'll find out. Hopefully I'm wrong. I am much more excited about the collection.
Yeah, me too.
You definitely played yourself, Dustin.
I did, but you imagine Collection 2 going to include a PS5 version of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and not Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain.
Mm-hmm. Peace Walker probably.
Maybe I can just save that.
Oh, there is a PS4 version of Peace Walker already, isn't there? Isn't there?
No,
right. Only PS3 and PSP, of course.
But yeah.
All right.
I'm excited about those.
let's go on here. Number 4, we can go through this quick. This is PS Plus. Finally, it's time once more for our monthly PlayStation Plus Essential exercise. As you know, Sony updates the so-called free games you get each and every month with PS Plus Essential, the base form of Sony's newer 3-tier PS Plus system. As always, these games are available to any active subscriber, and you should add them to your download list so that you can play them later, even if you don't intend to now. With an active subscription, you can play them at a future date, so long as you redeem them in time. The biggest game of the bunch is actually a doozy, and likely cost Sony a pretty penny, NBA 2K23. Released in 2022, the game will be available for PS Plus on both PS4 and PS5, and it is likely one of the biggest games to ever come to the service. NBA 2K is one of the best-selling games in the world each year. Also available is Jurassic World Evolution 2, the 2021 management sim available for both PS4 and PS5 from Studio Frontier Developments, the team behind the popular 2016 spiritual successor to Roller Coaster Tycoon, Planet Coaster, which itself came to PS4 and PS5 in 2020. Finally, black and white side-scroller Trek to Yomi will be made available on both PS4 and PS5. The Edo Japan-era game first came to PS4 and PS5 in 2022 and comes by way of Flying Wild Hog, the team behind Shadow Warrior and Evil West. All 3 games will be available beginning June 6th, and you have until July 3rd to snag them. Anything there for you, Dustin?
Not really. Obviously, I'm not going to play the NBA game, but that's a big get, as you said, as this is one of the games on Sacred Sales Saga that remains in the charts all the time. So the fact that Sony's paying for all those sales up front, pretty big deal. Jurassic World Evolution, this is a game I'd rather play with a mouse and keyboard. A management sim game, I want that level of precision, so it would never be a game I would play on PlayStation. And then the last one, what was it again? Oh, Trek to Yomi. I heard this game was all right, but I never checked it out personally. It was a big Game Pass get a while back. So I know the people that I think Ben and Cog played it and talked about it, and they were in the middle on it. So, but it's a neat style. It has that Kurosawa black and white samurai feel to it. So that may be intriguing to some people out there.
Yeah, it has a 69 on Metacritic for PS5 and published by Devolver. Anything here for you, Chris?
Not really. I don't know. Like NBA, and it's all. I feel nothing when I look at this.
Yeah, I feel the same way as you. What's funny, and that's why I was trying to be objective in my write-up, was NBA 2K23 is a fucking huge game to put on here. I'm sure there are people that are absolutely amped about that. It's one of the best-selling games of the year, every year. So
part of me does wonder, though, like, because that's such a big game, and it's like usually the people who play like NBA games are the people who like almost only play that type of stuff, right?
Sure.
So like one has to wonder, like, anybody who would be excited about NBA 2K23 probably already has it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be a tantalizing thing to get new blood.
Yeah, that's kind of my read on it, where it's like, hey, look, a lot of people probably aren't really in the realm where they're willing to spend like a full price for a sports game, especially if they've not really given one a chance before. So let's put this on. You know, I actually enjoyed MLB The Show. Like when I tried it on Game Pass, not to the degree that I would go buy it, because it's not. Look, I'm not sinking 80 hours into baseball teams, but I can imagine this being a pretty. I'll put it this way: I think a lot of people are probably going to try their first NBA game this way because it's free, and there's no barrier to entry, and I think that's cool.
Dude, I haven't played MLB The Show in years, but at all. But I would imagine if you played a 162 game season, that would probably take you 100 hours to just play one season, you would assume. I mean, I'm sure you start skipping things after a while and all the animations and stuff. I remember that, but I used to love sports games. I just totally dropped them. I don't have time for them anymore, but I get it. I love the stats and all of that. The last sports game I got really into was when Madden came to Vita, and I played it that one release, and that was the end.
I only really gravitated to baseball because it's the only thing that I have a genuine, like, an actual connection to, even if it's like really, really menial. Because I have nostalgia for like Yankees and like the Yankee Stadium and all that.
Totally, you should play the show MLB The Show 12 on Vita or whatever the hell version of it is on there. MLB The Show 13. All right, it's time to end our show as we always do with listener inquiries. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Before we do that, though, I'm going to go pee. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to go on the most misogynistic rant you've ever gone on, and I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. See, Colin thinks he can dictate us, Chris, and what we say and do on these moments. I will not have it.
No,
by
me neither.
any means. We can't be controlled by him.
Exactly. So, he thinks he's a puppet master or something.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he? Thinks that he can pee whenever he wants. Though, I don't know. I've never tried to get up, say, hey, I've got to pee, I got to go. I don't do that. I hold it like a man.
I hold it in like an adult.
Yeah, to the point of having a bladder infection. It's someday. That's going to happen. I'm going to have a bladder infection from sacred symbols. Can I make Colin pay for the medical bills?
Yes. It's a write-off. No, yeah. I mean, I remember like when we would record Sacred in person, and sometimes he would go pee, and I would hear him like laughing maniacally about like how much control he has over the show. And I would I would keep it to myself because it was a little off-putting. I was also at his whim because I was in his apartment, so didn't want to make a scene over. But it's pretty disturbing. Yeah, he's a sick guy. This guy,
sick pervert for sure. I wouldn't want to have my kids around him within any amount of feet, really.
Yeah. How's it going?
I don't even know.
How was your expulsion?
Good. It was great. Felt great.
Yeah. Powerful stream? Solid?
It's never very powerful, to be honest. I think it's because I have a little girl bladder. You know?
Oh.
When I used to drink lots of beer, I what'd you say?
I was gonna say, you ever get the two streams in one?
Oh yeah, I've had that. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Morning wood often brings that out. You know,
you can't trust it.
That's a horrible experience. Peeing.
But when I started drinking beer when I was younger, and then I still drink beer, but not very much anymore. But I learned very quickly how small my bladder was because I'd be at the bar, I'd be 2 glasses in, and then I'd have to go to the bathroom, and then I'd be in the bathroom every 15 minutes. It was a joke with my friends, like that. I don't know what that's all about. You know when you have to pee so badly that it, like I think it has something to do with air pressure actually, or some sort of pressure thing where like you are so maximally full that you can barely pee. You know, and then and you kind of like have to like you pee a little bit, but you're not fully peeing. You have to come back and pee again. I read about it recently. It's very similar to why you can't like when you get really drunk, you have a really hard time sleeping. There's just certain things your body does. It just I don't know. Like you know when you get, I mean, this might be your experience. Even when you have been blackout drunk, you still get up 5 hours later, right? Like, and then you have a hard time sleeping. There's something to that. It always bothered me, but I don't get blackout drunk anymore.
No.
I haven't been. I remember the last time I got blackout drunk, which is funny because you usually don't remember getting blackout drunk. But I remember it because I was hungover for 2 days, and it was in. And it was in 2011.
Chris and I next up October. Colin Moriarty's wedding. Blackout.
People threw up at my sister's wedding.
Oh,
did they really? I won't throw up. That's a promise.
Yeah, some chick apparently threw up all over the bathroom, and then a family member actually threw up. I'm not going to say who.
Oh. That's exciting.
Okay.
So we're up in the ante. All right, let's get into it. Michael Allen wrote in. Said, hey, CCD. Sorry, Dustin, you don't get to jump rank in the initial order. That's fair. How do you determine when to discuss or cover something from an objective versus subjective lens? Colin, I remember you talking about writing video game reviews in light of the Philip Mewson IGN news, and I'm paraphrasing, but you said something along the line of you play a game and write down how it made you feel. How does this apply to covering the most recent PlayStation showcase or news in general? In last week's episode, you alluded to the showcase being rated a D for the things you cared about, but it sounded like you were trying to cover it objectively. Quite frankly, I'm not here most of the time for your objective view. I am here to listen to how it made you feel. I'm curious what you guys think about this, because from my point of view, Michael, and I think most of the audience would agree, I try to weave in and out of those two things. Yeah. And I try to be clear when I'm being one or when I'm being the other, but it's by implication usually, right? Like, for instance, it's an objective fact that Spider-Man 2 is coming out this fall. The nature of the announcement of Spider-Man 2 and their recalcitrance in announcing a date is subjective because some people might be bothered by that and some people might not be. I think sometimes you have to just read into what I'm saying, but I want you guys to be careful about this idea that you only want a subjective Colin. I do not think that is true. I think you are mostly getting a subjective Colin, but if it was Colin covering PlayStation the way he thought it was supposed to be covered only, or the games that he cared about, this would be a very different show. Half the things we talk about on this show every week, I don't give a flying fuck about. And that is me being objective. by being like, someone cares about it. It's what we were just saying about PS Plus and NBA 2K23. I wouldn't be surprised if that was literally one of the most downloaded PS Plus games ever. But we went over that in 90 seconds. And so there is a balance of objectivity and subjectivity, but when you're looking at something like a showcase, I think you can cover it from both angles, and I tried to do that. I would have loved first-party games. I would have loved all single-player games. Anything else would have been a waste of time for me. From a subjective point of view, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. There was almost nothing at that showcase for me, but it's not about me. That's the point I guess I was trying to make at the top. It's not about me.
Well, something I would want to add on to that is that you're feeling that, like, that is also a feeling. Like when I don't think of me weaving in and out of objectivity and subjectivity. I think of the entire thing as subjective. I just think my subjective view is pretty balanced. Where like I do feel like that game showcase was kind of like, meh. I felt like it was like a C. But I also feel like I also feel subjectively that as a game showcase for a broader audience, it's pretty decent. I also feel that the reliance on CG was pretty lame. I also feel like there's a million things you feel, right? And you voice those things. It's not possible. You can be as close to objective as possible, but it's still not true objectivity. Like, no one's truly objective about anything. And I don't think there's really necessarily a contradiction between saying like, hey, yeah, for me personally, it's a D, but it's probably a B+ for everybody else. I think that's all still a feeling.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a very good point. Yeah. What do you think, Dustin?
People get annoyed. I saw this recently on one of our social platforms that someone was pointing out how I say, for me, blah, 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 blah. I do that really intentionally because in online spaces like this, oftentimes if you don't state that what you're about to say is not objective, but a personal feeling, people will take it as you're trying to put your feelings as fact. When with what Chris was saying, stupid. It's always going to be based on how you feel about things. So I try to make it clear. So I'm not just trying to say that what I think is true for everyone all the time. So yes, that's why I always say, for me.
I hate that, though. I hate that. Not that you do it. I hate that you feel compelled to do that.
Yeah,
because,
totally.
Like,
I get that.
Because it's so obviously implicit in having a conversation.
Exactly.
That it is your opinion.
Yes.
Like, you don't have to start every, like, this is my opinion. Like, I get sometimes it's necessary for, like, very nuanced discussions. I get it. But, like, I don't know. It bothers me that that's a compulsion that we have, or that we have to avoid people just reading into things in the completely wrong way. Like, it's so stupid.
Right. Well, going back to the example of the NBA game, I would say this is going to be great for all the PlayStation gamers out there, since there's a lot of them like NBA. I don't care about it. So you're right in that saying I don't care. It should be the assumption when you say you're talking from a personal perspective, and you don't necessarily demand that everyone shares the same viewpoint as you. Yeah. But this is the internet. Dude, in modern times.
You deal with the lowest common denominator a lot. I totally get that. That's why I've tried to remove myself from just even dealing and even reacting to one-off attacks and things like that. It's like, you can't really win this game of whack-a-mole, and you have to realize, and I mean this with all due respect, that a lot of people are just a lot of naysayers, a lot of people that demean or go into things. Like, the average American reads in an 8th grade reading level. Do you know that? The average American.
I believe it.
So, like, you're not dealing all the time with the mega deepest thinker when you're dealing with the lowest common denominator on the internet. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, I've tried to live that advice by just not giving it too much. Like, you'd have to be an absolute moron to not know that when someone's speaking, they're doing it from their perspective. But that it needs to be iterated is one thing. And then, as Chris is saying, that you even have to say it, that's a whole different thing. And so the easiest thing is to just not bother at all. I think the weaving of objectivity and subjectivity is so interesting because it is usually seamless by perspective, and you usually don't have to explicitly say so. But I just want to reiterate to people that I don't think you want subjective Colin at all times. You need objective Colin to run the show. You need objective Colin to decide what is news. Because if you want subjective Colin, then Colin's making a show for Colin. Right, and that's not Sacred Symbols. Like, Sacred Symbols is like a show Colin loves and does, but it's not like a show catered to Colin. And
I call it Colin's Corner.
Call Colin's Corner, right? Exactly. That would be my Twitch stream or something like that. So I totally get what you're saying, but I think balancing it with, let's say subjectivity is like what you like plus like your fandom. People call me a fanboy sometimes. I don't agree with that terminology, but I'm a fan of PlayStation. And sometimes your fandom, like my fandom of the Jets or the Islanders, requires objectivity. Sometimes that fandom gets sucked into subjectivity. So as an example, objectively, the Jets look really great on paper this year. Subjectively, I've been a Jets fan for too long to believe too much in what's actually going to happen, and you expect things to fall apart and you wait things to play out. That balance of two things is what makes the Jet fan. Very similar to video games, very similar to all these other things where you have to take in all of the different nuance. It's important. That's why I think that it's okay to grade the showcase from the perspective of both what I think would be a more objective viewer and what I think would be a Colin or a more subjective viewer. And by the way, you see this, I read it on ILP. I didn't use it here, but someone wrote into us saying his viewpoint was basically, I'm paraphrasing, but his viewpoint was basically changed about the nature of the showcase when his friend, his kind of rando friend, got involved, and he's like, did you see this new Final Fantasy game? I mean, that's the real world. And it's remember when God of War Ragnarok came out and I said, I really like it. I think it's great, but I don't like it as much as a lot of people do. But that if it was the first, imagine you play it, you're 40 years old, you grew up on Mario and Super Mario World and all that, and then you just didn't play games and really had no familiarity, and then someone set you in front of God of War Ragnarok, it would be the most amazing thing you ever saw in your life. Right? Because there's no bearing.
Yeah, it's perspective.
Exactly. So I think that is the nexus of objectivity and subjectivity. And I think it's a deep question, Michael, but I personally think I do a pretty good job of it, but you guys can keep the feedback coming. Matt H. writes in, he says, hey all, Dustin, I remember you talking about frequenting garage sales looking for retro games a while back, and this Memorial Day weekend, I saw one while driving down the road and decided to take the plunge. Well, this detour was well worth it. Underneath a pile of various years' Maddens and FIFAs, I found 2 PlayStation 2 gems, Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal and God Hand, which I procured for $1 combined. God Hand was an especially great find as price charting has complete in-box copies going for around $140. So Dustin, have you been to any garage sales recently? What is your most memorable find? If you slow down your game hunting, I'm here to remind you that great finds are out there and to keep up the good fight. Yeah, I actually I've been meaning to ask you, like, what's going on with your collecting? And you were making some videos, but then you stopped. Like, what's happening with that?
Yeah, I'm still collecting. I had to give it a break because I was just spending a lot of money all at once because I was getting obsessed with it. And as far as the yard sales and the garage sales, I went really, really hard last season doing this. And in the end, I really didn't find that much. And it's kind of a sad state of things where it used to be 10 years ago, and maybe even a little less than that you would find games all the time. You would find them for cheap. And it was a different market back then. But the thing that I found now in going to yard sales and garage sales is that first tip overall is you always ask if they have games. Always ask. Even if you look at everything and you don't see any games, just ask. Because sometimes someone will remember it and they'll bring it out anyway. And they'll think, oh, someone's interested in something. I didn't realize someone would be interested in this. I'll sell it, right? But the number one response that I would get is someone would say, I sold that a few years ago. So we're getting to the point with some of these older games that the old stuff has just already is recirculating out there, and less people have held on to it. It's hit that point where it's already sold. It's not that there are no finds out there, but it's gotten extremely tough also in terms of resellers. Resellers have ruined everything. And I've resold some stuff that I've bought, but that's the nature of the game now, where what you do is that you find the stuff you want, you keep it, and the stuff you don't want, you sell in order to fund other stuff in the collection. And that's the way it has to be, just because there's so many people that are going to find stuff just purely to flip, just to flip. The market, there's people out there that are willing to pay for it, sometimes me. And so it feels sad and unfortunate in some ways, but that's just how the market is now. And so we have to deal with that. So I would like to go to some more yard sales and garage sales this summer, but I haven't gone out yet, and I don't feel highly motivated to wake up at 7 a.m. to not find anything, because that's how it is. It's not nearly as fruitful. So I have found good stuff in the past. I've talked about how I found a big cache of PS1 games for $1 a piece. None of them were exceptionally rare, but I did get Final Fantasy VII, a black box copy, and stuff like that. And every once in a while, you will find a game for $1 that's worth 50 or something like that. But it can be tough to persevere. So I think that answers everything that he mentioned, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So good luck out there if you're out hunting. Let me know if you find anything good.
Godspeed. Zachary Parkerson wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, but mostly C1. You often bemoan those that complain about the price of video games. But do you think it's possible you've lost perspective with time? During IGN and Into Kind of Funny, game codes were mostly provided to you. Not mostly. I didn't pay for anything back then. With The Last Stand, you're wealthy compared to most from your own venture. Video games are often an escape for those living paycheck to paycheck. But as wages haven't kept up with things like the cost of food and rent, the $60 or $70 price tag has gotten harder and harder to justify. I understand the value of patience, but I also understand the power of wanting to play the newest game with everyone else. Love you guys and love the show. Be well." I think we talk about game pricing a lot, and I wanted to bring this up. I try not to be... Well, first of all, I buy all of my games. And regardless of how we do financially, the reality is that I buy all of my games. So I do speak with my wallet. I buy lots and lots and lots of games. In fact, I think I buy so many games sometimes in part because I feel bad for all the years I didn't buy any games. Although I guess I played a different role then when I was in media and more of a mainstream commentator, because a lot of the games I pioneered and championed, like Catherine behind me, I was definitely one of the central people that helped propel Catherine into the mainstream by covering it so deeply on IGN. So I understand that I played a different role back then. That wasn't the role I intended to play, but nonetheless, I was more of a net beneficiary. These days, I try to put, I paid for $70 for Forspoken. I buy games really sight unseen, and that is a luxury, but it's the kind of send a signal where I can to the industry that I want to support it in the way that matters most, which is financially. There's no doubt that the economy is worsening. There's no doubt that we're entering a recession. Inflation is high. But you did say something, Zachary, that I disagree with, because the games are becoming cheaper as inflation increases, as the value of the dollar goes down, but games were much more expensive back then. It's not really any different. You're paying much less in real money. And while other economic factors haven't caught up, the reality is video games have. You're not paying more money for your games now than you are. You're not.
Yeah.
And that is a simple reality. You are paying more money for your gas than you used to. You are paying more money. I remember, you guys are probably young enough to remember, I remember gas being literally 80 and 90 cents. If you want to, and I was like in middle school. If you
I remember my dad really complaining about it hitting $2. I remember that being like, $2, fucking crazy.
Right.
Like the reality is everything else is insanely expensive.
That's totally true. And I sympathize with that. I left college with nothing and had less than nothing to my name. And I totally understand the life of having to make choices, but it doesn't affect sometimes you need someone to tell you the reality of the situation, which is that it still doesn't affect the boots on the ground situation for games. As an example, games still cost this much money to make. They're still going up in cost. They're still being sold for cheaper than they should be at the AAA level. And you're going to have to figure out how that all works. And it's going to work either by people buying games or not. And then the situation will adjust. I choose to put my money where my mouth is to set some sort of trend. And I understand that a lot of people are not as fortunate to do that. But the argument you're making is basically someone going into a restaurant and saying, well, like, why is it so expensive in here? The money doesn't keep up with, the economic situation's changed. And it's like, well, nonetheless, this is the reality of the restaurant business. So those two things can both be true at the same time. I try not to be an advocate for much of anything, but I really worry about what is happening to the value of video games in terms of expectations and willingness to spend, and what that means for people that want high quality games. It's worth talking about it. It might not be an easy conversation, but it's worth discussing. Chris, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Well, I was going to say, I don't think the problem is games. I don't think it's the people who are unwilling to spend money on games. I think people would be willing to spend money on games if everything else wasn't such a drain. Like if everything else wasn't so exponentially expensive in comparison to how it used to be. Like that's really what the major factor is here. It's not that games are expensive. It's that games are a luxury that is not as affordable because everything else around you has exploded in price. That's what's happening. It's not that $70 is too much. It's that $70 is too much for anybody right now. Because dude, I remember they tried to raise my rent one of the last times that in one of my last apartments, $700 at the end of a lease, which is like fucking insane in a country where like people have like, I think they don't even have a lot of people don't even have like a $400 emergency backup.
Yep, that's true.
That's fucking insane.
That gives me agita, by the way, even thinking about that. But
yeah. It's disturbing and unsettling, and everything about that is fucked. But that's not the game industry's fault.
Right.
Yeah, that's it's if anything, it's like you said, it's been one of the least fluctuating kind of industries as far as price and as far as affordability. It's still like a luxury, no doubt. But dude, when I see 1-bedroom apartments in Montana going for fucking $1,500.
Yeah, that's inflation and it's fucked.
Fucking crazy.
I'll also remind people that, and this is an interesting thing too. I mean, and I'm old enough to remember this, and again, you guys probably are too. But I used to go see movies in the '90s for $5, maybe even less. You know, I remember when movies became $10 like at night. I think I was in college or something. I'm like, this is fucking crazy.
Was the popcorn still like?
Oh yeah, it was all expensive, but not as expensive. Everything is kind of going up, and it was always relative, right? The price was always kind of relative, and I just say that, Chris, because I think games have been stubbornly consistent in not raising prices, and they've been able to do that by spreading the field, but that can only be done so 100%,
much. Yeah.
And so I just think that that's an important point. I think people confuse economic reality, which is one thing, with the nature of business, which is its own thing. Games are not the reason that we're poorer today. Games are not the reason that inflation is running amok. And I would still say games are one of the most inflation immune. I mean, just the inflation that's happened since the COVID began, the $70 price increase is well eroded. Games are now actually valued at less than what they were at a static price at $60 when they became $60. That's fucking crazy. In other words, it was more expensive in real money to buy a $60 PS4 game than a $70 PS5 game based on the economic circumstances. It's complicated.
Colin, I feel like with this topic in particular, seeing the feedback on how we talked about it last week, people are going to like this, but I think this is something that's really emotionally charged where people aren't willing to listen to the reality of the situation. We've laid out all these things about inflation, and honestly too, the point that I was thinking is that you have access to so many games for a such smaller barrier to entry now than ever before. I remember a time when I had an Xbox 360 and the only game I had was Oblivion. And that was it. I had nothing else. I had no other money to buy a game, and there was no free-to-play games. There was no Game Pass. There was none of that.
Dude, Game Pass alone would have destroyed. Like if I had something like Game Pass, you would not have seen me. And like that would have consumed my fucking, like, the amount of shit that's on Game Pass is unreal in comparison to the stuff that I had actual access to. I used to have to gather my games, a lot of them, and trade them in just to get one thing. Right. And it was always a fucking ripoff. Always. So like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's different.
The thing about what Matt is saying is Zachary. Sorry, Matt was the last one. The thing about what Zachary is saying, the value of patience, nothing has changed for that. When I was a kid, you either wait until a game goes on sale or you can buy it used, or what Chris is saying, you trade in everything you have in order to get it immediately. And you understood that opportunity cost of which one you wanted to do. And sometimes you do trade everything you have in to get one game like Oblivion because you know it's going to last a long time. So to me, it's hard to hear the complaining about it when there's so much free shit when it comes to good free-to-play games. And if you don't like that, then the barrier to entry as far as a a subscription to PlayStation Premium or Game Pass or whatever is so low, or PlayStation Plus, the free games you get every month, would have died back then. As like Chris said, there would have so many games.
I was losing my mind on GameFly that only let you rent 2 games at a time.
Yeah.
Like I was going buck wild for like a good 3 months before I was like, all right, I don't have money. But,
dude. I get it. I was there at the early PS4 generation when I had first gotten married. I was figuring out different ways to make more money on the side so I could buy the games I want. I had to pick and choose, and I had to figure out when the Target buy 2 get 1 free deal was going to be and be strategic about which games. So I get it, but my complaint was never about the price of games. It was just understanding the economic reality of the situation.
It's an interesting thing about it is, and we can move on in a little bit, but like I think what's fascinating about this is like we talk a lot about predatory behavior in the games industry, right? Like and like I don't know, like microtransactions and all this stuff, and it's like I agree to some degree that's wrong, but at the same time, I'm very sympathetic to the economic situation of the realities of today, and I get it. It's like everything's stupid expensive, but dude, a lot of it is inflation, but a lot of it is also just straight up predatory fucking greed and just like unchecked people like fucking raising prices for no fucking reason. Like there is no reality where your 1-bedroom apartment should cost $2,500. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't care where you live. That's fucking insane. And I hear that, and that's horrible, but that's a different problem than the games industry, because like Dustin said, everything is so cheap and accessible now, more so than it has ever been. If anything has gotten better economically, it's games.
Definitely.
Easily.
Definitely.
Like by like a large margin. Like maybe TV and movies have improved in some way too with streaming and all that, but unquestionably, like I just thinking about if I had Game Pass as a kid, like, oh my God. Unbelievable. The amount of shit that I would have been playing.
Pace writes in. It says, hey, CDC. There was a strange trend going on with the PlayStation's new IP that I didn't see anyone mention. Fair Games, Sci-Fi Multiplayer, Helldivers 2, Sci-Fi Co-op, Marathon, Sci-Fi Multiplayer, Concord, Sci-Fi Multiplayer. I'm all for sci-fi, but this feels like the genre is going to get a little saturated. I would love to hear what you all think. This is actually a fair point in some sense. I mean, where is the differentiator? This is what we were talking about with Media Molecule earlier. I do think that the term science fiction is very much like the term action, in that it means so much that when you really look at those, like, so let's look at the games as you wrote them. So Fair Games, that to me is like a techno thriller.
Yeah.
Helldivers 2 is like a Starship Troopers, like almost spoof sci-fi weird thing.
I think it counts. I think Helldivers for sure counts.
Marathon seems mega futuristic, Mass Effect style. Not in the game, but in terms of very scientific. And then Concord is actually more like Fallout, where it seems retro but future, right? So
yeah.
I think that's all different, don't you think, Chris? I mean, I get it
easily,
but I think that we're being too broad with the term sci-fi.
Yeah, like Fallout is technically science fiction. It is, like, for sure. But it also, it doesn't evoke the things that science fiction generally, like Mass Effect is science fiction. Like Mass Effect is absolutely sci-fi. I think Halo is sci-fi too. And I think Marathon's going to be, like, of all the games listed, I think Marathon's probably going to be the most science fiction of them. Because that's just Bungie's bread and butter. But as far as, like, I don't know. As far as Fair Games, like, that to me seems like, I understand that there's futuristic elements to it, and there's definitely some technology aspects to it, but it feels more like, I don't know. It just feels like Payday and Watch Dogs, sort of. Like, I don't know if I consider that science fiction, even if it's tricky, man. Like, we got to get better genres on these things.
I think that's definitely true.
because I don't think anything that he said is wrong, but I also don't think it's right either. Like I feel like these are these are going to be very, very, very different games. Like I promise you, Marathon's not going to be anything like any of these other games, like by a long shot, both in the writing capacity and the world building capacity and the gameplay capacity. Like it's going to be very, very different.
I'd also say that like it's funny because a game like Fallout is a sci-fi game, but it's also an alternate history game. In some way, it's like the antithesis of a sci-fi game, but it also is a sci-fi game.
Yeah, there's
it's
robots.
Rooted in like this fake history. It's actually very similar to Resistance. Resistance is I think Resistance happens where World War I never happens or something, right? So it's like something weird like that. So I love that kind of stuff rooted in the past as well. Mass Effect's similar with all that's I think they call that future history because they have like a whole timeline in their past that we've not yet reached in the world that is different, where they get the Prothean ruins on Mars and they find the mass relay. So I fucking love old Mass Effect. That's like I used to get so nerdy just reading about those fake planets. God almighty, I loved reading about those fake planets. Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about the PlayStation's sci-fi IP, or do we cover it well enough?
I think you covered it pretty well. The connection I thought of was Star Wars, how it's not really sci-fi at all. Sci-fi kind of shifted. I don't know if it would be Star Wars initially in the 80s but you think about old school sci-fi stuff like Dune, right? And then a shift to a more fantasy sci-fi, and now there's just all these different kinds of it, and so it doesn't really bother me that there's multiple games like this. We still have fantasy games like God of War and historical games like Ghost of Tsushima. So there's a lot of variety still.
Yeah, there's different permutations of these things as well. Like Star Wars is, I would argue, like science fantasy, right? And so Destiny is science fantasy as well. Those are the same genre, very different worlds, very different implications as to how they're set up and written. But I don't know. I think the most baseline Star Trek and Battlestar Galactica. That's what I think of when I think of pure sci-fi. And I'm actually not that big into pure sci-fi. I like them with a little bit more deviations going on, but we'll see.
Thank you for writing in, Pace. Robbie Deadman wrote in and said, "What up, sacred naggles?" Can't say it. Is that the word that they used? Naggle?
No,
that doesn't sound. Oh, okay.
No, that's not right.
I thought y'all would be more optimistic over Foam Stars, since there's finally a game that would provide Splatoon some competition. How dare you slander my Foamanon waifu? Anyway, what I really wanted to ask, and thank God you wanted to ask about something else, is where the fuck is Slitterhead? Considering how many horror and survival horror games came out last year, it's just weird. What's the difference between the two genres, by the way? Anyway, it was announced almost 2 years ago, so I figured we'd get an update. Take care, Slitter Kings. Thank you, Robbie. I feel like we talked recently about the difference between horror and survival horror, didn't we?
We did, yeah. But we haven't talked about Slitterhead in a while.
No, we haven't.
It is a good question, because we did hear about it. We didn't hear the end of it for a long time. And that's our fault.
Someone tried to sneak in a Slitterhead reference in the punching up questions.
Did you allow it?
No, absolutely not. I don't try to play fucking games with me.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
it's still over. The Slitterhead memoriam stands.
Yeah, it stands. Although it is weird that we haven't really heard anything about it. I don't think I've seen any news about it as far as I've been looking. Because who was the guy? Like, why was this a big deal?
It's because it's Keihiro Toyama, and he is the director of the original Silent Hill,
right?
And the director of the series Siren, and then he was the director of Gravity Rush as well, because he was at Sony Japan studio for a minute, because he made Siren and Gravity Rush for them, and then he left because that's Gravity Rush 2 came out in 2017, and then he left right after that and founded his own studio. And the game was revealed in December of 2021 at Keighley's thing. And I don't think we've gotten anything from it since, but the big deal is because of the original Silent Hill connection. Yeah. So he was only there for the first Silent Hill, though. And Silent Hill 2 is considered the classic.
So Summer Game Fest I could see, because I think I remember them saying around that time that 2023 was around the time that they were gonna, or they said that their first project would be in 2023, and that was before Slitterhead's reveal, if I'm remembering it correctly. I don't know why I remember this, but we probably could see it at Summer Games Fest. It doesn't seem like a showcase kind of. No offense.
Yeah, well,
but like,
there's clearly a Keeley connection here.
Yeah,
which might be taken advantage of. And by the way, the studio is called Bokeh. I think Bokeh. People want to look up Slitterhead and see, but there's not much out there. Dustin, you excited to Slitter?
I wasn't ready for that. I think this could be cool. The Silent Hill, revered as one of the greatest horror games of all time. And so to have that talent there, of course, could be very cool. But I don't know if I'm ready to Slitter. Honestly, I don't really remember the trailer all that well. I'm looking at an article, once again, from The Gamer, where it says development on Slitterhead is, quote, nearing its climax. And that was back in 2021.
I hate
2021, interesting.
This is development on Slitterhead, the action horror that we haven't seen or heard from its initial reveal back in 2021. Is nearing its climax. This was written December 28th, 2022. So that is quite a long climax, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Something to be envious of.
Why do they have to say it like that? Christ.
Get ready. Slitterhead 2 into the slit.
Oh my God, I can't wait. Slitterhead 2, still slittering.
Still slitting.
Still slitting. God fucking damn it.
Ray09 has the final question. He says, hello guys. Do you think Sony's first party live service games, such as Fair Games and Concord, will require a PS Plus subscription on PlayStation? If so, don't you think it's kind of unfair that PC players would play them without online subscriptions while console players needed to? Thanks for the amazing content. This is actually interesting. This is where I think the relationship between the PC and PS5 gamer can fall apart for Sony, but they have to manage this well enough by, I think, making their... I don't know. Do you want to just like get... Am I speaking out of turn by saying you just want to make online multiplayer free?
So I feel that that's probably... So the way that Xbox has been doing it, I don't know if you need Xbox Live to play... Like, do you?
You need. I don't think you need it for free to play games, but you need it for. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, I just looked up because I thought Halo Infinite is probably the biggest example, and you do not need an active Xbox Live Gold or Game Pass subscription. I wonder if Sea of Thieves requires, because that's not a free to play game.
Yeah, so, I don't know. I wish I knew. I've had Xbox Live the entire time that I've been involved in video, so I wouldn't know. But
you do need Xbox Live Gold to play Sea of Thieves online.
That's so interesting.
Or Game Pass Ultimate.
Yes.
Game Pass. Interesting.
You need to... I don't know. That's a good question, because that does create... These games are coming out simultaneously. So it does create an immediate discrepancy. You would think that they would just have to let those games be playable without PS Plus online.
Yeah.
Those specific games, right? Or are they really going to be like, fuck you guys? It's really not that big of a deal. I mean, I'm not trying to be an apologist, but PS Plus is like, isn't it $60 a year? I mean, it's like really not that big of a deal. So maybe they just don't want to even make a big deal out of it at all. The other thing they could do is charge for PS Plus through their games on PC, which I think would be a really bad idea. So
get this.
Yeah.
So just again, as a point of comparison to Xbox, and I think that I said that you do need Xbox Live Gold to play Sea of Thieves, but that means that you don't need it to play on PC. You can buy Sea of Thieves for PC, not have Xbox Live Gold, play crossplay with Xbox players who are paying for it, which I think was the common thought years ago when we were sort of entering this weird half crossplay era. But now that we live in a full crossplay era, it doesn't feel right anymore. Like that just shouldn't... I would say no. Sony shouldn't require PlayStation Plus for their free-to-play games just because of this whole piece. If it's coming out at the same time as PC, they still might do it. But
I would say just based on what a free-to-play game is, right? Like, okay, so because if you have to pay for something, then it's not free to play. You know what I mean? Like it's just not how that works. That's why I think they made the decision for Halo and some other Xbox games where it's like, yeah, you're right. If you have to buy Xbox Live to play a free to play game, it's not free to play, and that's not consistent. And a free-to-play game is inherently, by definition, like a heavily monetized affair anyway. You're probably going to get more out of people if you just lower the barrier of entry to the point where it's so free that people get into it, and then they start paying money because they either like the game or they want to support it, or they just can't get enough of it, or however, whatever way you want to split it. You're more likely to get more out of that if you don't immediately charge people on the get-go. So I would say don't. If that's the strategy,
this should be a question that Sony. I don't talk to Sony PR, and they wouldn't talk to me even if I did. But someone with access should be asking these questions. These are important questions. Dustin, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I wonder one thing we haven't somehow discussed about these free to play games. I got ahead of myself.
They're not going to be free to play. Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
which ones?
That's true. Yeah,
some of them could be free to play, and some of them won't be, and that'll be interesting to see what they decide, because Helldivers 2, I would say, is not going to be free to play.
No, I think that would be like a $50 game probably, or something like that. Yeah.
Right, but
maybe
it will have live
70, I don't know.
Yeah, but it will have live service elements, or it can be considered part of their live service lineup. But I don't know, between Haven's game and the retro future one, Concord. Maybe one of those is free to play.
Yeah,
one of the two of those.
I'm looking now. Helldivers doesn't have a price for pre-order on Steam yet. I'll be curious to see how much they charge for that. I don't know if they're going to get away with charging $70 for it, but they might. And I think it looks really
full featured.
Yeah, I think it looks really good. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if they want to hold the line with that. It's a pretty interesting play to imagine a first party team making one of the free to play games, because when we realized that MLB The Show was considered one of their games as a service, which it is based on their recent financial statement, that's a full-fledged game. And that just made me feel like maybe, and I think I said this last week, people are conflating, and sometimes we conflate games as a service with free to play. And they haven't said that they're making any free to play games. Right. So they have made free to play games, but that does, and presumably something will be free to play in this mix.
It's like Destiny. It's like Destiny's not, well, there's a free to play version of Destiny, but Destiny is not free to play. It's a games as a service.
Right.
Though.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So it'll be very interesting. Like that the way they balance those models as well is going to be very, very fascinating, and how they intend on getting their money back and what the ROI is, as we were noting earlier. It's going to be really fun to pay attention to it in the times to come. But that's all we have for this lengthy episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. That was fun. Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, man, I'm just really excited about Slitterhead.
Hell yeah.
I can't stop thinking about it.
Just don't stop slittering.
Mm-hmm.
Dustin, closing comments?
I feel like Chris. I'm very hungry right now. Someone was talking earlier, my stomach growled so loud, I wonder if Ben will hear it in the edit. It came out of nowhere, but so after this, definitely going to be figuring out something to eat. Canceled.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's how long this episode was.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Felt like a joke from another era.
Yeah, I thought that was like a previous episode that happened.
All right, my friends. Well, it's good to be here with you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me today, and thank you all out there for your kindness and love and support of all things Sacred Symbols and Last Stand Media over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, merch, laststandmedia.store. Support our advertisers, leave us nice reviews, and so on and so forth. We appreciate you. We couldn't do it without you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.